Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2453. Lu Yin asked again, "You've never met Madman Lu before?" Wang Fan replied, "I swear on my own name that I haven't." Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu. What was going on? Madman Lu laughed strangely. You need evidence to frame someone, even if it's fabricated evidence. Little bastard, you're worse than your father. I watched that little bastard Lu Qi grow up. He's such a bastard. You're just a little scheming. I want to see your general appointment platform, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Madman Lu frowned. You dare to go to the Nightmare Star? Sure, Lu Yin said solemnly. I have to confirm whether or not you're redback. This is a responsibility to the entire human race, but you can't go. Madman Lu's lips curled up. Sure, go ahead. That platform is stained with the blood of the Lu family. Since Lu Yin went, Mu Xie naturally followed. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and Madman Lu said, "Let him go." He then stared at the mist ancestor. Look carefully. There's only one chance for a confrontation, and he can't prove that I'm redback. Don't bother me with this in the future. The mist ancestor stared at Madman Lu blankly. She had never seen this person before, and he had always been imprisoned by the Lu family. Just what was his status in the Lu family? Lu Yin descended on the Nightmare Star and entered the Nightmare Shrine with ease. He passed by Drunkard along the way and took the seal away. He arrived at the dilapidated courtyard and looked at the dusty platform in the corner. This was the one that had tried to kill him the first time. He then looked at the two deep marks on the ground. These must have been left behind when Lu Jing had knelt here. Lu Jing had wanted to become Madman Lu's disciple, but he had failed. Madman Lu hated the Lu family and wanted to exterminate them. The more he did so, the more important the Lu family was to him. Lu Jing was just a servant, and even though he had betrayed the Lu family, Madman Lu didn't care about him at all. Aside from the platform, there was nothing else in the courtyard. The house was even plainer, and there was nothing inside. Lu Yin left the Nightmare Star and returned to the heavens. How was it? The mist ancestor asked. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at Madman Lu. I know you're a redback. I'll keep an eye on you. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. I'll keep an eye on you too, little brat. Be careful, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive and hang you on the stage. This confrontation had left Bai Wang Yuan and the rest dissatisfied. Lu Yin wanted to accuse Madman Lu without any evidence, so how could he possibly succeed? Lu Yin asked Wang Fan again, you really haven't seen Madman Lu? Wang Fan replied, definitely not. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. Even though everyone had their own goals for this confrontation, Lu Yin still had the confidence to confront Madman Lu. Wang Fan, Ancestor Hui, and Patriarch Tianyi had all been present, but why had Wang Fan never seen Madman Lu before? The mist ancestor was very dissatisfied. You're wasting my time. He then left. The four-way scales dispersed, and Mu Xie left as well. Before he left, he reminded Lu Yin to be careful of Madman Lu once more. He had sensed Madman Lu up close, and he was certain that Madman Lu was terrifyingly powerful. That boiling nightmare energy gave him a feeling of invulnerability. Lu Yin returned to the fifth mainland. He had already obtained the key, and his next step was to enter the heavenly treasury. While they were confronting each other in outer space, Jiu Hao had taken the key from Qin Shan, while Yu Chen had escaped from the frigid immortal sect. She had chosen the right moment. She had chosen the right moment when they were confronting each other. By the time the confrontation ended, she had already left the frigid immortal sect and met up with two other people. They were Xia Xinji's clone and Lu Shaoge. Under the guidance of Xiaoshenji's clone, the three quickly arrived at the valley below the Wang family's mainland and waited to enter the fifth mainland. Wang Yan discovered Yu Qin, but he did not pay her any mind. Yu Chen's reputation in the four-way scales was quite good, especially for someone like Wang Yan, who would occasionally interact with her. However, not long after, Wang Yan received news that the frigid immortal sect was looking for Yu Qin. The reason given was that she had taken away something important from the frigid immortal sect. Wang Yan felt that this was strange, and he immediately sent someone to keep an eye on Yu Qin. In truth, he wanted to stop her here, but the Wang family was no longer in charge here. Bu Tian was already waiting for her. This woman wanted to head to the fifth mainland, and it was likely that she intended to rely on Lu Yin. If the Wang family made a move, they would most likely be stopped by Lu Yin's people, which was Bu Tian. Wang Yan decided to follow her for now and wait until they reached the fifth mainland. Once she relaxed and separated from Bu Tian, he would then make a move. Also, he did not know anything about the two people beside her. The person sent by Wang Yan saw Lu Xiaoge clearly after entering the fifth mainland, but when they arrived, Bu Tian also separated from them. That person wanted to make a move, but there was something wrong with the fifth mainland's astral source universe, so that person did not dare to make a move. He could only follow Yu Qin, Lu Xiaoge, and the others. After spending more than a month, they finally arrived at Shenwu continent. After arriving at Shenwu continent, the person who had followed Yu Qin clearly saw Xiaoshenji's clone's appearance. That person had never seen Xiaoshenji before, so the only thing he could do was transmit his appearance back to the Wang family. Wang Yan would never have imagined that a random person he had sent to follow Yu Qin would actually see Xiaoshenji. It had been more than a month since Lu Yin had returned to the fifth mainland, and it was time to search for the heavenly treasury. He looked in the direction of Shenwu continent. Xiaoshenji should know by now. In the cosmic tree, when Wang Jing saw Xiaoshenji's appearance, he was stunned. Xiaoshenji. Why was he on the fifth mainland? And why was he with Yu Qin? Wang Jing felt that something was amiss, and he immediately reported this matter to Wang Fan. Wang Fan was stunned as well. Xiaoshenji. Are you sure that he's with the frigid immortal sect? And he even went to the fifth mainland? I'm sure. This is the appearance that the person who was following them sent back, Wang Jing replied. Wang Fan was amused. If it really is Xiaoshenji, how could he have been followed by your people? This was something that Wang Jing found strange as well. Could it be a disguise? Wang Fan suddenly thought of something and had Wang Jing transmit Yu Chen's and Lu Xiaoge's appearances to him while he went to find Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan had not expected that Yu Qin would be with someone who had disguised himself as Xiaoshenji. No, why would someone disguise themselves as Xiaoshenji? And he even went to the fifth mainland. Isn't he afraid that Lu Xiaoxian will find out? If Lu Xiaoxian knew that Xiaoshenji had gone to the fifth mainland, he definitely wouldn't have let him go. If that person was followed by your people, then that means that he isn't very strong. It could also be intentional, Wang Fan said. The two of them discussed this for a while before deciding to ask Xiaoshenji about it. They had another guess, and if their guess was correct, it would explain Xiaoshenji's strange behavior. When Xiaoshenji saw Lu Xiaoge, Yu Qin, and the person who looked like him, his expression turned gloomy. Where did they go? Brother Xia, you should explain this matter first, Wang Fan said. Xiaoshenji hesitated. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. We've already guessed it. Is it related to the prison lock? Xiaoshenji looked at the top realm, where Lu Tianjing had been. It's him. Didn't you say that he was dead? Bai Wang Yuan questioned. Wang Fan said, we used his death as the price to release the prison lock to trap Lu Tianjing. This was what we had discussed before, but you went back on your word. Xiaoshenji said, I told you that there was no need to sacrifice him. As long as he was imprisoned, the prison lock's power would still be able to trap Lu Tianjing. In the end, you saw that Lu Tianjing couldn't escape from the prison lock. Do you know how dangerous that is? Wang Fan was unhappy. Once the prison lock's power isn't enough to banish the Lu family, everything will be over. Xia Xinji didn't care. Does the Lu family dare to fight to the death with us? Alright, there's no need to say anything more. It's already happened. In any case, he's not dead, and there's no need for him to die. I want him to become one of the 9 clones again. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They knew very well why Xia Xinji had left this clone behind. It was to guard against them. Xia Xinji had 9 clones, and losing one was equivalent to having one more weakness. Sacrificing a clone would have a huge impact on Xia Xinji, but they had already paid a sufficient price for it. It could only be said that Xia Xinji was too greedy. Not only had he received the price of sacrificing a clone, but he had also kept it. It was no wonder that the clone had escaped. Xia Xinji had been chasing him for 3 years. Now isn't the time to settle old scores. Tell me, where did that clone go? Since you saw it, you must know where it is, Xia Xinji asked, staring at Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes flashed. Your clone went to the 5th mainland. The abandoned land. Xia Xinji was confused. Yu Chen and that Lu Shaoge. Did they side with Lu Shaoxian? No, my men didn't discover that they went to find Lu Shaoxian, Wang Fan said. Bai Wang Yuan continued, that's even more troublesome. No matter how weak your clone is, it's still comparable to a half-ancestor. How could the Wang family's men catch up to it? Lu Shaoxian must have used them to lure you to the 5th mainland. 3 years ago, you were inexplicably injured because of this clone, right? Xia Xinji naturally guessed it. Lu Shaoxian wants to lure me to the 5th mainland. It's normal for him to scheme against me, but he's underestimating me. I have to go and capture that clone. Lu Shaoxian isn't stupid. Since he wants to lure you to the 5th mainland, he must have made preparations, Bai Qi said. Wang Fan added, that's right. With our understanding of Lu Shaoxian, he wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2454. Xia Xinji confirmed that the 3 would go together. Since we've made things clear, let's go capture him together. With our abilities, Lu Shaoxian won't be able to do anything no matter how prepared he is. The 3 immediately headed to the 5th mainland, but just as they reached the valley below the Wang family's mainland, Lu Yin arrived. He immediately saw Bai Wang Yuan and the others and asked curiously, are you 3 planning to visit the 5th mainland? Within the valley, a group of Wang family cultivators bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Wang Fan's gaze turned cold when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, what are you doing here? Lu Yin looked up. Relaxing. Lu Shaoxian, we agreed that you shouldn't come to the astral tree void until the problem with the astral source universe in the wasteland is resolved. You've broken the agreement, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin didn't mind. The agreement was for those affected by the astral source universe. I cultivate the death god's power, so I'm not affected by the astral source universe. Besides, I just came here a month ago. What's wrong with that? Xia Xinji lowered his voice. We're planning to go to the wasteland to help you investigate the astral source universe. Let's go back. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to help me investigate the astral source universe? Then you're welcome to go. I'm here to relax. Lu Shaoxian, we're helping you, but you want us to go alone. Wang Fan was unhappy. Lu Yin shrugged. If I can't solve the problem, you can't either. It's a waste of time. You can go if you want, but I'm here to relax. I feel like I'm close to breaking through, and the air here is better. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. This was troublesome. Actually, it would be better if Lu Yin wasn't on the fifth mainland to capture a clone, but now wasn't the right time. Why aren't you going? Lu Yin raised his brows. Xia Xinji said to Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, I'll go. You two stay here and keep an eye on him. Something's wrong. The timing is too coincidental. The clone was exposed, and Lu Shaoxian chose this time to come. How can it be so coincidental? Bai Wang Yuan muttered. Wang Fan also felt that something was wrong. Does he know? Xia Xinji replied, impossible. Why would he come if he knows? Only a few of us know about this. But your clone going to the fifth continent is too strange. When he even went with a half-martial ancestor from the heavenly sect. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem right, Wang Fan said. Xia Xinji's eyes flashed. Without Lu Shaoxian, how could the fifth mainland have the power to deal with me? Even if Xia Shang is reborn, it won't work. If I want to come back, nobody can stop me. Besides, we have an agreement with Lu Shaoxian. If he dares to attack me, you can attack him. Since he came here alone, he won't fight to the death. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan looked at each other and nodded, agreeing with Xia Xinji. Lu Yin glanced at them. On his shoulder, the hellworm soared into the sky and covered the Colonel. Lu Yin appeared on top of the hellworm's head and headed towards the central realm. Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding as they passed through the starry sky corridor and headed to the fifth mainland. After they entered the new sky corridor, the caged WIRM turned back and headed towards the center of the top realm. Lu Yin had come here for the heavenly realm treasury, and now that Bai Wang Yuan and the others had left, it was just as well. The prison flood dragon soon arrived at the location where the Lu family's Qin Mountain used to be, which was to the north of the stone forest. This was also the location where the Heaven Realm treasure vault opened. Lu Yin took out his spatial coordinate seal and entered the void. Let's open it. I hope there really are 10 trillion star essence. At the same time, on the fifth mainland, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan turned back while Xia Xinji headed towards the location provided by the Wang family, which was Shenwu continent. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan returned to the Colonel. Lu Shaoxian really did go there. This time, he can forget about leaving alive. At the center of the top realm, north of the stone forest, the void had been torn apart. Lu Yin saw a plane covered with a layer of star essence through the void. His eyes flashed, and he had the hellworm shrink its body so that it could stand on his shoulder. He then entered alone. Right after he entered the void, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan arrived. The dragon ancestors soon arrived as well. Lu Shaoxian went in. Where's Xia Xinji? Bai Ran replied, from now on, Lu Shaoxian will no longer exist in outer space. Lu Yin entered the torn void, and Xia Xinji arrived at Shenwu continent. Where is he? Xia Xinji asked. He had appeared at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, where the cultivator from the Wang family who had been following him was. The cultivator pointed downwards. He went there. He had not expected to see someone who looked exactly like him. One of the people who had been following him had clearly looked like this, but now, another had appeared. He suddenly thought of Shenwu Plain's 9 clones technique. Could this person be from Shenwu Plain's Xia family? Xia Xinji stared at the ground, and his heart skipped a beat. Was this a torn void? He hesitated, as no one knew what they would run into after entering this void. Could Lu Shaoxian have set a trap for him, just like how they had set a trap for Lu Shaoxian? They had purposely let Lu Sun go. In fact, 3 years ago, Xia Xing's being controlled by Lu Yin had already been exposed. Xia Xing had helped Lu Yin several times, and Xia Ziheng had long since become suspicious. He had reported this to Xia Sun, who had sensed the Grim Reaper's power within Xia Xing's body and confirmed that Xia Xing was being controlled by Lu Yin. He didn't kill Xia Xing, but he didn't save him either. Instead, he used Xia Xing to bring Lu Sun to Lu Shaoxian and revealed the location of the heavenly treasury so that Lu Shaoxian could find a way to get the key and enter the heavenly treasury. Lu Shaoxian had not disappointed them, and he had used Yu Chen to send a message to Lu Gong, saying that Madman Lu was read back. This had led to a confrontation, and Lu Shaoxian himself had obtained the key during the confrontation. The four heavens knew all of this, and Madman Lu knew as well. They had all been acting in order to make Lu Shaoxian think that he had relied on his own methods to enter the treasury and that everything was under his control. As long as he entered, he would not be able to leave alive. Didn't he like money? Then they would let him die for it. They had not violated the agreement, as they had not been the ones to deal with Lu Shaoxian. They had set a trap for Lu Shaoxian, and at this moment, Xia Xinji was certain that Lu Shaoxian had also set a trap for him. What was behind the void? He did not know. Are you sure they went in? Xia Xinji barked. The cultivator from the Wang family trembled, as the pressure from a progenitor caused him to lie flat on the ground. I'm sure. Xia Xinji's eyes flickered. How was Lu Shaoxian going to deal with him? Without a progenitor, how could Lu Shaoxian deal with him? Or was Lu Shaoxian simply trying to lure him away? If that was the case, then the only reason Lu Shaoxian would do this was because he knew that there was something wrong with the treasury. What was Lu Shaoxian thinking? Did he know? What was behind the void? Xia Xinji's eyes flickered. As a progenitor, he believed that he could rival 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had not hesitated for many years, but now, he was actually hesitating, as well as feeling a sort of apprehension. This feeling, it would only appear when facing the 7 gods. What did Lu Shaoxian have to do this? Xia Xinji's eyes widened. No matter what, he had to take his clone away, or he would never be complete and would forever be inferior to Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He took out wireless goo and contacted someone, before taking a step and disappearing into the void. Right after Xia Xinji entered the void, Heavenly Master Shangxing and Heavenly Master Xiaoming brought the 5 sealing planets over and sealed off Shenwu continent. The Wang family cultivator was naturally captured. Lu Yin had no way of dealing with Xia Xinji, but he could still send him away. On the other side of the void was the space of the 3 sovereigns. It would not be easy for those from the 3 sovereign space to come to this place, but with Xia Xinji's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to enter the space of the 3 sovereigns. As long as he went there, he would not be able to return easily. Within the cosmic tree, Lu Yin entered the treasury and looked around. The ground was covered in star essence, and there were definitely quite a few of them. The further in he went, the more star essence there were. In particular, there were mountains of star essence in the distance, which caused his breathing to quicken. The amount of star essence here was comparable to that of Junior Progenitor Planet, and there were definitely trillions of them. There should be more even further in. His domain continued to expand, but then his expression changed. That's all. There was only one layer in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Yin turned around and stared at the entrance to the treasury. A person had appeared there at some point, and he was filled with violence and madness. He had a cruel smile on his face as he stared at Lu Yin. A general platform floated beside him, and the surface of his body gradually turned red. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madman Lu. The person who had appeared was indeed Madman Lu. The 4 cardinal scales had set up a trap and used the treasury to lure Lu Yin in. All of this was to create an opportunity for Madman Lu to kill Lu Yin alone. They had not hesitated to put on an act and confront each other in outer space to give Lu Yin a chance to steal the key. They had even placed trillions of star essence inside the treasury to lure Lu Yin in. It's normal for the Lu family to lack resources for their cultivation. It's always been like this since ancient times. No matter what era it is, the Lu family has always been rich. How about it? The star essence here is very attractive, right? Haha. Madman Lu suppressed his laughter, but his eyes were filled with a crazed cruelty. He looked at Lu Yin as if he wanted to skin him alive. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. So you've been putting on an act all this time to lure me in. If I'm not wrong, Bai Wang Yuan and the others are blocking the entrance to prevent my seniors and the fog ancestor from coming in. You're not that stupid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2455. Green leaves drifted down from the void, enveloping the general appointment platform and forcefully stopping its attack. Qi used his serrated blade to viciously whip the general appointment platform, knocking it back. Madman Lu, do you really think you can kill me? Lu Yin barked. Madman Lu licked his lips. Brat, you're much stronger than that idiot Lu Qi, but that's all there is to it. He then struck out with a palm, causing dense nightmare energy to howl out like an evil spirit. It pierced through Qi and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. The nightmare energy was tyrannical and unstoppable, and it was comparable to divine martial Qi. If they were at the same level, Lu Yin could have used the power in his heart to dissolve it, but Madman Lu's nightmare energy was at level 10, which was at the progenitor realm. It was not something that Lu Yin could resist. Helpless, Lu Yin used the rune lines of the platform to stare at the incoming nightmare energy and weaken it. The nightmare energy slammed into the ball of light in front of Lu Yin, but by the time it passed through the ball, there was not much left. Madman Lu sneered. You know quite a bit. Let's see how long you can last. He then struck out with another palm. At that moment, the mist ancestor arrived outside the heavenly treasury. Madman Lu's attack on Lu Yin and his progenitor power had attracted her attention. Nong Yi, Gue Yuan, and the others had all sensed it as well. Bai Wang Yuan, what are you doing? The mist ancestor saw the entrance to the heavenly treasury, and through it, she could see that it was filled with nightmare energy. Bai Ran replied, this has nothing to do with you, Shi Wei. This is the Lu family's own grudge, so let them settle it themselves. The mist ancestor's expression changed. Lu Shaoxian is inside. You want Madman Lu to go in and kill him? Wang Fan replied, Shi Wei, this has nothing to do with you. The mist ancestor was furious. Do you want to start a war? Mu Xia won't stop once something happens to Lu Shaoxian. So what? Bai Wang Yuan barked. The mist ancestor was stunned as she recalled Lu Yu's death 3 years ago. The grudge between the 4 cardinal scales and the Lu family had never disappeared, it had simply been suppressed. Now, the one attacking Lu Yin was Madman Lu and not the 4 cardinal scales, so they had not violated the agreement. At that moment, Bai Wang Yuan and the other 2 were blocking the entrance. Even if Mu Xia appeared, he would not be able to charge in. Lu Shaoxian had been tricked. Nong Yi did not expect such a thing to happen, but there was nothing they could do at the moment. Even if they were to start a war, the Four-Way Libra's foundation was not something they could resist. It should be known that the Four-Way Libra did not only have these 3 people in front of them. They had defended 4 of the 7 planets in the outer realm. Ghost Abyss Ancestor's eyes flickered. Lu Shaoxian was doomed. Once Lu Shaoxian died, where would his Grim Reaper's inheritance fall? Who knows how he obtained the inheritance of the God of Death? The God of Death's inheritance had to be his. Bai Wang Yuan returned to the treasury of the Heavenly Gaze realm. It was time for everything to end. Within the Heavenly Realm treasury, Lu Yin was hiding behind the Hellworm, who was constantly dodging Madman Lu's attacks. It wanted to charge out, but Madman Lu had blocked the entrance. Nong Yi and Yi Qi's power, along with the progenitor rune lines, were still unable to shake Madman Lu's nightmarish power. Madman Lu's strength had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He was definitely not inferior to Xiaoxinji. In fact, he might have even surpassed Xiaoxinji. Little brat, how long can you last? Madman Lu stared at the prison flood dragon and waved his hand, smashing the general appointment stage over. The prison flood dragon roared and dodged, but the stage continued to chase after him. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. The prison flood dragon was useless, and he looked at the entrance. The fog ancestor and the others should have arrived, so he took out Mount Supreme. Senior brother, it's up to you now. Mu Xia walked out from within Mount Supreme and looked up at Madman Lu. His body flashed through the air, and he instantly appeared in front of Madman Lu and struck out with a palm. Madman Lu had not expected Mu Xia to be here, and he raised his hand as nightmarish power coiled around his arms. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the space within the heavenly realm treasury shattered. Countless cracks spread out in all directions, and a darkness that could devour everything appeared. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were shocked, and they looked into the treasury. Mu Xia. How is this possible? Lu Yin laughed maniacally. Did you really think that I was tricked by you? You wanted to create an opportunity for Madman Lu to kill me alone, but I also wanted to create an opportunity to work with senior brother to kill Madman Lu. Madman Lu must die today. He then took out a pair of slippers and used the secret art to transfer the void to throw it to Mu Xia. Knowing he used the divine seal catalog to tap Madman Lu with his wooden staff. Air Qi raised his sawtooth blade and slashed down. Lu Yin's eyes turned into rune lines as he stared at Madman Lu. Madman Lu's nightmarish power became illusory as Lu Yin used rune lines to weaken him. Mu Xia once again clashed with Madman Lu with a palm strike. Madman Lu was supported by the terrifying power of nightmares. In addition to the Lu clan's innate physical strength, he could rely on his physical body to kill an ancestor realm expert, but Mu Xia was actually evenly matched with him. No one could have imagined that Mu Xia, who seemed weak, actually possessed physical strength that was comparable to Madman Lu's. Lu Yin had never been worried about Mu Xia, as Mr. Mu's standards for accepting disciples were too abnormal. The more he understood the standards, the more confident he was in Mu Xia. As Mr. Mu's disciple, Mu Xia's true strength was enough to shock Bai Wang Yuan and the others. This was also the reason why Lu Yin was confident that he could kill Madman Lu together. If Mu Xia was replaced with the blood ancestor and the others, then even 3 wouldn't be enough to give Lu Yin any confidence, let alone 1. Mu Xia viciously slammed his slippers down. A platform appeared in front of Madman Lu, and the slippers slammed into it, causing it to crack. Madman Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, opened his mouth, and let out a crazed roar. Nightmarish power spread out endlessly, forming the ancestral realm. Evil Saraira appeared beneath Mu Xia's feet, and evil energy turned into runes that circled around him. He slammed his slippers down without hesitation. The slippers were a top-notch weapon, and even the undying god had almost been smashed to pieces. Madman Lu couldn't block it either. At this moment, Madman Lu was no longer able to block the entrance to the Heavenly Realm treasury, and the caged WIRM found an opportunity to charge out. However, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were still blocking the entrance. Even Wang Fan wanted to charge in and kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood on the back of the caged WIRM and stared at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He didn't intend to charge out, but he was worried that Wang Fan and the others would rush in and cooperate with Madman Lu to kill him. Especially if Madman Lu was at a disadvantage, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't do anything. Fortunately, he was already prepared. When the caged WIRM approached the treasury entrance, Lu Yin tossed out someone, Master Shan. Master Shan appeared at the entrance. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were in front of him while the enormous caged WIRM wanted to charge out from behind. However, it was unable to move forward as there were progenitors blocking both sides. Lu Yin stood on the caged WIRM's head. Master Shan, it's up to you now. Master Shan raised his head. Don't worry, young master. The day has finally come for this old servant to be of use. This old servant has always dreamed of repaying the Lu family's kindness. Bai Wang Yuan and the others stared at Master Shan. What use could a half-crippled half-ancestor be? Wang Fan suddenly thought of something. Not good. The next moment, Master Shan looked up, and a black hole appeared above his head. It's time to face the progenitor's origin tribulation. Young master, you must kill Madman Lu and avenge us. Lu Yin shouted, don't worry. Master Shan looked up at Bai Wang Yuan and the others before taking a step forward and charging out. At this moment, no one dared to attack him, regardless of whether they wanted to help or kill him. Any power that appeared beneath the black hole would be targeted by the progenitor's origin tribulation. No one was willing to endure the progenitor's origin tribulation, and the stronger one was, the stronger the tribulation would be. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others did not dare to try. This was Lu Yin's plan. He had Master Shan face the progenitor's origin tribulation to block Bai Wang Yuan and the others, giving him time to work with Mu Xie to kill Madman Lu. The four-way scales had made ample preparations, but Lu Yin had made even more preparations. Lu Yin had already noticed the problem from the very beginning. Lu Sun had said that the treasury was located in Lu Tianjing's Mount Qin, which was north of the current stone forest. However, the stone forest had only appeared after Lu Tianjing had been exiled, so how could Lu Sun have known about it? How could she have known? Also, how had Xiaoxing rescued Lu Sun? Lu Yin and Bai Wang Yuan had struck 3 palms in outer space and agreed to release the remaining members of the Lu family. However, the Xia family had kept Lu Sun alive, which meant that Lu Sun was very important. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss if Xiaoxing had been able to rescue Lu Sun. Lu Sun and Lu Gong were both heavily imprisoned by the four-way scales. Not to mention Xiaoxing, even Xia Ziheng could not bring them away. He had taken a huge risk in getting Yu Qin to pass the message to Lu Gong, but Yu Qin had escaped immediately after passing the message. It could be seen that she was aware of the danger and difficulty of this matter. The four-way scales had set up a trap for him to enter the treasury, so he naturally cooperated. This was a trap within a trap that both sides were aware of but did not know about. The final outcome would be determined by the battle inside the treasury. It could be said that both sides had created this battlefield without prior agreement. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had thought it through. On one hand, they were worried that Madman Lu would not be able to kill Lu Yin, but on the other hand, they thought of Xiaoxingji. Since Lu Yin knew about this trap, then Xiaoxingji's side was even more problematic. He could not have lured Xiaoxingji away just for a while, but Xiaoxingji had not appeared yet. This was troublesome. Dragon Ancestor immediately used wireless goo to contact Xiaoxingji, but found that he could not reach him. Wireless goo could ignore spatial distance, but it could not connect to a parallel universe. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. Inside the treasury, Madman Lu's ancestral world continued to compress, trying to crush the evil relic. Mu Xia used the slipper in his hand to gain an absolute advantage against Madman Lu, causing the latter to feel sullen. Behind him, a continent appeared. It was the Lu family's direct descendant visualization technique. At the same time, the sound of the primogenitor scripture resounded throughout the treasury. Mu Xia's expression turned grave, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Madman Lu slammed his palm down with the power of the visualization technique. Mu Xia held the slipper and slammed it down. The intense shaking caused the treasury to shatter, but Madman Lu used the primogenitor scripture and the primogenitor scripture to forcibly block the slipper's attack. His gaze turned sinister as he said, "Brat, I'll show you the true might of the Lu family." As he spoke, the continent continued to expand, and the sound of the primogenitor scripture became louder and louder. Mu Xia's face turned red, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Every word of the primogenitor scripture smashed into his mind, and the continent seemed to replace the sky as it pressed down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2456. Madman Lu pressed down on the platform above Lu Yin's head. The entire treasury was filled with the power of nightmares, and Yi, Qi and Nong Yi's phantom were unable to move. Madman Lu was able to suppress both Lu Yin and Mu Xia by himself. Mu Xia raised his head as a gray aura swirled around him. He waved his hand and struck out at Madman Lu. The power of time was always great. Mu Xia's palm did not have much power, but it negated what had just happened. It was Madman Lu's visualization and the primogenitor scripture that had caused his power to return to its original state. Mu Xia took advantage of this opportunity to send his evil Sarira crashing down on Madman Lu's body and pushing him underground. Lu Yin quickly controlled Yi, Qi to attack, and progenitor rune lines descended at the same time, forming a giant blade that slashed down. This was a progenitor's blade. Outside the treasury, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were shocked. Mu Xia's use of time battle techniques made them apprehensive, as he had dispelled all of Madman Lu's attacks with a single palm and returned everything to its original state. It was no wonder why Xiaoshenji's power of time had been so easily dispelled. Mu Xia's strength was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. The ground shattered as the evil Sarira pushed Madman Lu underground. Soon after, the blade descended and viciously slashed down. Everyone stared at the ground, wondering what had happened to Madman Lu. Soon after, the red power of nightmares within the treasury shrank and flowed underground, causing Madman Lu's ancestral world to disappear. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as this attack should have taken half of his life away. At the entrance to the treasury, Master Shan's progenitor origin tribulation descended. It was a mountain with thick clouds below it, and because the tribulation's range was constantly expanding, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were forced to retreat far away from the treasury. Lu Yin looked at Master Shan. Sever your own cultivation. He was certain that Master Shan did not have the ability to withstand the progenitor origin tribulation, as he had not broken through the 3 stages. Even if he had been at his peak, he would not have been able to break through to progenitor origin tribulation, let alone when he had been exiled from the Lu family. His terrifying defensive abilities came from his innate gift. He would be crushed to death if he faced the progenitor origin tribulation. Master Shan looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the rest unwillingly. If this was a sealed space, I could sacrifice myself and take away all of the Lu family's enemies. Master Shan, quick! Sever your own cultivation. Lu Yin shouted again. Master Shan didn't move. He wanted to stall for time as much as possible so that Bai Wang Yuan and the others wouldn't interfere with the battle in the Heavenly Realm treasury. Lu Yin grew anxious. Master Shan, Madman Lu is dead for sure. Immediately sever your own cultivation and end your origin tribulation. As the young master, I command you to do so. Master Shan's body trembled, but he still obeyed Lu Yin's orders in the end. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his cultivation rapidly weakened. Originally, he possessed the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor. Even though he was seriously injured, he still possessed strength surpassing that of an envoy's. However, at this moment, after severing his cultivation, not to mention a half-martial ancestor, he would not even be able to maintain his peak envoy's battle prowess. As Master Shan severed his own cultivation, the ancestor realm origin tribulation mountain slowly dissipated. In the distance, Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Once the origin tribulation completely dissipated, they would charge into the Heavenly Realm treasury. They did not believe that Madman Lu would die so quickly. As long as Madman Lu was alive, he would be a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at them. How could he not know what they were thinking? Thus, he released another person from Mount Supreme, Wan Ziyi. At the same time, he also took Master Shan into Mount Supreme. When they saw Wan Ziyi appear, Bai Wang Yuan and the others' faces darkened. Elder Gui Yuan was dumbfounded. Out of all the progenitors in the cosmic tree realm, he was the most shameless and thick-skinned. However, he now knew that he had lost. In this aspect, he was far inferior to Lu Shaoxian. Wan Ziyi's reason for appearing was very simple, he had also come to undergo his tribulation. In reality, both Master Shan and Wan Ziyi had been exiled by the Lu family and were no longer able to break through to the ancestor realm. Although that was impossible, they could still undergo their tribulations. As long as the ancestor realm origin tribulation appeared and blocked the entrance, no one would dare to charge in. Wan Ziyi looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others in the distance. Long time no see. I never thought that we would meet under such circumstances. Shall we have a chat? Wang Fan spoke up. Wan Ziyi, once you undergo your tribulation, you will have to sever your own cultivation if you don't want to die. You will never be able to return to the half-martial ancestor realm in this lifetime, let alone break through to the ancestor realm. Wan Ziyi laughed. Ever since the main family was exiled, it has been impossible for me to break through to the ancestor realm. It will be impossible in this lifetime. Maybe in my next life, I will use my broken body to do something for the young master. Noni sighed. Only the Lu family has the charisma to make such a half-martial ancestor sacrifice his life. Within the heavenly treasury, Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked underground. With Wan Ziyi around, Bai Wang Yuan and the others would be delayed for a long time. Mu Xia did not care about what was happening outside as he stared at the ground. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. As soon as he spoke, the demonic Sarira was forced back by an uncontrollable force. A figure walked out from underground and stood there with his head lowered, panting heavily. The surface of his body was covered in deep, dark purple veins. Strands of nightmare power flowed along the veins and disappeared, causing them to become even more profound. Lu Yin's face paled. Battle force in the realm of mastery. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered. You're that lunatic who cooperated with an ancient god to create battle force in the realm of mastery. Mu Xia was puzzled. What did you say? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He's someone from the above heaven era, and his seniority might even be older than Patriarch Tianyi's. Back then, the third mainland's Tao master Guizhi created battle force in the realm of mastery, and he had many people experiment with it. One of them went crazy because of the experiments. It was you, wasn't it? Laughter rang out from underground. It was very low, but it was terrifying and terrifying. The laughter grew louder and louder until Madman Lu slowly looked up and stared at Lu Yin. It seems like you know a lot about that era. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this was troublesome. Only those who had grasped the realm of mastery would know how terrifying and difficult it was to fight against. This was a cultivation system created by the ancient Tao master, and it was definitely not inferior to the cultivation systems created by the talisman ancestor or progenitor Qin. It could even be compared to the death god's cultivation system. It was an exaggeration to say that in the ancient Tao master's opinion, this cultivation system was the true path that humans should take, and it could replace the cultivation system of the astral source civilization. Now that there was a problem with the fifth mainland's astral source universe, the only ones who could fight were those who cultivated battle force, domains, and spiritual force. Even if Gu Yizhi had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, Lu Yin had to admit that the power that he had created was miraculous and suitable for humans. To be honest, after seeing that Madman Lu had cultivated battle force to the realm of mastery, Lu Yin no longer felt confident. He would only know how powerful a progenitor's battle force was after trying it out. Guiji believes that the power that he created is the true path of cultivation for humans. Let me see if he's right. Madman Lu's tyrannical aura suddenly disappeared, causing Lu Yin and Mu Xia to become even more vigilant. With a bang, Madman Lu lifted up the cracked platform and smashed it at Mu Xia. He took a step forward, shattering the void as he appeared in front of the caged WIRM and punched out. The caged WIRM roared, but Madman Lu's lack of tyrannical aura made it less fearful. It even dared to raise a claw to meet the attack head-on. With a crack, the caged WIRM's claw bent. It had not bent on its own accord, but had been forcefully bent by Madman Lu's punch. Lu Yin was shocked. The caged WIRM's defense was something that even the god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked by. Even Xia Xinji had been unable to do anything to it, which was why he had used Broken Blade to trap it. Madman Lu was shocked. It actually took a punch from me. The caged WIRM's claw had been bent, and the pain stimulated it. Its eyes widened as it roared at the sky and swung its body, smashing its tail towards Madman Lu. On the other side, Mu Xia pushed away the platform and tore through the void to appear behind Madman Lu. He struck out with a palm. Madman Lu had the caged WIRM's tail in front of him and Mu Xia's palm behind him, so he should have been able to dodge the attack. However, instead of retreating, he turned around and met Mu Xia's palm head-on. Mu Xia was shocked, as he felt as if he was facing an indestructible mountain instead of a human's palm. His body was pushed back by Madman Lu's palm, and his palm was torn apart as fresh blood flowed out. At the same time, Madman Lu kicked out and struck the caged WIRM's tail. It was simple and crude, and there were no fancy battle techniques or profound techniques. He had relied on his physical strength and mastery realm battle force to deal with both the caged WIRM and Mu Xia at the same time. At that moment, Nong Yi's phantom descended from above, and Air Qi appeared once again, attacking from below. Without taking into account the time difference, Madman Lu was basically facing enemies from all directions. Is that all you've got? Madman Lu punched out and shattered Nong Yi's phantom, then stomped down and crushed Air Qi. Even though Nong Yi and Air Qi were both borrowed from Lu Yin, they were still progenitors, and they did not have much ability to retaliate against Madman Lu. They had all been crushed, and Lu Yin had also been injured. The Hellworm had been frightened by Madman Lu, but this time, it had been frightened by Madman Lu's incomparably powerful battle prowess, and it had hurriedly fled. Madman Lu looked up and stared at the caged WIRM. Just as he was about to give chase, the evil Sarira descended from above his head. The characters that had been formed from evil energy surrounded Madman Lu, and they were all ancient characters with unfathomable power. No matter how Madman Lu punched at them, he could not break through them. Mu Xia took advantage of this opportunity and slammed down with his slipper. Madman Lu raised his hand, and a golden light filled the sky as the Divine Seal Catalog appeared. It stung Lu Yin's eyes, and he paled. The Divine Seal Catalog. Could Madman Lu have already become a god? Who? Even if he had progenitors to help him, how could he deal with them? Lu Yin was not the only one who had such thoughts when he saw the Divine Seal Catalog. Mu Xia, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others all had the same thought. They had not expected Madman Lu to have the Divine Seal Catalog. They had never thought that a madman could become a god. Who would be willing to help him become one? However, Madman Lu's use of the Divine Seal Catalog exceeded everyone's expectations. No shadow appeared under the golden light, and he used the Divine Seal Catalog to block the slipper's attack. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It could be used like that. Everyone's impression of the Lu family's Divine Seal Catalog was that it could be used to become a god and borrow the power of a progenitor in battle. The only way to use it was to become a god, and no one had ever tested how tough the Divine Seal Catalog was. At this moment, they saw that the slipper had not immediately shattered the Divine Seal Catalog. Madman Lu's eyes turned red, and his hand slammed down at Mu Xia under the Divine Seal Catalog's golden light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2457. Senior Brother. Lu Yin was alarmed, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secretive plan, the star-scattered chessboard. However, under the illumination of the golden light, the star-scattered chessboard couldn't be used at all. Madman Lu's palms landed on Mu Xia's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as two palm imprints appeared on his back. He grabbed Madman Lu's arm with one hand and was sent flying backwards, but he still held on tightly to Madman Lu's arm. Madman Lu's hand slammed down with the slipper. Madman Lu sneered and used the Divine Seal Catalog to block the slipper's path. Suddenly, the slipper disappeared and reappeared in Mu Xia's hand that was grabbing onto Madman Lu. Madman Lu watched in shock as the slipper viciously slammed down. This strike directly hit Madman Lu's right arm, breaking it and forcing him to retreat. This was a collaboration between Lu Yin and Mu Xia. The secret art of plan could not be used, but the secret art of you could be used. This did not mean that the secret art of plan was stronger than the secret art of plan, but rather that the two were used in different ways. In most cases, the plan's secret was far more powerful than the you secret. This was especially true for the plan's secret's repentant step, which could be considered as reversing the flow of space. It was far more powerful than the you secret, but in some aspects, the you secret was simply a stroke of genius. Back when Lu Yin had used the Realm Mountain to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, he had relied on the secret art of you as well. Lu Yin was truly grateful to Undying Yushan. Although Undying Yushan had used him, the secret art of you had helped him greatly on his path of cultivation. Madman Lu faced off against Mu Xia in midair. His right arm was broken, and he could no longer use it. The Divine Seal Catalog floated above his head, emitting golden light. Mu Xia was not much better off. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and two palm imprints could be clearly seen on his chest. He sighed in amazement. Master once said that since I was valued, it would be difficult for anyone in the same realm to be my match. I never thought that this madman's strength would be so terrifying. He's definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin could also tell that Madman Lu was definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas after using battle force at the realm of mastery. He did not think that Xiaoshenji was Madman Lu's match at all. Xiaoshenji had never displayed the power to block the slipper. Madman Lu's God Investiture Catalog could do that, and Xiaoshenji did not have battle chi of the mastery realm, which allowed him to unleash his physical strength to the extreme. Senior Mu Xia did not care about Xiaoshenji, but he was quite afraid of Madman Lu. Moreover, at this moment, Madman Lu might not have used all of his means. This battle was going to be difficult. At the entrance of the Heavenly Realm Treasury, Wang Ziyi still went through his tribulation in the end because Bai Wang Yuan and the others wanted to charge in. Madman Lu had held the upper hand earlier, but it had only lasted for a short while. Against Lu Yin and Mu Xia's combined attacks, his situation would only become more and more disadvantageous as time passed. The Fog Ancestor and the others could not interfere in this battle. It was just like how the Four-Way Sky had to kill Lu Yu and deal with the Gnome family in Ghost Abyss. Some battles were not suitable for them to interfere. Above him, the Tribulation Origin black hole continued to expand. It wasn't exaggerated, but Wang Ziyi's strength was declining rapidly. As the finger descended, the Origin Tribulation descended. That finger was definitely a power that had appeared in this starry sky before, and it was borrowed by the stellar source universe to prevent Wang Ziyi from transcending the tribulation. Wang Ziyi looked at his fingers. Is he being crushed like an ant? If it was back then, I would have definitely cut off this finger. Senior, sever your own cultivation, Lu Yin said. Wang Ziyi hesitated. Lu Yin barked, "As the young master of the Lu family, I command you to sever your own cultivation." Wan Ziyi looked up again and sighed as the finger continued to descend. Back then, everyone had been certain that he would definitely become a progenitor, and even Bai Xing and the others had treated him with respect. Lu Tianjing had even visited him frequently. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to transcend his tribulation? "Senior, if you die from your tribulation, then I won't dare to borrow the strength of the Lu family's remaining members in the future." Lu Yin's voice rang out again. He could tell that Wan Ziyi wanted to transcend the tribulation, even if it meant death. This was a cultivator's lifelong goal. However, Wan Ziyi had his own standpoint, and Lu Yin had his own thoughts. Sometimes, it was better to live, so why did one have to die? Since one was born into this world, one had to think of a way to survive. Living was not only for oneself, but also for one's friends and family. Wan Ziyi lowered his head and slapped his chest, severing his own cultivation. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. "I never thought that even you would escape. Wan Ziyi, you won't be able to become a progenitor in this lifetime." Wan Ziyi looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. "If I can't become a progenitor, then so be it. Being a normal person isn't that bad either." As Wan Ziyi severed his own cultivation, the progenitor's tribulation dissipated. Lu Yin finally managed to calm the caged Wirm down and then headed towards the entrance of the heavenly treasury. He took out Mount Supreme, and under everyone's speechless gazes, he brought out Elder Chan, another one. Wang Fan was speechless. One after another, Lu Shaoxian had made ample preparations. Elder Chan asked after he came out, not even one succeeded. Lu Yin looked at him. "Senior, I hope you succeed." Elder Chan smiled and shook his head. "I'll give it a try." Bai Wang Yuan and the rest stared at Lu Yin. "Lu Shaoxian, this battle should be over. You don't want the humans to lose too many progenitors in a civil war. If Madman Lu dies, then who will guard the bad star? If you and Mu Xie die, then the losses will be great. What will happen to the fifth mainland?" Lu Yin looked at them. "Nonsense. Within the heavenly treasury, Madman Lu massaged his right arm. I can't use it for now. It's too troublesome." He looked at Mu Xie. "The two of you can't kill me. I'll give it a try." Mu Xie's voice was much lower, and it was obvious that he was suppressing his injuries. Lu Yin summoned Yi Qi once again, and the divine seal catalog appeared along with Nong Yi's phantom image. The general appointment platform revolved around him. "Senior brother, you must kill him today." With that, the progenitor's rune lines shot towards Madman Lu as Mu Xie pushed the nefarious Arira towards Madman Lu. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. "Even I can't kill you. Mu Xie, your strength is indeed within my expectations. If not for your strength, then I wouldn't have been able to protect that brat back then. I'm not going to play with you anymore. It'll be over once that old bastard undergoes his origin tribulation." He then stared at Lu Yin. "Brat, you might have escaped this time, but you can't keep Mu Xie with you forever. There will be a day when I catch you, and I'll hang your skin on the divine seal catalog." Lu Yin raised his head. "That day won't come. You can die now." He then struck out with a palm. From the start of this battle until now, Lu Yin had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always been summoning his generals or using his progenitor's rune lines, but now, he had truly attacked. This palm represented that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. After fighting for so long, Lu Yin had still not used this move, as he had been waiting for this moment. Madman Lu had no intention of killing Lu Yin and only wanted to avoid this battle. This was the moment when Lu Yin's defenses were at their lowest, and Mu Xie was injured as well. It seemed like this battle was about to end, but now, it was his turn. It was Lu Yin's turn. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Madman Lu's pupils shrank as he stared at his body. The purplish-black battle force around him had actually vanished in an instant. How was this possible? The evil Sarira pushed forward, and Madman Lu hurriedly used the Divine Seal catalog to block it. Mu Xiao was already prepared, and he dodged the Divine Seal catalog to attack Madman Lu. Yi, Qi, Nong Yi, and Hellworm all attacked at the same time. With the addition of the progenitor's rune lines, Madman Lu was once again surrounded by attacks from all directions. This time, he was unable to block them all, and his left shoulder was smashed by a slipper. His back and chest were also struck, and his flesh was torn apart as blood sprayed across the sky. Madman Lu roared as the Divine Seal catalog wrapped around him like a curtain, and he charged towards the entrance of the heavenly treasury. He had not expected Lu Yin to still have this move. If not for this move, he would not have been beaten so badly. Elder Chan watched Madman Lu charge over and felt somewhat helpless. However, he was also filled with anticipation as he began to face his tribulation. Madman Lu suddenly stopped when he approached the entrance. He was a madman, but that did not mean that he wanted to die. His progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, so how could he approach it? At this point, the extreme effect ended, and his mastery realm battle force appeared once more. Lu Yin attacked again, wanting to hit him, but Madman Lu would not let him succeed. He dodged the attack and looked up. What move is this? Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't Madman Lu know that extreme effect was extreme effect? That's the extreme effect of withering. Don't get hit, or you'll definitely die, Bai Wang Yuan warned. The extreme effect of withering had left a deep impression on them. Even the undying god had been completely countered by this move, but they had not realized that Lu Shaoxian was already very familiar with this move. Not everyone knew about the desolate ancestor. In that era, only a few people truly understood him. Most people's impression of him was that he was a very lucky person from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As for his battle prowess, he was probably the weakest in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2458. Lu Yin looked at the entrance to the treasury. He would not allow Elder Chan to sever his own cultivation. The old man was not a remnant of the Lu family, and he had not come here just to prevent Bai Wang Yuan and the others from undergoing their tribulations. He truly wanted to undergo his tribulation, and he had come here of his own accord. Ever since the 6th mainland sky had covered the 5th mainland, no progenitors had been born there. Even if the upper 3 gates were opened, the 5th mainland's half-progenitors were confident that they could break through to the progenitor realm. The first person to attempt it, Lingji Mavis, had died, and Elder Chan was the second. Elder Chan's first wave of origin tribulation was Sky Crush. Both inside and outside the treasury, in the top realm, a boundless amount of astral source formed a dome that pressed down on Elder Chan from all directions. The astral source within Elder Chan's body was constantly being sucked away, and many half-progenitors could not pass this stage. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on the power of his heart to prevent the astral source from being sucked away. Progenitor was the final step of cultivation. To become a progenitor, one had to create their own power system. Regardless of whether this system was strong or weak, only by creating one's own system could one become a progenitor. The power of Lu Yin's heart could ignore the inner world of a half-progenitor, and that was the same for Elder Chan. He had to find a way to prevent the astral source from being sucked away, or else it would be difficult for him to pass Sky Crush. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled something. He had never seen Elder Chan's inner world since the start of the battle. Right, what was Elder Chan's inner world? He stared at the old man. Elder Chan took a deep breath. Behind him, a series of stone pillars rose into the sky. On top of each stone pillar was a large building. There were even trees growing on the stone pillars. Trees, forests, stars. This was the Hall of Honor. Luin blurted out, "The Hall of Honor." Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the scene behind him with a complicated expression. Indeed, his inner world was the Hall of Honor. Every half-progenitor had a different inner world. Some focused on killing, such as Xia Ji's sword and Wu Yao's crescent ring. There were also inner worlds that had a wide range, such as Lan Xian's cherry blossom paradise and Kuei Luo's carp leaping over the dragon gate. There were also inner worlds like Qing Ping's that could judge everything. However, Luin had never thought that there would be an inner world that was exactly the same as the real world. If the inner world was real, then he looked at Elder Chan with a complicated expression. Was the Hall of Honor actually built using Elder Chan's inner world as a template? Mu Xia sighed in admiration. This person's innate talent is truly extraordinary. He actually used his own inner world as a template to create an exact replica of the real world. This is Junior Brother's Hall of Honor, which is equivalent to another form of self-hypnosis. The more powerful the Hall of Honor is in reality, the more powerful this person's inner world will become. If the Hall of Honor in the real world is destroyed, then what about Elder Chan's inner world? Mu Xia said, "It will also weaken." Luin stared blankly at Elder Chan's back. When the Eternals attacked the Fifth Mainland, they destroyed part of the Hall of Honor's territory. Many things happened after that. The Hall of Honor was completely gone, and the sect above heaven was established. The Fifth Mainland center of power shifted to the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan had supported him from beginning to end. He had never told anyone that he wanted to rebuild the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was willing to support him even though he was weak. It's been a long time since the Hall of Honor was destroyed. His inner world has weakened a lot, so it's unlikely that he can stop the star source from being extracted. Mu Xia sighed. Luin was puzzled. "Senior, why didn't you tell this junior about your inner world?" He didn't say anything, as Elder Chan was undergoing an origin tribulation. Lu Yin's voice could very well attract an origin tribulation. Although Luin didn't say anything, Elder Chan seemed to know what Luin was thinking. He watched as the star source in his body was being extracted. "There's only one thing that I want to do. And that is to protect the Fifth Mainland. Whether it's me or you, it's enough as long as we can protect the Fifth Mainland." With that, the Hall of Honor formed by his inner world suddenly collapsed behind him. The star source was no longer able to support the appearance of his inner world. "It's more serious than I thought." It looks like the Hall of Honor heavily hypnotized him back in the real world. At that time, he definitely had the terrifying strength of a half-ancestor, just like Junior Brother Qing Ping. It gave him so much power back then, but now that he's weakened, the negative energy it gave him is also extremely strong, Mu Xia said. Luin understood. No wonder Elder Chan hadn't used his inner world all this time. As the sky suppressor approached, the Hall of Honor behind Elder Chan crumbled. He suddenly laughed out loud. "I understand now. Reversing the star source will lead to a decline. Since this inner world has already collapsed, there's no need to linger. Since the star source's power has reversed, then I'll use the reverse star source to reconstruct my inner world." His eyes widened as a formless energy spread out in all directions, instantly causing the sky suppressor to freeze. The star source in his body also reversed at the same time, blocking the origin tribulation from extracting him. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were shocked. They had thought that the collapse of this person's inner world would lead to the same fate as Wan Ziyi and the others, forcing them to sever their own cultivation to avoid the origin tribulation. They hadn't expected this person to be able to reconstruct his inner world. Reconstructing an inner world was not as simple as they thought, and it was under the progenitor's origin tribulation. Luin was shocked. "Senior brother, he..." Mu Xia sighed. The fifth mainland star source is reversing. The original inner world was reconstructed by the positive star source, but now, he's no longer suppressing the reverse star source. He's using the reverse star source to reconstruct his inner world. This person truly deserves to be the master of the fifth mainland's Hall of Honor. Madman Lu was also watching, and his eyes narrowed. Reconstructing an inner world. It sounded simple, but who could do it? It was just like how some people had become progenitors, and if some succeeded, others should be able to as well. However, how many people had actually become progenitors since ancient times? Lu Yin couldn't figure out how Elder Chan had managed to reconstruct his inner world. Was it too late to reconstruct it now? Elder Chan suddenly turned back to look at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with hope. Lu Yin, ever since you appeared, the fifth mainland has changed. It doesn't matter if you are a direct descendant of the Lu family or someone else. I believe that you can lead the fifth mainland back to its former glory. Since that's the case, I will do my best to assist you. With my abilities, I will do my best to help you. I hope that you will not disappoint me. After he finished speaking, a path appeared beneath his feet. It was a simple and unadorned path that looked very ordinary, like a dirt road in the countryside. However, everyone knew that this was the inner world that Elder Chan had reconstructed. A path? There was even such an inner world. As the path appeared, it began to extend until both ends reached the sky suppressor. In an instant, it blocked the sky suppressor like a ruler that measured the sky suppressor. Everyone stared at it, as they had never seen such a strange inner world before, nor had they ever seen such a method of crossing the sky suppressor. The sky suppressor couldn't move, as it had been forcibly blocked by the path. Lu Yin didn't understand what Elder Chan was trying to say. Assist him. Elder Chan's tribulation caused all the fighting in the treasury to stop. Mu Xia and Lu Yin weren't confident that they could kill Madman Lu, so they used all of their techniques. As long as Madman Lu tried his best to avoid them, they would be helpless. Lu Yin kept trying to think of a solution, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. Less than an hour later, the sky suppressor dissipated. Elder Chan's reconstructed inner world had survived this tribulation. Everyone looked above Elder Chan, where the tribulation origin black hole had yet to dissipate. He still had to face the tribulation. How could a progenitor's origin tribulation be so easy to overcome? Elder Chan looked up. It was still the same path beneath his feet, but it had shrunk and could only support the bottom of his feet. The tribulation origin black hole suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and then a blade descended vertically. Xiaxinji's blade. Wang Fan cried out. The astral source universe could borrow any power that had ever appeared, and Xiaxinji was no exception. However, no one had thought that Xiaxinji's killing power would appear so coincidentally. Old Chan looked up at the sky. When you chased after Lu Yin, this old man was powerless to help. Now, this old man will break your blade. From now on, this old man will be able to withstand your blade. As he spoke, the path beneath his feet extended to the blade's edge, just like before. The blade did not collide with the path, but instead followed the path and slashed towards Old Chan. The blade descended from one end of the path, while Elder Chan stood at the other end. When the blade neared him, Elder Chan raised his hand and caught it, causing the blade to shatter into pieces. Even though it was not Xiaxinji who had personally attacked, and it also did not mean that Xiaxinji's blade strike contained ancestor-level power, Old Chan had also not stepped into the ancestral realm. This meant that Old Chan was able to receive Xiaxinji's blade strike even though they were at the same cultivation level. Bai Wang Yuan stared at the path. They couldn't understand what it was used for. Was it indestructible? Or was it something else? They couldn't understand it. The tribulation origin black hole still hadn't dissipated, and a low drumbeat continued to descend from above, shaking the heavens and earth. It was as if the person undergoing the tribulation would be shaken to death. Even though they couldn't see the source of the drumbeat, everyone knew that it wasn't simple, as Elder Chan revealed a pained expression. The drumbeat grew louder and louder, and it sounded increasingly familiar to Lu Yin's ears. Were these the war drums of the above heaven sect? Were they the heavenly hammer's drumbeats? The war drums represented morale, and each beat could make one's blood boil, causing one to forget about life and death as they fought on the battlefield. The war drums of the above heaven sect had even given birth to the heavenly hammer battle technique, which Big Sis had relied on to compete with the Daozi. The war drums that Elder Chan was hearing right now were definitely not something that could be beaten by a single heavenly hammer, but rather countless hammers. No one could help Elder Chan, even if Lu Yin knew that this was the heavenly hammer battle technique. Fortunately, Elder Chan still managed to overcome it in the end. After enduring 2 hours of bombardment from the heavenly hammer, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. It's not that easy to break through to ancestor. The stronger the cultivator, the more terrifying the tribulation. Sometimes, it's easier for ordinary cultivators to walk down this path, Mu Xia said as he looked at Madman Lu. He had to find a way to deal with Madman Lu while Elder Chan was undergoing his tribulation. Otherwise, he might not have another chance in the future. Lu Yin also stared at Madman Lu. When things reached an extreme, there would always be a counterattack. He rubbed his cosmic ring and wanted to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm to fight Go Lian, but Bai Wang Yuan and the others had already warned Madman Lu that he couldn't just stand there and let Lu Yin beat him up. It seemed that all of their current methods were useless against this madman. The origin tribulations continued to descend, and Elder Chan endured each one with great difficulty. More and more blood flowed out, and even the air was filled with the stench of blood. Lu Yin didn't dare to look, as he was afraid that he would see Elder Chan dying powerlessly. Thank you Fatty Zama Master like Yuzhong Daming Stargazer's loyal friend Turbid and Clear, thank you for your support, brothers. Honestly, it wasn't that he didn't want to update, but that he was too tired. There were too many things to do at the end of the year, and recently, he had been rear-ended by a truck on the highway and suffered some injuries. It was fortunate that he didn't die. Thank you again for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2459. This was how merciless the progenitor's origin tribulation was. To the astral source universe, any progenitor was an enemy. This was clearly a power created by the progenitor, and it could have given the humans more experts, but it still created this tribulation to prevent the humans from reaching the progenitor realm. Why? He looks like he's about to die, Madman Lu howled with laughter. He was in a miserable state, and although he had managed to avoid Mu Xia and Lu Yin's attacks, his injuries were worsening. Lu Yin couldn't help but look over, and he saw that Elder Chan had already used the ancestral chi of 3 suns, but he still couldn't withstand the origin tribulation and was on the verge of collapse. Madman Lu sneered, "Brat, it must be very painful, right? Those people were all undergoing their tribulations because of you. They either severed their own cultivations, making it impossible for them to reach the ancestor realm for the rest of their lives, or they died under the origin tribulation. Everyone in the Lu family will experience the pain that I experienced back then. I will make the Lu family disappear completely and rebuild my Lu family." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and stared at Madman Lu. "No one can live only for themselves, and you are no exception. Since you've tasted pain, it means that you once had someone you cared about. Would that person want to see you like this?" Madman Lu's eyes narrowed. "What do you know?" He roared, and the red power of nightmares surged from his body once more, filling the treasury. A moment later, a blackish-purple substance spread out along with the nightmares, forming a blackish-purple space. Within this space, Lu Yin was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. The prison drake once again felt that tyrannical and unparalleled pressure. It roared and bared its fangs in an attempt to escape. Mu Xia's expression turned solemn. An ancestral world. No, it was comparable to an ancestral world. What was this? Luin blurted out, you formed an ancestral world with battle force in the realm of mastery. Hen Axayan had once said that ancient Tao master had confirmed that battle force in the mastery realm could also form an ancestral world. That was a path of invincibility, and it was also the path that Hen Axayan wanted to embark on. He was certain that once he embarked on that path, he would be invincible in the same realm. Madman Lu sneered. Brat, I didn't want to do this at first, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The purplish-black substance spread out once more, and the purplish-black substance on the surface of his body was constantly being consumed. The purplish-black substance that filled the entire treasury became even more condensed, as if it was trapping Luin, Mu Xia, and the others in a swamp that they could not struggle against. Not to mention them, even the prison flood dragon was unable to break free. Every strand and wisp of the black and purple had imprisoned them, making them unable to move. Madman Lu took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu. I said that I'll skin you and hang you on. Even if I die, I'll make sure the Lu family. He reached out, grabbed Lu's hand. He reached out, a hand grabbed. Lu's slipper loses Lu's, and instantly grabbed the sliptoes. It Madman Lu's grab the his. The Madman's entity. Madman Lu's level. And he didn't even have time to use the reverse effect. Against Madman Lu, even the slightest delay would allow him to escape. This was a progenitor. With a smack, the slipto viciously struck Madman Lu's head, crushing half of his skull and sending his body crashing to the ground. Senior brother. Luin barked. Mu Xia waved his hand, and the evil Sarira smashed down. Outside the treasury, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest watched the scene unfold. It was over, and Madman Lu had underestimated Lu Shaoxian. This brat had too many strange tricks up his sleeve, and he always had a way to survive a hopeless situation. Who would have thought that an envoy would be able to fight against such a powerful progenitor? Luin had so many tricks up his sleeve against a progenitor, and Madman Lu would never have guessed that Luin had cultivated battle force to the mastery realm. The more one understood battle force, the more one would not believe such a thing. Back then, he had been driven mad by his experiments, but even so, he had still failed. If not for being imprisoned by the Lu family for so many years, bitterly cultivating for so many years, and borrowing the power of the nightmare star, he would never have been able to cultivate it. How had Lu Shaoxian managed to cultivate it? How? Was his luck really that good? One type of opportunity was luck, while many types of opportunities were inevitable. Madman Lu crashed to the ground, his eyes wide. This should not be happening. Was he destined to die at the hands of the Lu family? No, definitely not. Even if he died, he could not die at the hands of the Lu family. The divine seal catalog appeared once more, wrapping around him. The evil Sarira pressed down, and Luin tossed the sliptoe to Mu Xia. Mu Xia charged down, and this time, he did not hesitate to kill Luin. Lu Shaoxian, stop. Bai Wang Yuan barked. Wang Fan roared, Lu Shaoxian. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. Another progenitor was about to die. Boom! A huge sound reverberated throughout the top realm. Below the evil Sarira was the general appointment platform, which was Madman Lu's. It was also filled with images of various people and beasts. Mu Xia slammed down with the sliptoe, and the general appointment platform shattered. The next moment, the divine seal catalog rose up with a golden radiance, pushing away the evil Sarira and Mu Xia. Mu Xia slammed down with the sliptoe once more, and this time, the divine seal catalog could not hold on any longer. It was forcefully torn apart, and the evil Sarira pressed down on Madman Lu through the cracks. Madman Lu opened his eyes, and a scarlet vertical eye appeared in his pupils. He struck out with a palm, hitting the evil Sarira. Due to the divine seal catalog's golden radiance, Mu Xia could not see anything. He only felt that the ancestral realm was on the verge of collapse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The evil Sarira was pushed back by Madman Lu, and Mu Xia was sent flying backwards. Lu Yin hurriedly called out to Yi Qi, who raised his serrated blade and slashed down. He borrowed the power of Nong Yi's phantom to attack at the same time, and a fallen leaf drifted down. Although it was slow, it gradually covered the ground. Underground, Madman Lu's scarlet vertical eye disappeared, and he leapt up to meet Yi Qi's blade and Nong Yi's fallen leaf. His chest was slashed by the serrated blade, and blood splattered across the sky. The fallen leaves wrapped around him, and Lu Yin raised his hand. With a casual wave, the sliptoe appeared in Yi Qi's hand, and he slammed down again. Madman Lu clenched his fists, and his pupils turned scarlet again. This time, because he was covered by the fallen leaves, no one could see anything. He punched out, and his fist collided with the sliptoe. There was a thump, and both the fallen leaves and Yi Qi shattered at the same time as the sliptoe was sent flying. Lu Yin kept staring at Madman Lu, and he could faintly see the scarlet vertical eye. It really was red back. Senior. Mu Xia did not move. Madman Lu's palm strike had almost shattered the evil Sarira, and his ancestral realm had been severely damaged. Lu Yin looked over and saw Mu Xia's pale face. Across from him, Madman Lu was panting heavily, and his pupils had already recovered. He grinned at Lu Yin. Without Mu Xia, what can you do? There's still me. He shouted, and a vast power descended from the entrance of the heavenly realm treasury. It broke through the black hole of origin calamity and brought with it a terrifying progenitor's power. Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation. Lu Yin and the rest did not see how Elder Chan had succeeded, but the shocked expressions of Bai Wangyuan and the rest spoke volumes. A progenitor had succeeded right in front of them, and this progenitor was no ordinary progenitor. Inside the ancestral realm, Madman Lu's expression changed. He succeeded. How? Lu Yin was overjoyed. Senior. Elder Chan looked even more miserable than Madman Lu, but his aura was still flourishing. 3 strands of ancestral qi appeared on the surface of his body, and one of them transformed into ancestor Shui Wuqing of the 6th mainland. Snow drifted down, and an icy chill descended, attempting to freeze Madman Lu. Madman Lu felt his scalp go numb. 3 strands of ancestral qi, this was 3 strands of ancestral qi. Someone had actually managed to break through. This was troublesome. 3 strands of ancestral qi was a top-notch technique, and anyone who cultivated them would be undefeatable. This was because the cultivator's realm was the same as the person formed from the ancestral qi. During the Supreme Tournament in Universe, the Prime Clear lineage had used the 3 strands of ancestral qi to suppress everyone else. If Lu Yin had not grasped the Reaper transformation, he would not have been his opponent either. He had even attracted the intervention of the martial ancestors, as they did not wish for the 5th mainland to give birth to such a monster. At this moment, Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation, and the 3 strands of ancestral qi of a progenitor appeared for the first time. The first to appear was Shui Wuqing. Regardless of Shui Wuqing's previous battle prowess, at this moment, he was relying on Elder Chan to appear. Under the power of a progenitor, the world was frozen, merciless, and boundless. All that could be seen in the treasury was a world of ice and snow, causing the world to change in an instant. Every drop of snow carried with it a chilling killing intent. Outside the treasury, the dragon ancestor's face sank. It's Shui Wuqing. Be careful of his 1,000 tribulations. That's a spiritual essence battle technique that has reached the progenitor realm. Shua Wuqing was the dragon ancestor's opponent during the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands. The 5th mainland's strongest powerhouse was 9 mountains and 8 seas, while Shua Wuqing's status in the 6th mainland was equivalent to 9 mountains and 8 seas. Madman Lu continuously retreated, but in this world, he had nowhere to run. He had not expected the dragon ancestor to be so wary of Shua Wuqing. Elder Chan's 3 strands of ancestral qi could create 3 people, and he had originally thought that Shua Wuqing was only at the level of the blood progenitor or the martial progenitor. Now, it seemed that Elder Chan's incarnations were not simple at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2460. No matter how much he tried to convince himself that it was just an illusion, when he truly faced it, he still felt a chill. This was a fear of Lu Tianyi and ancestor Hui that had formed over countless years. Elder Gui Yuan felt a toothache. Why were all the progenitors from the 5th mainland so freakishly powerful? Lu Shaoxian alone could fight against 3 progenitors, and this old man had used the ancestral qi of the 3 sons to manifest a progenitor. Even Lu Tianyi had appeared, and he was also fighting against 3 progenitors. How were they supposed to fight? He even wanted to help the 4-way scales. Looking at Bai Wangyuan and the others, this was the first time he felt that they were weak. Junior brother. Mu Xie roared. Lu Yin and Elder Chan turned around at the same time. No, it was above their heads. They looked up and saw beams of light descending from the sky. This was the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array. 3 years ago, the 7 sky gods had tried to rescue the undying deity, and it had been the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array that had helped Bai Wangyuan and the others along with the help of the divine eagle. Now, the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array was actually attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. The mist ancestor was immediately enraged. Stop! As he spoke, the hazy fog swept forward. No Ni attacked at the same time. The limitless power sourcebox array could only be used against the Eternals, but now, it was being used against the humans. This was equivalent to the humans creating a butcher's knife for themselves, which was a rather vile thing to do. No one was allowed to use unlimited power to attack their own people. The scales of the 4 directions were out of line. Wang Fan suddenly shouted, "Stop! You can't attack your own people with unlimited power." Bai Wangyuan shouted angrily at the same time. At this moment, all of the progenitors were trying to stop limitless kinetic energy from attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor were more proactive than anyone else, and they even attacked the light beam. At first glance, it really looked like they were protecting Lu Yin. In reality, this was indeed the case. They were protecting Lu Yin, as their goal had been achieved. Madman Lu had successfully broken through Lu Yin and Elder Chan's blockade and rushed out of the vault, charging towards Bai Wangyuan and the rest. Not only had Bai Wangyuan and the rest saved Madman Lu, but they had also pushed away all responsibility. No matter who had activated the limitless energy array to attack Lu Yin's group, the blame would not be placed on Bai Wangyuan and the rest, as they had been protecting Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Madman Lu brushed past him from the side, and he saw his cruel smile and murderous gaze. His eyelids twitched, and he retrieved the Grim Reaper Go Lien and the Grim Reaper's left arm from his cosmic ring, using his left arm to grab Go Lien. In an instant, an overflowing aura of death covered the heavens. In a corner of the middle-level realm, darkness connected heaven and earth. It almost cut across the starry sky and connected with the death god's left arm. Xia Xinji and Bai Xing had seen this scene before, but no one else had. Although they hadn't seen it before, an indescribable sense of danger descended upon everyone's minds, shocking them. Ghost Abyss Old Man opened his mouth wide. Death Chi, that direction was Ghost Abyss. He looked at Lu Yin, who was using the Grim Reaper's left arm to grab Go Lien and draw in the Phantom Abyss's deathly aura. Go Lien angrily shouted, "Stop! That's my Phantom Abyss's deathly aura." However, Lu Yin did not have the time to deal with Madman Lu. His death chi instantly traversed the heavens, and it was even faster than a progenitor's speed. It was as if the distance between them no longer existed. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu and slashed out with his Golian. Death chi swept past, and the heavens were overturned. Endless darkness enveloped the top-level realm, and everyone looked up to see a black stream of air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable darkness pierced through the void, connecting Lu Yin and Madman Lu, blocking everyone's vision. Within the darkness, Madman Lu opened his scarlet vertical eyes, and they were filled with madness. As the Grim Reaper's slash descended, his eyes suddenly changed from gray to green, then to red, and finally to Ghost Abyss. Ghost Eye finally became eyeless, the highest realm of the Grim Reaper transformation. Every change represented a tenfold increase in his physical strength, and his battle force at the Mastery realm would also be condensed correspondingly. After his pupils became eyeless, Madman Lu's strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Ghost Abyss's death chi was above that of the fifth mainland's Kun's domain, and the amount of death chi it had attracted far surpassed the attack that had been directed at Xiaoshenji. However, even this attack did not give Lu Yin the confidence to kill Madman Lu. He looked at Madman Lu's terrifying eyeless eyes, saw his smile, and saw his mouth open to say something. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the darkness dissipated as he transformed into the Grim Reaper transformation. Madman Lu's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Yin and laughed maniacally. "Your fate will be the same as the Lu family's." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Kill. He had to kill him. If he missed this chance, there would never be another one in the future. Kill, kill, kill. A blazing killing intent filled his mind, dyeing his eyes red. He could not see it, but a red dot had appeared in his eyes as well. It was the red dot in his heart. Lu Yin could not see it, but Madman Lu could. There were only the two of them within the torrent of death chi, and Madman Lu stared at the red dot in Lu Yin's eyes. Was that divine power? How was that possible? No matter how desperate the situation had been, even when Lu Yin had displayed Mastery Realm battle force, Madman Lu had never been so shocked. This was no longer just shock, but a feeling of the world collapsing around him. It was as inconceivable as if the entire Lu family had sided with the Eternals. Lu Shaoxian, a direct descendant of the Lu family, had actually cultivated divine power. Was he a madman, or was the Lu family a madman? Or was this Lu Shaoxian a madman? Go Lian suddenly descended, and the death chi swept across the void, tearing a crack in the sky above the top realm. A darkness that could devour everything appeared before the eyes of countless people. They had never seen such a scene before, and their instincts told them that if they touched this darkness, they would die without a complete corpse. A huge bloody wound appeared on Madman Lu's body from his forehead down, and death chi emanated from it. The dark torrent of death chi dissipated. Everyone looked at the two of them. Madman Lu looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and his head was lowered. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was panting heavily. The red in his eyes had disappeared, and he had returned to normal. What just happened? He looked at Go Lien and only remembered Madman Lu's smile. It was a smile that disgusted him, and he wanted to kill him immediately. Thoughts of slaughter filled his mind, and he even forgot how he had injured Madman Lu. Madman Lu had used the death transformation, and even the death god's attack should not have been able to injure him. So what had happened? He slowly looked up, and at the same time, Madman Lu looked up as well. Lu Yin was sure that Madman Lu was a redback, as he had cultivated the death transformation, but no one else had seen it. Madman Lu had also seen the divine force in Lu Yin's eyes. What kind of existence was this person? He was definitely not a simple descendant of the Lu family. What had happened? Fresh blood dripped down. Madman Lu's body trembled from his injuries, and he could not control his body. Bai Wang Yuan and the others approached and looked at the injuries on Madman Lu's body. Even for a progenitor, this was quite serious, and it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to recover. This was the power of the death god, and it would take a long time to dispel it unless someone at the same realm helped. Lu Yin gripped Go Lian tightly. Within the abyss, the death chi was still being drawn in, and he had not used it all in one go. Or rather, he could only use this much. No, it's still not enough. One more attack, and that would be enough to kill Madman Lu. Mu Xia and Elder Chan came to Lu Yin's side and looked at him. Junior brother. Mu Xia asked, sensing that something was wrong with Lu Yin. The killing intent in his eyes was too strong, and it was not an ordinary killing intent. Lu Yin spoke in a low voice, Senior brother, I can't accept this. Mu Xia's expression changed, and he looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others. I can't accept this either. If it had just been Lu Yin and Mu Xia, then it would have been fine if they had not been able to deal with Madman Lu. However, Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm and used the ancestral chi of the three sons to ascend to the progenitor realm. In the end, Madman Lu had managed to escape. This was what Lu Yin could not accept, as they had clearly had a chance to kill Madman Lu. Lu Shaoxian, it's over. No matter how the two of you met, it's all over now, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madman Lu knows how to use battle force at the realm of mastery. Since ancient times, there have only been a few people who have managed to cultivate battle force at the realm of mastery. Gu Yizhi, the founder of the Third Mainland, was one of them. Henshin, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, was another, and so was I. My battle force came from Henshin, and Henshin's battle force has been around since ancient times. Where did Madman Lu's battle force come from? Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked at Madman Lu, curious as well. They had never heard of battle force at the realm of mastery before, but Madman Lu had just displayed an incomparably powerful attack. This level of strength had been enough to sweep through Mu Xia, Yi Qi, and the other progenitors. If not for this strength, Madman Lu would not have been able to last until now. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin. Whose general appointment platform is it? Lu Yin glanced at the floating platform. Lu Jian's. Lu Jian. I remember now. He's the guy who couldn't cultivate his own strength, so he went to cultivate someone else's. If he can do it, why can't I? Madman Lu growled. Lu Yin barked, don't change the topic. I'm asking you how you learned battle force at the realm of mastery. You're Redback, and you've interacted with Gu Yizhi more than once. Gu Yizhi is the head of the 7 sky gods, and only he can help you cultivate battle force to the realm of mastery. You've been following him since the era of the above heaven. Madman Lu laughed maniacally, and his laughter affected his wound, causing a large patch of blood to spill out. I learned battle force at the realm of mastery from Gu Yizhi, but I was imprisoned by the Lu family not long after. If I colluded with Gu Yizhi, what would the Lu family say? The Lu family must have deliberately allowed me to do as I pleased. Otherwise, how could Gu Yizhi have been able to deceive the Lu family and teach me battle force at the realm of mastery? You've also learned this strength, so who can guarantee that it wasn't Gu Yizhi who taught you? Lu Shaoxian, the Lu family was clearly exiled, but you were able to rise up in the abandoned wasteland and even reach this point. Even if you had the Lu family's resources, you wouldn't have been able to do so. How did you do it now? There's something wrong with your growth history. You're Redback. Lu Yin fell silent. Without any evidence, any accusations were powerless. The only thing he could do was plant a seed of doubt in everyone's hearts. Lu Shaoxian, you've touched my ghost abyss's death chi. How do you explain that? The ghost abyss ancestor jumped out and accused Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him coldly. Are you the Grim Reaper? The ghost abyss ancestor was furious. The Grim Reaper disappeared a long time ago, and his death chi is a blessing that he left for all who cultivate it. Even if you're the Grim Reaper's successor, you can't touch my ghost abyss's death chi. You have to give me an explanation. Lu Yin calmly replied, all right, I'll find some time to go to Ghost Abyss and explain it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2461. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch froze and looked at Lu Yin before subconsciously glancing at Mu Xia and Elder Chan. He felt that Lu Xiaoshuan's words were threatening, but he had actually asked for an explanation. Why would the three of them go together? The Ghost Abyss Patriarch looked at Madman Lu. If even this guy couldn't handle it, then who could stop the three of them? Ahem, let's talk about this later. I hope that you can consider the Ghost Abyss Patriarch. After all, there are so many cultivators in the Ghost Abyss who need death energy. Once you use it up, they won't be able to gain a foothold. The Fog Ancestor sneered. Nongi shook his head. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch was unhappy, but what could he do? No one present could take on the three of them alone, and it was obvious from how badly Madman Lu had been beaten up. If the battlefield had been the Ghost Abyss Patriarch, then Lu Shaoxian could not even imagine how much power he could use. When he thought of this, he looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring with a burning gaze. If it could draw death energy from the Ghost Abyss, then it had to be the Grim Reaper's weapon. And that arm. Did it belong to the Grim Reaper as well? If he could obtain it, who in the astral tree realm would dare to touch the Ghost Abyss? Madman Lu suppressed his laughter, which made the Ghost Abyss Patriarch think that he was mocking him. You're not satisfied, are you? Lu Yin stared at him. Madman Lu met his gaze. It wasn't easy for you to create an opportunity to kill me, but in the end, it was all for naught. You're not satisfied, are you? Ha ha ha. Lu Yin took a deep breath and relaxed. You can escape once, but you won't be able to escape a second time. I'll kill you. Madman Lu's lips curled up, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He did not mention Lu Yin's mutation, just as Lu Yin had not said that he had transformed into a corpse king. Without proof, anything he said would be useless. Do I have a chance? No, I'm not playing anymore. Without the Lu family, there's nothing worth playing with in this spacetime. He then took out a large seal. This seal was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. It was a spatial coordinate seal. Lu Yin found it strange, as only the Eternals could create such a seal that could fix spatial coordinates. For example, the seal that Gu had used to travel to the three sovereign spacetime was similar. Madman Lu, you. Bai Wang Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Everybody was staring at Madman Lu. He was using the seal to tear the void apart. After that, a voice said, "Is this the primordial space?" The voice came from the other side of the void. When Bai Wang Yuan and the others heard the voice, their expressions turned solemn. Madman Lu smiled. I'm going to the main space. Welcome. Another word came from the other end of the void. Then, a figure walked out and came to Madman Lu's side. The person who came was dressed in gray robes and had a long beard. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked very old. He had a kind smile and a lofty aura. The moment he appeared, ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. It was as if this space was enduring something, causing people to feel stifled. Long time no see, old friend. The gray-robed old man looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others and smiled. Bai Ran said, I didn't think that this madman would be able to contact you directly. The gray-robed old man laughed. Master admires him and gave him a choice. Although he waited for a long time, he still made the choice. He then frowned. It seems like he just went through a tough battle. He then looked across and saw Lu Yin's group. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin and stared at his appearance. His face gradually darkened. You're from the Lu family. Ever since the gray-robed old man had appeared, Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on him. He knew that the mastermind behind the banishment of the Lu family had appeared. It was impossible for the four cardinal scales to rely on the ancestral Mang to make a comeback. The Lu family had several progenitors and was even considered a deity. It was simply a fantasy, and the only reason they had been able to do so was because someone else was helping them. Not only had this person helped them banish the Lu family, but he had also restrained the Eternal's power in this space. Otherwise, the Eternals would not have been stopped. If the undying God could pass through the tree realm and enter the astral tree plane, then so could the ancient gods. When the Lu family had still been around, the Eternals had definitely been able to keep the Lu family in check, and that power had been equivalent to another Lu family. If the Eternals had attacked the astral tree plane 3 years ago, then how could the four cardinal scales have stopped them? However, the Eternals had never had such a power, so this power had definitely been restrained by another parallel spacetime. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then it had to be the same parallel spacetime that this gray-robed old man was in. When Lu Yin heard that the gray-robed old man had recognized him as a member of the Lu family and that there was something off about his expression, he became even more certain. Who are you? Killing intent filled the gray-robed old man's eyes. Did you call me here to deal with this kid? He was talking to Madman Lu. Madman Lu replied, that'll be difficult. That brat is a direct descendant of the Lu family, and he's a godly progenitor. He's also obtained Lu Jian's power, so he's the equivalent of 2 or 3 progenitors. The one beside him is his senior brother, Mu Xia, who's comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The other one just broke through to progenitor, but he's cultivated the ancestral qi of 3 sons. He'll be quite difficult to deal with. The gray-robed old man was shocked, and he stared at the 3 people before him. No wonder you were beaten up so badly. He then looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. Why didn't you help him? Bai Ran replied, this is the Lu family's own grudge. The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed. At that moment, the mist ancestor suddenly stepped forward and stared at the gray-robed old man. Who are you? The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor. And who are you? The mist ancestor raised his head. Shi Wei of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The gray-robed old man was astonished. The mist ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It seems like you've heard of me. It's not the first time I've heard of you. Didn't you die? That's not a big deal. Let me ask you, who are you? Where are you from? How are you related to Madman Lu, Bai Wangyuan, and the others? The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor and then at Lu Yin's group. I'm a Yuan sage. As for my identity, you will find out in the future. He then turned to look at the distant hellworm. This pet is not bad. Master will like it. When the day comes, you can use it as a gift. He then waved at Madman Lu. Let's go. Master will wait for you. Lu Yin raised his brows. Stop right there. You want to leave just because you're here. Which parallel universe do you represent? The gray-robed old man looked at Lu Yin. You're a direct descendant of the Lu family. If you want to live, then don't ask so many questions. The Lu family deserve to be destroyed, and you should learn from this lesson. Don't be as arrogant as the Lu family, or else you'll suffer the same fate. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, using his progenitor rune lines to envelop the gray-robed old man. Bai Wangyuan and the others immediately blocked his path. Lu Shaoxian, you can't attack him. Lu Yin immediately called Yi Qi over, and the God's sealing catalog released a golden light. Scram! Mu Xia and Elder Chan both stepped forward. The gray-robed old man sneered. Bai Wangyuan, keep your space-time dogs in check. Otherwise, Master won't mind personally making a trip down. He then stepped into the torn void, and Madman Lu followed suit. Lu Yin watched as the spatial tear closed, and he stared into Madman Lu's eyes until the void was completely restored. When the space was restored, Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. Give me an explanation. The Fog Ancestor replied, I also need an explanation. Nong Yi and Ancestor Gue Yuan also wanted to know what had happened. In the distance, the caged Wyrm bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Now that Madman Lu had left, it was no longer afraid. Bai Wangyuan, tell me, what's going on? The Fog Ancestor asked again. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other and then said, there are many parallel universes in the universe, and the one we're in is one of them. The Eternals have opened up battlefields in various parallel universes in an attempt to conquer the universe. That person just now was called a Yuan Sage, and he represents one of these parallel universes. He then looked at Lu Yin. When we exiled the Lu family, they also helped us. Lu Yin's finger twitched. Why? Wang Fan coldly replied, because the Lu family is too arrogant, and there are always people who can't stand it. Speak human. Lu Yin barked. Wang Fan was furious and wanted to berate Lu Yin. Mu Xia spoke up, is that parallel universe very strong? The dragon ancestor nodded. Very strong, and we can't compare to them. That's why I advise you not to provoke them. He then glanced at Caged Drake. The strongest person in that universe is called a Grand Empyrean, and he's a terrifying existence comparable to a primogenitor. Lu Yin and the others felt their scalps go numb. Comparable to a primogenitor? That was horrifying. Up until now, the strongest person they had encountered was the ancient god, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. The strongest person Lu Yin could borrow from was also the death god of the 3 realms. As for a primogenitor, he was an existence that surpassed the 3 realms. Is the only true god being held back by him? The Fog Ancestor blurted out. Bai Ran replied, it's best not to provoke that universe. They call themselves the main space, and they are the greatest power against the Eternals. The 7 sky gods are constantly being held back by them, and there are more than one parallel universe that follows them. Lu Shaoxian, don't provoke them, or you'll be inviting disaster for everyone. Of course, you can't provoke them either. You can't even come into contact with that universe. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The main space. It was no wonder that the Lu family had been exiled. Where did Xiaoshenji go? Wang Fan suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, as he was the only progenitor on the 5th mainland. No one else could deal with Xiaoshenji, but there had been no news of him since he had gone to the 5th mainland. This was strange. Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't know. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Lu Shaoxian, Xiaoshenji is one of our main forces against the Eternals. Lu Yin looked up. Are you trying to talk about righteousness with me? Bai Wangyuan paused. Righteousness? Talk to Lu Yin. Would that be useful? Nong sighed. Although the Eternals have been pushed back over the past few years, our forces have been greatly weakened as well. If the Eternals reappear, the Outer Realm won't be able to gather 7 progenitors. The Fog Ancestor said, Lu Shaoxian, you defeated Madman Lu, so you can take his place and guard the Nightmare Star. Mu Xia can also guard the Broken Star. She looked at Elder Chan, you can replace Xiaoshenji. We lost 3 progenitors, so we'll replace them. Nongyi thought about it and agreed. They had lost Madman Lu, but Lu Yu and Xiaoshenji had replaced Lu Yin, Mu Xia, and Elder Chan. No one brought up the matter of the heavenly treasury again, as everyone had a tacit understanding. As for Xiaoshenji, the 4-way scales would definitely send someone to Shenwu continent to investigate. Lu Yin had naturally made preparations as well, and he had asked Elder Chan to oversee Shenwu continent, not because of the 4-way scales, but because of the 3 sovereign space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2462. Xiaoshenji had gone to the 3 sovereign space, and if he joined forces with the 3 sovereigns to open up a parallel space, it would be hard to say what the 5th mainland would face. There had to be a reason why Gyu had spent so much effort to seal this space. With Elder Chan around, even if the 4 cardinal scales went, it would be useless. It was very difficult for anyone to find a parallel space, but the parallel space where Lu Yin had been born was as bright as a lighthouse. Thus, anyone from the 5th or 6th mainland who had wandered into a parallel space could be found as long as they had the ability to travel through spacetime. Of course, this ability was not simple. The more powerful a spacetime was, the more difficult it was to travel through it. However, it was not difficult for a progenitor as long as they could find their way back. The cosmic tree was an exception. Because the cosmic tree had been separated from the 5th mainland, no one from the cosmic tree would be able to find it in the vast parallel spacetime. At the same time, because the cosmic tree had been separated from the 5th mainland, no one from the cosmic tree could sense the 5th mainland. This meant that if anyone from the cosmic tree was stranded in a parallel spacetime, they would truly be stranded. This was one of the reasons why the Lu family had not been able to find them. Xiaoshenji had been thrown into the 3 sovereign space, and he could not find the cosmic tree either. The only way back was to open up a passage between the 3 sovereign space and Shenwu continent. Elder Chan's success in breaking through gave Lu Yin a lot of confidence. This old man who had protected the 5th mainland for his entire life had finally made a breakthrough. If not for Lu Yin's prestige, Elder Chan could have taken control of the 5th mainland once again, but he had no such plans. Everyone dispersed, and Lu Yin returned to the heavenly realm's treasury. The fog ancestor followed behind him. I'll ask around about the situation in that main space. Lu Shaoxian, if things don't work out, just bear with it for the time being, the fog ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, senior. Even if I want to take revenge in that spacetime, I need to be able to go there. The fog ancestor rolled his eyes. I know you very well. As long as you want to, you can definitely do it. The 4 cardinal scales can contact that main space, so you've already set your sights on them. Lu Yin was speechless, as that was indeed what he had been thinking. The first person he had thought of was Xia Xing, but since she had been used, she was no longer of any value. He was thinking about who else in the cardinal scales could be used by him. The fog ancestor understood him too well since he had been with him for a period of time. Anyway, I'll help you inquire about the situation in the main space. Before you break through to Ancestor Realm, don't mention this matter, said the fog ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. With my strength, even if I go to that main space, I won't be able to take revenge. Bai Wang Yuan said that there are powerhouses comparable to primogenitors there. The mist ancestor was disdainful. I don't believe that, but if the sole true God is really being held back, then I have no choice but to believe it. She then sized up Lu Yin. Where did Xiaoshenji go? Lu Yin smiled. Are you helping Bai Wang Yuan and the others find out? No, the mist ancestor replied bluntly. Lu Yin nodded. I threw him away. What do you mean? Parallel spacetime. The main space is one, and there are many others. I threw him into a parallel spacetime, and it will be very difficult for him to come back. The fog ancestor sighed. How ruthless. The four-way scales banished the Lu clan, and now you've banished Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin straightened his back. Yes, this is exile. Thank you, senior. This junior can see the future. The mist ancestor was speechless. I didn't teach you anything. She then left. At present, there were two opposing factions in this spacetime. On one side was the four-way scales, and on the other side was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's side had once been the weaker side, but that might not be the case anymore. Madman Lu had been beaten away, and Xiaoshenji had been banished. The four-way scales' power was growing weaker and weaker. The mist ancestor could not stop these two sides from fighting, and all she could do was conserve her strength as much as possible in order to deal with the Eternals who would definitely appear. Before leaving, the mist ancestor reminded Lu Yin, the Eternals will definitely not let this spacetime go. Lu Yin believed the mist ancestor's words, as the Eternals would definitely not let this spacetime go. He could either deal with the four-way scales before the Eternals arrived and conserve his strength, or he could set aside his grudges and ally with the four-way scales against the Eternals. He looked up at the sky. Even if I want to set aside my grudges, the four-way scales won't. This grudge will have to be resolved sooner or later. The treasury was already unstable due to the great battle, and the space was constantly being torn apart. It would soon disappear. There was a layer of star essence within the treasury, but many had been destroyed during the battle. There were less than 10 million left. Lu Yin still took them away, as it was still money. Elder Chan had returned to the fifth mainland, and Mu Xia had gone to the sovereign realm. They no longer needed to follow him. Madman Lu had disappeared, and no one in this spacetime posed a threat to him. At this moment, Lu Yin finally felt true freedom. Sometimes, the stronger one was, the less freedom one would have. What was the goal of human cultivation? Immortality. What was the point of eternal life? If one did not have freedom, then what was the point of living? He took out Mount Supreme and released Lu Sun. Lu Sun walked out and looked around in confusion. Does this look familiar? Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun's expression changed. Is this the treasury? She suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Young master. Lu Yin met her gaze. Right here. I had a fight with Madman Lu. Lu Sun's expression changed, and her face turned deathly pale. The Lu family has been exiled, and countless Lu family members have either died or been crippled. I'm very curious as to why you would betray the Lu family and help the four-way scales set up a trap that they thought would lead to their deaths. Lu Sun closed her eyes and slowly knelt in front of Lu Yin. I'm sorry, young master. Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't blame you. It's the Lu family that couldn't protect you. Lu Sun looked up, her eyes red. It's my will that wasn't strong enough. Young master, you brought the family to prominence and reached an agreement with the four-way scales, but I still betrayed you. Young master, please kill me. It's my fault, I betrayed the main family. Lu Yin truly did not blame her. Everyone had a weakness, and some could withstand it while others could not. He could not expect all of the remaining members of the Lu family to face death with equanimity under any circumstances. He did not have the right to do so. It must have been hard on you all these years, Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun knelt on the ground and clenched her fists in silence. Lu Yin sighed. You can leave. Lu Sun looked up and stared blankly at Lu Yin. She had thought that she would definitely die. Lu Yin turned around and stepped out of the treasury. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Sun watched Lu Yin's departing figure as tears streamed down her face. The main family did not want her anymore. Betraying the main family had caused her heartache, and now that her name had been removed from the main family, she felt an indescribable pain that was worse than death. Noni had said that only the Lu family had the charisma to make people like Wanzi pledge their lives to serve them. Within the Lu family, the void of the treasury continued to crack, and this space was about to disappear along with everything inside. Lu Sun closed her eyes again and sat up, but she did not leave. She just sat there and looked around. When the main family had sent people over, she had accompanied them in choosing resources and had been the one to watch over the treasury. That was a sign of the main family's trust in her. Who would have thought that, after so many years, she would use the treasury to scheme against the heir of the Lu family? She did not know how the young master had survived, but the treasury had explained everything. The battle must have been intense. She suddenly saw the fragments of the distant general appointment platform. She saw a fragment of the divine seal catalog that was emitting a dim golden light. She thought back to the Lu family, which had once been at its peak. She suddenly laughed. I shouldn't have betrayed them. Her voice echoed throughout the treasury, but it could not be heard outside. The treasury had completely shattered into the void, and everything inside had disappeared, including Lu Sun. Lu Yin looked back, but Lu Sun did not come out. He had given her a way out, but she had not taken it. Betrayal was wrong, and she had used her death to atone for it. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. Family ties, familial ties, friendships, and love were the things that people should pursue in life. These were the things that represented freedom. He looked up, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar, venting all of his repressed emotions. Bai Xianer had shown him a future where he would kill his family and friends, one sword at a time. This had left a shadow in his heart, and even now, he did not dare to face it. Lu Sun had used her death to atone for her sins, and she had shown him what a person should pursue in life. He would not kill his family and friends, and no matter what happened, even if he had seen the river of time or just a corner of the future, he would change that future. He knew why he had become like that in the future, and he also knew that when the Grim Reaper had slashed at Madman Lu, he had lost consciousness because of his divine power. The red dot that had been left in his heart after the astral door had shattered with something that he would do everything in his power to deal with. He would not harm his family and friends. Xianjiu had not been very clear, and the future that Bai Xianer had shown him would never happen. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared above the hellworm's head. Let's go, Night Star. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring as it charged towards the Night Star. The Night Star belonged to him. As the red planet approached, Lu Yin had not expected it to belong to him so quickly. The first time he had seen the Night Star many years ago, he had been killed by the divine seal catalog. After that, nothing good had come out of it. Although the thorn in Madman Lu's heart had not been completely removed, it had been dealt with for the time being. The hellworm streaked across the sky and landed on the Night Star under everyone's watchful eyes. The Night Star's environment was extremely rare. Although there was star energy and astral sources, they could not be absorbed or used to cultivate. The only power that could be cultivated here was the power of nightmares. The hellworm's enormous shadow covered the entire nightmare shrine. Within the shrine, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in shock. Lu Yin landed in front of the shrine with a boom and looked ahead. Feng Lan and the rest of the nightmare shrine's cultivators stood in the distance, looking at him with confusion and helplessness. Ancestor Nightmare is gone. From now on, this Night Star belongs to me, Lu Yin said calmly. Feng Lan and the rest were shocked. May I ask who Ancestor Nightmare is? The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it glared at them, startling them and causing their faces to pale. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2463. These cultivators had experienced many desperate situations on the Nightmare Star, and many of them had grown indifferent to life and death. However, their instinctive fear could not be suppressed. Facing the hellworm, aside from the corpse kings of the Eternals, most people would be terrified unless they were stronger than the hellworm. "I killed him," Luin said, appearing in front of Feng Lan in a flash. Feng Lan was on guard and took a step back. Luin stepped forward and appeared 5 meters away from him, fusing with him. During his 3 years on the Fifth Mainland, Luin had fused with Feng Lan's body once, so he could fuse with him within 5 meters. He fused with Feng Lan's body to see if there was anything related to Madman Lu. The others stared blankly at Feng Lan, but no one dared to speak. At this moment, Jiu Hao walked out of the nightmare shrine and looked up at the hellworm before drinking. The hellworm looked at her and subconsciously bared its fangs. It liked to see creatures in fear. However, it was disappointed as Jiu Hao was drunk and showed no fear. In her eyes, the hellworm was just an illusion. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to him, and Feng Lan was awake and looking at him in confusion. "Everyone, go back." Lu Yin turned to leave. These people did not have much to do with Madman Lu. Their growth and cultivation had not been helped by Madman Lu, and they had all been eliminated naturally. The Nightmare Star's cultivation was to steal the power of nightmares from living beings. These people were like goo worms that were being reared. Only the fittest survived. The losers would die, and the winners would be able to join the Nightmare Shrine and serve Madman Lu. Only Jiu Hao was valued by Madman Lu. Burp. There was a long burp. Lu Yin watched as Jiu Hao walked over, swaying. "How much did you drink?" Jiu Hao smiled. "I'm happy, so I drink more." "Are you happy that Madman Lu was dealt with?" "He should be nice to you," Lu Yin said. Jiu Hao tossed the gourd to Lu Yin. "Yeah, we're rare drinking buddies." Lu Yin looked at the gourd and shook it. The Heavenly Realm treasure vault was a scam from the beginning to the end. The four-way balance used Lu Sun to arouse his interest, and he used his own method to find the Heavenly Realm treasure vault and enter it. Among them, Lu Sun was the traitor, but Lu Gong was not. He wanted to bring him out of the cold immortal sect, and the key to the Heavenly Realm treasure vault came from Wine Hao. What role did Wine Hao play in this? He had contacted Jiu Hao 3 years ago. Logically speaking, Jiu Hao was helping him, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't help him according to the square balance's request like Lu Sun. There was a loud smack as Jiu Hao slapped himself on the head to clear his head. "Hey, Lu Yin, you're here." He tossed the gourd at her. "Why are you so drunk?" "I'm happy, so I'll drink if I'm happy." Jiu Hao smiled and took the gourd. He shook it a little before passing it back to Lu Yin. "Want some?" "It's a specialty of the Bad Star. It's super spicy and has a strong aftertaste. I guarantee that even an emissary can get you drunk." Lu Yin shook his head. "No need." Jiu Hao took a big gulp. "Are you happy that Madman Lu is gone?" Lu Yin asked. Jiu Hao wiped her mouth. "He was a rare drinking buddy, so of course I'm not happy that he's gone. But I'm happy that I can leave this damned place." She then put the gourd away. "He knows that I gave you the key." Lu Yin raised his brows, but he didn't say anything. "After I gave it to you, he came clean with me." But he didn't do anything to me. He and I are just drinking buddies. In this godforsaken place, it's hard to find 1 or 2 close friends. I can't survive here." Lu Yin was confused. "Drinking buddies? Isn't he your master?" Jiu Hao replied, "Of course not. He doesn't take in disciples, but he says that he's my master. He's just protecting me. He knew when you contacted me the first time, but he didn't say anything. He deliberately let me give you the key. It was a trap, wasn't it? I'm glad that you're fine." Lu Yin nodded. I'm fine. It must have been tough for you to stay on the bad star for so many years. Jiu Hao grinned. Few women were as forthright as she was. It's fine as long as there's alcohol. She kicked the ground. If there wasn't any, I would have been buried here. Luin believed her words because he had a feeling that she was telling him the truth. What did you talk about when you drank with him? Luin asked. I want to understand him. Jiu Hao rubbed her head. Let me think. He doesn't talk much, and he's a taciturn person. Every time he gets drunk, he'll curse at someone with the surname Liu. Who did he curse? Luin asked. Old fogey Liu, you old bastard, Jiu Hao said. Why? I heard him say that he's definitely going to destroy the Liu family. He also said that if you don't let him do it, he'll do it. If you don't like that person, he'll help him and become his test subject. In any case, it's all about cursing and venting. Luin frowned. This wasn't much different from what he'd heard from Madman Liu. Madman Liu hated the Liu family to the core, and the test subject he'd mentioned should be Guizhi. Liu Bujing and the others had said that the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along, which meant that their ancestors didn't like Guizhi. Madman Liu had become Guizhi's test subject to take revenge on the Liu family. It was no wonder that one of progenitor Chen's clones had turned into a giant and attracted the attention of the entire 5th mainland. The giant had originated from the 3rd mainland and had been created by Guizhi, so it was normal for the 5th mainland to hate him. Luin broke out in cold sweat for progenitor Qin. If the Liu family and the 3rd mainland had any more grudges, he might not be able to keep his clone. Who was this old Liu that Madman Liu was talking about? Why did he hate the Liu family so much? The hellworm soared into the sky and circled around the nightmare star. Luin entered Nightmare Shrine and followed the information he'd gleaned from Fenglan's memories to enter a simple courtyard. The courtyard looked just like a normal person's residence. Luin walked past 2 deep grooves and looked towards a corner where the general appointment platform had once been. The ground had been crushed, and now, Madman Liu's general appointment platform and the Divine Seal catalog had been destroyed along with the Heavenly Realm treasury. Luin walked past the courtyard and arrived in front of the house. He reached out and pushed open the door. The interior of the house was just as simple as the one Luin had built for himself and Xian in the food paradise, but it was even simpler. Madman Liu seemed to be immersed in his own world and didn't care about the outside world at all. Past the house was the backyard, which was a desolate, dark red land with strange insects crawling about from time to time. Luin stood at the back of the house and raised his hand. His fingertips touched something that caused ripples to appear. This was a hidden space that was similar to a greater world. He directly entered. This was what he'd seen from Fenglan's memories. Madman Lu wasn't afraid of being seen by others, and Feng Lan had never dared to have any ideas about this place. They were both terrified of Madman Lu. Lu Yin stepped into Madman Lu's hidden space, but he couldn't see anything. All of the star essence sparkled brightly. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. What's this? He thought that Madman Lu had hidden something incredible in his own backyard, but he hadn't expected it to be such an enormous amount of star essence. Where had Madman Lu gotten so many star essence? Lu Yin looked around and saw that the size of this treasure trove was several times larger than Junior Progenitor Planet. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that Madman Lu knew that Jiao Hao had given him the key, which meant that Madman Lu already knew where the key was. Could the star essence here be from the Heavenly Realm treasury? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Madman Lu wanted to destroy the Lu family, but he simply wanted to destroy them and not help the four cardinal scales. The Lu family had been exiled, so it was normal for Madman Lu to take the resources from the Heavenly Realm treasury. The four cardinal scales definitely didn't know about this, or else he wouldn't have agreed to give the Nightmare Star to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was ecstatic. He'd thought that the Heavenly Realm treasury was just a trap, but he hadn't expected that there would actually be something inside. There should be no less than 10 trillion star essence here. Lu Yin gulped. He had money now, and these resources could not only restore the progenitor's swordsman's sword, but he also had some left over. Should he upgrade the slippers? No, the slippers had already been exposed, and everyone was on guard against them. Whether it was Madman Lu, the four cardinal scales, or the Eternals, they all had a deep impression of Lu Yin's slippers. He had to change them. But what should he change them to? A needle. That wouldn't work either, as they'd also been exposed. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he needed to find a weapon that wouldn't attract any attention, but was still as powerful as the slippers. After using the slippers so many times, he deeply understood how useful they were, and they had saved his life more than once. It would be difficult to take away so many star essence, so he might as well repair the progenitor's sword here. Lu Yin took out the progenitor's sword, but he suddenly paused as the scene he'd seen before appeared in his mind once more. Under the scarlet eyes, the sword's edge had been brandished, bringing about a cruel slaughter. The people he had killed were all those he cared about, whether they were his family or his friends. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor's sword with a complicated expression. He had clearly been high-spirited and had vowed to change the future, but when he touched the sword again, the coldness in his hand had chilled his heart. He took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolute. No matter what the future held, he would definitely change it. No one could control their own future. As he thought about it, he raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it. Everything went smoothly, and he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin placed the progenitor's sword on the die and then began to frantically toss out star essence. How much money a person could spend depended on how they spent it. For an explorer, a few dozen star essence was enough to last him until he became a hunter. For a hunter, a few thousand star essence was quite a lot. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2464. The Mavis Bank controlled the Fifth Mainland's economy, and the total amount of star essence stored in the bank was probably not that much. Furthermore, those star essence had been stored by someone else, not the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin let out a long breath and picked up the progenitor's sword. The cracks on it had completely disappeared, and it was time to test it out on the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin stored the remaining star essence into his cosmic ring, which now had about 3 trillion star essence in it. In addition to the 2.5 trillion star essence that he already had in his cosmic ring, he now had a total of 5 trillion star essence on him, which was neither too much nor too little. He had only spent 1 1 trillion star essence to upgrade the slippers, which was more than enough to upgrade them again. Should he upgrade them? His die's 3 pips still hadn't disappeared, and Luin hesitated for a moment. Whatever, there was no point in upgrading the slippers if they couldn't hit the target. Luin walked out of the void and looked up to see an arc in space. He had not known what it was when he had first fused with Yuan Sen's body, but now he knew. That arc was the danger from the source box that connected the entire infinite kinetic energy. It was this danger that had caused the nightmare star to become like this. There were 7 planets in the outer realm, and each one was different. Flora planet bloomed with beautiful flowers all year round, and it was the most beautiful planet. The nightmare star was the planet with the worst weather, and the strange phenomenon caused by the sourcebox's danger could only be explained by an origin array master. The nightmare star needed someone to oversee it all year round, but now that the Eternals had been pushed back, Luin no longer needed to stay there. He left the nightmare star, but he did not immediately return to the 5th mainland. Instead, he went to the frigid immortal sect. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to take Lu Gong away. In the past, he had needed his senior brother to watch over him before he could provoke the 4 cardinal scales, but that was no longer necessary. When the Hellworm approached the frigid immortal sect, the alarm sounded. Countless frigid immortal sect disciples looked into the distance as the Hellworm approached with a majestic aura. Lu Yin's Hellworm had long since become the object of envy. Not everyone had a progenitor mount, and even Bai Wang Yuan did not have one. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan had just returned when he saw Lu Yin arrive. He immediately guessed what had happened. "Father, Lu Yin's here for Lu Gong, right?" Bai Qi asked. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was solemn. "Give him Lu Gong." Bai Qi nodded. "Got it." Bai Wang Yuan watched Bai Qi leave with an ugly expression. Actually, after returning to the sect, he wanted to kill Lu Gong, but he didn't do so. Now, Lu Shaoxian had already matured. He represented another colossus in this spacetime that could rival the 4-way scale. Lu Gong could be killed, but the frigid immortal sect would have to bear the consequences. Lu Shaoxian was no longer the Lu family of the past. He was more scheming, more ruthless, and knew how to take revenge. Bai Wang Yuan didn't want to suffer any losses because of Lu Gong, and he didn't want to suffer any unknown losses either. Wait a little longer. The main space already knew of Lu Xiaoshuan's existence, and all they had to do was wait for their reaction. Madman Lu would not let him go. Bai Qi walked out of the cold immortal sect with Lu Gong behind her. Lu Gong looked at the Hell Flood Dragon in shock. He had seen this creature before. Wasn't this the Hell Flood Dragon from the Divine Martial Heaven? The frozen immortal sect wanted to hand him over to the Divine Martial Heaven. Bai Qi, you broke your promise. Bai Qi's back was facing him as she looked at the Hell Flood Dragon. Stop pretending. Lu Shaoxian told you to tell us that Madman Lu is red. That way, he would be able to steal the key from the Nightmare Star. This was all part of our plan. The one who told you was Yu Chen. Lu Gong was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. You want to use this as an excuse to shirk your promise. What a joke. The astral tree belongs to the 4 Libras, so what's the point of finding an excuse? Who are you telling this to? Bai Qi raised her head. Give it to him. Lu Gong looked over and saw a young man walk down from the Hell Flood Dragon's head. The young man looked down at him with a smile. Lu Gong stared at the young man, his eyes filled with excitement. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Young master. Lu Yin landed in front of Lu Gong. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Gong was excited, and his eyes widened. Young master, it's really you. Lu Yin nodded. I'm here to get you. Lu Gong closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Suddenly, He opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. Bai Wangyuan, you still let me go in the end. Ha 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 ha. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan was furious. How dare a half-progenitor berate him? Bai Qi angrily shouted, Lu Gong, how dare you? Lu Gong glared at her. Scram. There's no good in the frigid immortal sect. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed. You're courting death. Lu Gong looked at the frigid immortal sect. Bai Wangyuan, you old bastard, let me go today. One day, I'll lock you up and make you beg me, ha ha ha. Bai Qi immediately attacked, but Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of her and calmly looked at her. Bai Qi was furious. Lu Shaoxian, get out of the way. As a junior, berating a progenitor is disrespectful. So what? Let Bai Wangyuan speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly, but his domineering tone caused the hearts of the frigid immortal sect's disciples to tremble. His domineering aura suppressed the frigid immortal sect, and no one dared to make a sound. Bai Qi didn't know what to do. Fight? She definitely wasn't his match. If she didn't fight, how could she protect her father's dignity? She definitely couldn't deal with Lu Yin on her own, and her father definitely couldn't appear either. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Lu Gong and Lu Shaoxian, then his prestige in front of the world would be gone. Her father definitely couldn't appear. Bai Wangyuan looked into the distance. He couldn't appear, no matter how Lu Gong cursed or how arrogant Lu Shaoxian was. He couldn't appear unless he was prepared to fight to the death. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin, who was standing in front of him. After hearing Lu Yin's words, he confirmed that this person was the young master. Actually, he was just testing the waters. He had originally been worried that this person was an impostor from the frigid immortal sect, but after hearing Lu Yin's words, even an impostor would die. Lu Shaoxian, can't you be a little more stable? Do you have to cause a ruckus before you stop? Bai Xing tore through the void and walked out, his progenitor's power rippling through the sky. The hellworm bared its fangs as if it had been provoked. Bai Xing. It wasn't afraid. Bai Xing's appearance allowed Bai Qi to relax. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. When I exchanged 3 palms with Bai Wangyuan in outer space, you promised to release all of the remaining Lu family members. What about now? What did Lu Sun say? What did Lu Gong say? Bai Xing smiled. There are always times when people are careless. Those who don't make mistakes aren't people, but machines. You know this better than us. It's normal to forget 1 or 2 of the remaining Lu family members. Was there a need to shout? Didn't we release them? Lu Gong didn't say anything. He had only provoked Lu Yin to confirm his identity. Now that he had confirmed it, he didn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't know the young master's strength, and it would be easy for him to lose if he rashly fought the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin smiled. You're even more shameless than Bai Wangyuan. At least he has some sense of shame and doesn't dare to come out, so you're acting shamelessly. Bai Xing rolled his eyes. Young man, your words are so unpleasant. Ancestor Bai is in seclusion, or else you wouldn't have been able to act so impudently. I wanted to have a chat with you in the clouds, but now, please don't come to my frigid immortal sect. You're not welcome here. Lu Yin placed a hand on Lu Gong's shoulder. Pray that I don't come here again. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave. He then appeared above the hellworm's head with Lu Gong. The creature roared once more and unleashed its progenitor's power without restraint. It then turned around and left, heading in the direction of the Wang family's continent. It was time to return to the 5th mainland. After the hellworm disappeared, Bai Xing's face sank. Father can't appear, Bai Qi said. I know, Bai Xing replied. He then descended upon the frigid immortal sect and appeared in front of Bai Wangyuan. How's Xiaxinji? Bai Wangyuan asked. Bai Xing shook his head. There's a place in the fifth mainland called the Shenwu continent. There's a path that leads to an unknown space-time. Xiaxinji was lured there, but he didn't come out. I wanted to keep an eye on that place, but not long ago, a progenitor called Elder Chan appeared. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Elder Chan was like Lu Shaoxian, who was equivalent to multiple progenitors. The ancestral qi of 3 suns was one of the top techniques of the fifth mainland during the above heaven sect era. Bai Wangyuan had never expected someone to reach the progenitor realm and draw out Lu Tianyi. To be honest, even Bai Wangyuan was curious about how strong this Lu Tianyi was. As for Bai Xing, he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. It seems like Xiaxinji has been exiled, Bai Zhe said. Bai Xing was astonished. Exiled? Just like the Lu family from back then. Bai Zhe replied, the Lu family was exiled to the everlasting realm, and they'll naturally deal with them. Lu Shaoxian doesn't have the ability to do that, and Xiaxinji should have been exiled to an unknown space-time. It'll be difficult for him to return. When I left, I saw that Shenwu continent was enveloped by 7 giant sourceboxes. It should be a sourcebox array. I heard that there were originally only 5 sourceboxes, but Lu Shaoxian somehow managed to find 2 more and formed a new sourcebox array to seal off the entire continent, Bai Xing explained. Right, what happened here? Madman Lu didn't succeed. Bai Wangyuan sighed and told Bai Xing everything that had happened. On the other side, Lu Gong was apologizing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. So you were just testing me? I thought that after being imprisoned for so many years, your anger had exploded. Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Something happened to the patriarch. The chances of you being able to walk through the astral trees safely are too low. I really don't understand how you managed to get to this point, so I suspect that the 4 cardinal scales are tricking me. Then why did you still believe Yu Chen's words and do as I said? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Gong said, there's no loss. Madman Lu helped an outsider deal with the family, and it's even better that he's killed. Even if the 4 cardinal scales bite each other, they'll still be able to avenge the family. Lu Yin nodded. This was how a member of the Lu family should be. Even if the family was gone, they would still think of ways to take revenge. It won't be long before I make the 4 cardinal scales pay the price. Xiaxinji is the first, but he won't be the last. Lu Gong heard this. Young master, you can definitely do it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2465. The Hellworm quickly passed through the New Sky Corridor and returned to the fifth mainland, and Lu Yin had Lu Bujing take Lu Gong away. When Lu Bujing saw Lu Gong, the first thing he said was, "Greet your ancestors." Lu Gong was furious. Lu Yin was left speechless, but after some explanation, Lu Gong finally realized that it really was a progenitor. Lu Yin was helpless about the sudden appearance of a progenitor. "Where is Lu Sun?" Lu Bujing asked. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin. "Lu Sun, elder of the Qinshan branch. He's dead." Lu Gong's eyes widened. "Dead? Young master, how did Lu Sun die? You must avenge her." Lu Yin waved his hand and had Lu Bujing tell Lu Gong what had happened. He then went to find Wu Junshi. "You told me about the 3 sovereign spacetime, but I want to know more about the main space." Wu Junshi stared at Lu Yin in shock and disbelief. "Why? Are you wondering why I know about the main space?" Wu Junshi's heart was in turmoil, and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. This person clearly did not know anything about the 3 monarch spacetime continuum, but now, he actually knew about the main space. Can the main space travel to and from this space-time continuum? Lu Yin asked, is it strange? Wu Junshi explained, the main space is the head of the 6 directional societies, and they possess an unimaginable amount of power that is comparable to the once prosperous primordial space. Even so, they can't travel through much space-time, which is what the sovereign said. Why is that possible? Suddenly, he paused and looked at Lu Yin in shock. The above heaven sect, the above heaven sect. Wasn't the above heaven sect a flourishing sect that had once existed in the primordial space? Is this the primordial space? Lu Yin also remembered that the Yuan sage had mentioned that this place was called the origin space. That's right. Wu Junshi felt his scalp go numb. How is this possible? Do you came from the origin space? He had never mentioned it before. If this was the origin space, why would he seal it? The terrifying power of the origin space is not something our 3 monarch spacetimes can compare to. This was also the reason why he didn't think in this direction. Why would a giant block the path to an ant? Furthermore, he had used such a complicated method, even sacrificing himself. It did not make sense. Lu Yin did not explain to Wu Junshi that Gu had come to the 5th mainland from the cosmic tree. From his point of view, the 5th mainland was still a wasteland that did not even have a progenitor. How could it compare to any other parallel spacetime? But if this entrance was in the cosmic tree, then things would be different. It seems like you still have a lot of things that you haven't told me, Lu Yin said. Wu Junshi's expression turned bitter. Sir, it's not that this lowly one doesn't want to tell you, but I didn't expect this to be the origin space. The probability of parallel spacetime converging is far, far too low. Aside from the Eternals, no other spacetime would dare say that they can converge with more than 2 spacetimes, and this includes the Hexagon Society itself. If you exclude the Hexagon Society, then no other spacetime, including the main space, can converge with more than 5 spacetimes. This isn't just a matter of probability, but also because the coordinates of spacetime can only be obtained from the Eternals. Given how terrifying the Eternals are, it's incredibly difficult to steal from them. That's why I didn't tell you. Lu Yin did not bicker with him, as this person was not trying to hide anything from him, as there was no point in doing so. After all, he could not possibly think that he would be able to safely return to the 3 sovereign space by hiding anything. That was simply impossible. Now, tell me about the main space, the Genesis space, and the 6 Direction Society. Wu Junshi replied, yes, I will definitely tell you everything I know. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu continent and met with Elder Chan. It used to be the 5 sealing planets, but now it's the path of luck. How is Celestial Master Gu Yen? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, he's the same as everyone else. His astral source is in reverse, but because he's an origin array celestial master, he wasn't injured much. He looks like a normal person, and he's currently at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. A few days ago, I chased away a progenitor from the cosmic tree called by Xing, Elder Chan casually said. Lu Yin smiled. He's very sullen. Elder Chan laughed. He's a decisive person, and he immediately retreats when things don't look good for him. Why are you here this time? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Senior, the situation in the universe is more complicated than I thought. Elder Chan's gaze trembled. Tell me about it. Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm, and because of the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, his strength was somewhat unfathomable. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others were afraid of him, and Lu Yin had to discuss everything with Elder Chan before doing anything on the 5th mainland. Fortunately, Elder Chan was not Hen Exayan, and he did not intend to compete with Lu Yin for anything. In other words, he had been in control of the 5th mainland for too long. Before the above heaven, the Hall of Honor had been in charge, and he had always been in control of the Hall of Honor. He had had enough of that position. There are countless parallel spacetimes in the current universe, and it's difficult for them to converge. Even if you accidentally travel from one spacetime to another, it's almost impossible to connect. The only ones who can do this are the Eternals. They have a large seal that can determine the coordinates of spacetime, and they can freely travel to any spacetime they discover. Because of their aggressive nature, any spacetime they discover will become a battlefield. Some spacetimes are very weak, and they can be easily dealt with by just sending an emissary. However, some spacetimes are unable to flourish, and they flourish to the point that even the Eternals do not dare to provoke them. Our spacetime is the only one that the Eternals are truly afraid of, and that is the era of the above heaven, when the humans were at their peak. However, their peak was short-lived. As the continents crumbled one by one, we only have the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree left. This is our spacetime, and it's called the primal space. Outside of our spacetime, there are many other spacetimes that are at war with the Eternals and are in a stalemate. Some of these spacetimes are strong, and some are weak. At present, the strongest known spacetime is the one called the Six Direction Society. This is not a single spacetime, but rather a combination of 6 spacetimes. The Three Monarch spacetime that Lord Wu serves is one of the 6 Direction Societies, and the Yuan sage that we saw came from the main space of the 6 Direction Society. It was that spacetime that led to the birth of the 6 Direction Society. Although Lord Wu did not know much, he knew quite a bit. His cultivation base was not high, but he was still a Lord servant. Furthermore, he was a true Lord servant who had been chosen by the 3 monarchs. This was not only because of his cultivation base, but also because he could get close to the 3 monarchs and hear some things. From what he knew, the current main space had long since replaced the primal space. It was the most powerful spacetime among the countless known parallel spacetimes in the universe. Even the 3 monarchs were wary of the main space, and the main space had another name, the Samsara spacetime. The Yuan sage's words have confirmed that the main space that exiled my Lu family is this main space, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Chan exclaimed, "The universe is so vast, but there are still endless universes in our spacetime that we have yet to explore. There are even parallel spacetimes. Are there people who look exactly like us in these parallel spacetimes?" Lu Yin nodded. There should be, but they might not necessarily converge. Lord Wu is certain that there are no identical people in the 6 Direction Society. Elder Chan nodded. Some parallel spacetimes seem to be exact replicas, and I've seen them before. However, there are also some parallel spacetimes that change at a certain point in time, and the creatures that appear are different. In fact, he looked into the distance. The so-called 6 Direction Society might not be a parallel spacetime that was born in our region. They might even come from the astral wilderness. He suddenly asked, "Is the cosmic tree one of the 6 Direction Societies?" Lu Yin smiled. "That's the most interesting part." "They aren't." Elder Chan was shocked. "The cosmic tree isn't one of the 6 Direction Societies?" Lu Yin replied, "According to Lord Wu, they only know of one of the 7 sky gods, the god of oblivion. They don't know anything about the other 6. The main strength of the 3 monarch spacetimes is used to deal with the god of oblivion. Compared to them, the cosmic tree is much stronger. Although it's far from being comparable to the former above heaven, it's still not something that the 3 monarch spacetimes can compare to. The 3 monarch spacetimes are all listed in the 6 Direction Societies, but the cosmic tree isn't. I'm curious about that." Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Yin replied, "I want to join the 6 Direction Society." Elder Chan wasn't surprised, as he understood Lu Yin very well. This kid seemed steady, but he was good at taking unconventional paths. Unfortunately, he often succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. The cosmic tree isn't in the 6 Direction Society. Either the cosmic tree isn't willing to join, or it's being ostracized. If you want to join, not only will you have to face the main space's hostility towards the Lu family, but you might also become the target of public criticism. Lu Yin casually replied, I didn't say that I would join as a representative of this spacetime. Elder Chan was shocked. Then you. Lu Yin pointed at the ground. Elder Chan understood and nodded. That's a good idea. The only thing we need to do now is restore the astral source universe. Elder Chan asked, how do you remove the poison of time? Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. This junior can give it a try. Elder Chan was shocked. You can remove it. Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring. I'll give it a try, but regardless of whether I can remove it or not, this junior will need a new identity. The identity of a Tao disciple should be over. Elder Chan gave Lu Yin a deep look. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2466. Restoring the astral source universe was definitely necessary, but it would be even better to add something on top of this foundation. At that moment, he recalled what Han Xian and the others had said, a Tao master had a special meaning. A Tao master's meaning. Destiny's daughter looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Why do you ask? Lu Yin replied, since I'm a Tao child, I'll be a Tao master once I become a progenitor. Shouldn't I know? Destiny's daughter nodded. Yes, but unfortunately, we don't know either. Don't forget that we're only half ancestors. Third uncle doesn't know, Han Xian doesn't know, and even you don't know. Although I'm Destiny's disciple, there are some things that I'll never know until I reach the progenitor realm. We all know that a Tao master has an extraordinary meaning to a continent, and there are some things that only a Tao master has the right to know. However, no one has told us exactly what those things are. This is no longer the era of the above heaven, and even if you become a Tao master, no one will tell you those things. Actually, the status of a Tao master no longer has any special meaning. Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter. Her words were sincere and reasonable. No matter what a Tao master should know, if no one told him, how would he know? But if he didn't even have the right to be told, then wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to know? You want to become a Tao master? Destiny's daughter asked. Lu Yin replied, what do you think? Destiny's daughter looked deeply at Lu Yin. I don't know. You don't know. Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter, whose attitude was very strange. What was that look? Mockery? Disdain? Or something else? Ignorance? What exactly do you know? Destiny's daughter said, Master once said something that I can tell you, but... She paused. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. I won't give you the Book of Destiny, but I can tell you the location of the other Book of Destiny. Destiny's daughter raised a brow. The other Book of Destiny. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, the other Book of Destiny. The person who holds it isn't even a half-ancestor. If I tell you, you can take it yourself. Destiny's daughter stared at Lu Yin. Many things have happened since we woke up, and I understand the Daozi very well. If you could have taken it, then you would have done so long ago. If even you can't take it, then it should be in the hands of the four-way scales. That's right. With my status, I won't be able to take action, but you're different. As a descendant of destiny, it's normal for you to snatch back a treasure of destiny. Even if Bai Wang Yuan and the others find out, I can still protect you, Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter pondered for a moment. If I get it, the book will be mine. Sure, Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Rather than keeping it with Bai Xiener, it was better to give it to Ming Nu. He hoped that Ming Nu would have a good fight with Bai Xiener. These two women weren't to be trifled with. The Fate Maiden was not stupid, and she immediately guessed the four-way scales. She even had a rough idea of who it was, but she needed an answer from Luin. She thought about it for a moment before saying, "You've heard of the primogenitor, the 3 realms, 6 Taos, and 9 mountains and 8 seas. These terms have appeared many times ever since we woke up, but do you know the difference between the 3 realms and 6 Taos?" 3 realms and 6 Tao. Luin was puzzled. Destiny's Daughter explained, the 3 realms and 6 Taos are separate. Regardless of who's stronger or weaker, there's one thing that only a few people know. Even Lu Bujing, Ling Qing, and Kai might not know. That is. Her expression was solemn. The 3 realms will never replace the 6 Taos. What do you mean? Luin asked. Destiny's Daughter replied, "What is the 6 Taos? The Tao is in front, and the path is beneath one's feet. A person who obtains the Tao Fate will become a Tao Lord." Master didn't say anything about the Tao Fate, but I'm guessing that it's the progenitor's sword. The 6 Taos control the 6 continents. I don't know what secrets one will learn after becoming a Tao Lord, and Master didn't say anything about it either. However, based on Master's words, I'm sure that it's related to the progenitor's sword. Every continent has a Tao source sect, and the progenitor's sword is in the primogenitor's statue. Why doesn't the 3 realms have any? Why is it only controlled by the 6 Taos? Why did the progenitor personally become the first continent's Tao Lord? It should be related to the progenitor's sword. Only the Tao Lord of the 6 Taos can wield the progenitor's sword, and the progenitor can control all 6 swords. So you're saying that whoever can control the progenitor's sword can become a Tao Lord? Luin asked. She looked at Luin. I know that a Tao Lord can touch the progenitor's sword, but touching it doesn't mean that you can control it. My master can definitely touch the progenitor's sword as well, but she will never be a Tao Lord. The reason why we recognized you as a Tao Lord is because you borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to control the 5th mainland, and it's also because the progenitor's sword has acknowledged you. Can you use the progenitor's sword to sense the whereabouts of the other 5 swords? That's impossible. Luin looked at his cosmic ring. Indeed, it was impossible for him to control the progenitor's sword. The progenitor's sword could take someone through spacetime, and he had seen the past. He had wanted to use this ability many times, but he had been unable to find any clues. How can you be sure that a Tao Lord can control the progenitor's sword? Luin asked. She replied, I'm not sure. The progenitor, the 3 realms, and the 6 Taos are all gone. Everything that happened in the past can only be guessed. If no one can control the progenitor's sword, then the 5th mainland will never have a Tao Lord. Luin asked. She was curious. Is the title of Tao Lord that important? Luin didn't know either, but if he didn't become a Tao Lord, then he wouldn't be able to control the 5th mainland properly. His 3rd uncle, Lu Bujing, had also said that being a Tao Lord was very important. Luin wanted to see what would happen once he was recognized as a Tao Lord. She left with the answer she wanted, by Sienner. One of the books of destiny was in her hands. Not only did Luin tell her this, but he also allowed her to find Batian so that the 2 of them could work together to deal with Bai Sienner. He then went to find the 2nd Night King. Tao Lord. The 2nd Night King's attitude was becoming more and more upright, and he looked at Luin with respect and subservience. The current Luin didn't even need to rely on any external power to crush him. Help me spread a message. The more people know, the better. Luin looked towards the technocracy. The 2nd Night King quickly left the main hall. He didn't leave for long before returning with an ugly expression. Reporting, Tao Lord. Aside from Astral 10, all the other Astral Combat Academy stargazing towers have just been destroyed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he took a step forward before vanishing from the above sky sect. At the same time, in the innerverse, the void of a Milky Way that flowed with a blue light suddenly distorted. Enormous rings of light that were large enough to carry the weight of the stars appeared, forming a corridor of time that pressed down on a giant battleship. This was Astral 10. Outside the ring was an old woman with a pale face. Can a mere wasteland block an emissary from my inner world? Try it if you dare. Astral 10's Rain Master, Sand Master, and the others. They all rushed forward and raised their hands, trying to push the ring away. Behind them, the Trial Master raised his hand and tried to use his astral source to form a diagram, but he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The Rain Master and the others also fell down, but they didn't touch the ring. They had been injured by the reversal of astral sources in their bodies. The old woman sneered, her gaze fixed on the dispirited figure on the giant tree outside Astral 10's Rain Observatory. She had been about to destroy the stargazing tower when this crazy person had appeared and pushed her away with a single palm. She had been warned that she would only have one chance to act. Any delay and she would face Lu Xiaoshuan's killing intent. Thus, she had used her inner world to destroy Astral 10 as well. Once the ring's inner world descended, it would be enough to destroy the entire battleship. On a giant tree in Astral 10, the crazy headmaster stood there, allowing the ring to fall. The Star Master's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward to push the crazy headmaster away. Many of Astral 10's students watched in despair as the ring fell, powerless. At this moment, the crazy headmaster slowly raised his head, his gaze still cloudy. A black hole suddenly appeared above his head and continued to expand. The old woman's pupils shrank, and her inner world quickly disappeared. Origin Tribulation. The Trial Master, Rain Master, Old Kai, and the others were all stunned. The headmaster was facing an origin tribulation. What was going on? Wasn't he crazy? Ever since he had gone mad, he had never faced an origin tribulation again. How could a madman face an origin tribulation? The crazy headmaster raised his head and smiled when he saw the origin tribulation appear. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, he charged towards the black hole. The old woman's mouth fell open. This madman. She had seen too many cultivators facing tribulations. As a half-ancestor, she had faced many tribulations herself, but she had never seen anyone charge into a black hole. That place was unfathomably deep, and only a madman would charge in. Old Kai, the Rain Master, and the others shouted, trying to stop the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster laughed maniacally. You all started this war. You, ha 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 ha. His laughter seemed to be mocking the origin tribulation. The Star Master was shocked. This is the 8th tribulation. He's finally going to break through to the 8th tribulation, but the 8th tribulation represented the peak of an emissary. No one had expected the crazy headmaster to face a tribulation while the 5th mainland's astral source universe was on the brink of destruction. How? How? No one knew. The old woman looked at Astral 10's stargazing deck. There was no need to care about that madman anymore, as he would die without a doubt. She had to consider how to destroy stargazing deck. The crazy headmaster continued to approach the black hole, and everyone watched as he flew like a moth to a flame. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2467. His 8th tribulation was gone, just like that. After the tribulation ended, the crazy headmaster could be considered to have passed his 8th tribulation. The majestic astral source should have been absorbed into his body and allowed him to reach the peak of the emissary realm. The next step would be to break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, there was a problem with the black hole and the astral source. It was like fishing, appearing and disappearing from time to time. However, regardless of whether it appeared or not, the crazy headmaster continued to laugh maniacally. He had no intention of absorbing it at all. Old Kai muttered to himself, "I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky." The headmaster survived the tribulation, but he didn't get the benefits of passing his 8th tribulation. It's better that he didn't get it. Otherwise, if he absorbed that astral source and tried to go against the flow, he would die, the rainmaster said. This is bad. The trial master stared at the sky. Where was that half-ancestor? The old woman had already entered astral 10. Since the tribulation had ended, she wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Stargazing Tower. Suddenly, an indescribable chill enveloped her body. She looked up and saw an incomparably large black hole appear, enveloping astral 10 and even the sky above. At this moment, not only the crazy headmaster, but all of astral 10, including the old woman, were included in the tribulation. The old woman's face turned pale. What the hell? Another tribulation. Below her, old Kai and the others also saw this, and their eyes filled with confusion. Where had this tribulation come from? The headmaster broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the trial master said in disbelief as his turbid eyes widened. The others' first reaction was disbelief. The headmaster had clearly just passed his 8th tribulation, and his astral source vortex had yet to reach the peak of the emissary realm. Even if he had, it would not have been easy for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm. That was an inner world formed from an astral source vortex, which was on a completely different level. How could it have been so easy to pass through a tribulation? Furthermore, it had been a 2-stage jump. Far away, Luin saw this and was shocked. Origin tribulation. Who's going through a tribulation? This was not a small area. Wait, could the current 5th mainland undergo an origin tribulation? Just as he thought of this, he saw the black hole change. It suddenly expanded and shrunk as if it was playing a game. Ever since the era of the heavenly sect and the birth of the origin tribulation, this starry sky had never experienced such a strange situation. The crazy headmaster's origin tribulation enveloped everyone. The origin tribulation that the half-martial ancestor old woman attracted was especially exaggerated. Everyone wanted to accompany the crazy headmaster in his tribulation. However, because of the problem with the astral source universe, the origin tribulation black hole couldn't display its full power. It constantly changed in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Only the crazy headmaster laughed loudly. However, this time, his laughter was different from before. He no longer repeated the same words. He laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He laughed out of the vicissitudes of life, and also laughed out of life. Those who heard the crazy principal's laughter couldn't help but want to cry. It was as if their entire lives were flashing through their minds. The half-martial ancestor old woman was no exception. She didn't understand why she was so sad. At this moment, she thought through many things. Did all the people she killed on her path of cultivation deserve to die? Was what he had done right? What are you doing now? Her mind was filled with question marks. The crazy headmaster looked up at the sky and laughed. There was no vast astral source. Instead, there were pillars of water cascading down from the void, as if it was raining down on this gloomy sky. In Astral 10, many students stared blankly at the pillars of water cascading down and smashing into the ground in front of them. Water splashed everywhere and floated into the air, forming countless layers of lakes. These lakes were like separate spaces that displayed images. These lakes extinguished the flames that had been burning in Astral 10, and this was the first time that Astral 10 had been so clean. There was. When a student touched a pillar of water, they saw a person's entire life. He had gone from being high-spirited to being deranged. This was the crazy headmaster's life. His life had formed a strange pillar of water that transformed into layers of lakes that filled the sky. Above their heads, the origin tribulation black hole quietly disappeared the moment the pillar of water appeared. It had clearly been an origin tribulation, but it had disappeared just like that. It had appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The old woman stared at the endless pillars of water in shock. Is this a phenomenon? In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A phenomenon. The universe could not be fair, and no one could pursue absolute fairness. Everyone's innate gifts were divided into different levels. Some people's breakthroughs in cultivation, regardless of whether they were difficult or smooth, would always be within the norm. Even if they broke through to the progenitor realm, nothing too strange would happen. However, some people's breakthroughs could cause the heavens and earth to change and cause a phenomenon to appear in space. For example, when Lu Yin had broken through to the explorer realm, a phenomenon had appeared. When he had broken through to the enlighter realm and then to the emissary realm, a phenomenon had appeared. This time, the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had also caused a phenomenon. It was impossible to describe whether the crazy headmaster's tribulation had been right or wrong. The origin tribulation had appeared, but it had mysteriously disappeared. The only thing that had remained was that the crazy headmaster had successfully broken through. He had not suffered any of the disasters that came with breaking through to the origin tribulation, nor had he enjoyed any of the benefits that came with it. However, he had still broken through, and he had broken through while laughing maniacally. In the end, he had caused a phenomenon. Virtuous, Ruoshue, the Star Master muttered. The others did not understand. The Star Master was shocked. Only those who have achieved great enlightenment can reach the realm of virtuous water. The headmaster has been crazy for so many years because he saw the past through stargazing deck. He was unable to let go of the past, which led to his mental disorder. However, this is also a form of tempering. Now, the headmaster has achieved great enlightenment and broken through to the half-ancestor realm, allowing him to see through the world. How do you know? Old Kai did not understand. No one answered him, and everyone looked at the crazy headmaster. He was no longer laughing, and he simply stood at the center of the endless water pillar, drowning in the sea of memories. In Astral 10, the old half-ancestor woman retracted her aura and headed in a certain direction. She knew that the commotion here would definitely attract the attention of those in the wasteland, and she no longer wanted to destroy stargazing deck. She wanted to leave. The crazy headmaster in outer space gave her an indescribable chill, as if this person was a threat to her. He had clearly just undergone his tribulation. No, he had not even undergone his tribulation, and he had even caused a phenomenon. This was the first time she had seen such a strange cultivator, so it was best for her to leave as soon as possible. You're a guest from afar. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? A gentle voice resounded through the heavens and into everyone's ears. The old woman stopped and turned around. In outer space, a pair of clear eyes were looking at her. They were very calm as the Dead Sea. Old Kai and the others all looked in the old woman's direction. A ruthless glint flashed across the old woman's eyes. You've just become a half-ancestor, yet you want to stop me. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, even if you're lucky enough to pass your tribulation, you won't be able to live past today. She then turned to leave. The crazy headmaster remained calm. He raised his left hand and flicked his finger. His fingertip traversed the distance and touched a water pillar. A drop of water shot out and appeared behind the old woman in the blink of an eye. The old woman was furious. You're courting death. Rings appeared and pressed down on the crazy headmaster. It was not just the crazy headmaster. She instantly released her inner world, intending to destroy all of Astral 10. She did not hesitate to flee into the distance. She could ignore the people here, but she could not ignore the above heaven sect and Lu Shaoxian. She did not realize that the drop of water had no effect whatsoever. It passed through the rings and landed on the old woman's back. Drip. The sound of flowing water rang out. It was so clear and pleasant to the ears. Even the old woman herself felt that it was pleasant to hear. Then, her gaze became confused and she stopped moving. However, her body continued to move forward under the inertia of rushing out. No one stopped her. Director. The Sand Master could not help but shout. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze, and the rings that the old woman had released suddenly disappeared as if they had never existed. Everyone, you've worked hard over the past few years. Old Kai and the others were delighted. Director, you've awakened. The director has awakened. The director has awakened. In Astral 10, the mentors and students cheered. The Rain Master and the others were still worried. The director had occasionally awakened over the past few years, so who knew if he would suddenly go crazy again? Furthermore, what had just happened? The crazy headmaster slowly descended. The Rain Master and the others subconsciously surrounded him and stared at him. The crazy headmaster smiled and looked around. Calm the students down first. We'll talk about my matters later. He then turned to look at the sky. I'm finally here. Luin had arrived outside of Astral 10, and he was still carrying the half-ancestor old woman in his hand. Slowly descending, Luin looked at the crazy headmaster. Director. The crazy headmaster smiled. Have you thought it through, kid? Are you willing to leave your name behind? Luin was delighted. Director, you've really recovered. The crazy headmaster smiled, and his gaze landed on the old woman in Lu Yin's hand. Why are you bringing her up? She's just a shell. Lu Yin released his grip, and the old woman fell to the ground. Her eyes were dazed, and she looked like an infant who had never seen the world. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, and she could not control her body. Old Kai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and they looked at Lu Yin as if he was a pervert. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't look at me. It was the director who did this. I just brought her here. The others looked at the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster said, she brought this upon herself. She had the chance to leave, but she didn't want to. So be it. Lu Yin sighed. Director, you entered the half-progenitor realm by chance, and you were able to deal with a half-progenitor with a wave of your hand. This junior is amazed by your ability, and this junior congratulates you on your rebirth. We also congratulate you on your rebirth, the Rain Master and the others said sincerely. The crazy headmaster exhaled and bowed deeply to the crowd. Xiao Chen, thank you for your company, and thank you even more for your help in Wujiang. The old woman had been completely crippled, and Lu Yin had left her for Astral 10 to deal with. He had rushed over because he wanted to protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. Fortunately, the headmaster had erupted at the last moment, or else he would not have been able to deal with Bai Xiener. The four-way scales could not be underestimated, as they had still managed to find out how Lu Yin had dealt with Bai Xiener. However, Lu Yin did not care anymore. He could see hope for the fifth mainland's rise from the ashes of Elder Chan and the crazy headmaster. Every era of the human race produced geniuses. There had been the 3 realms and 6 Daos during the above heaven sect era, and there had been the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosaur sect era. Other eras had definitely produced powerhouses like the Desolate Ancestor, who had not been famous, but had been unrivaled throughout the universe. The current era was even more flourishing. Han Xian and the other elders of Heaven's Gate from the above heaven sect era, the crazy headmaster, Elder Chan, and Lu Yin. As long as there was enough time, the 10 arbiters would be able to grow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2468. What Lu Yin lacked the most right now was time, but Elder Chan's ancestral breaker had given him some hope. So what if the four scales didn't agree? The fifth mainland was not their place to decide. Luin picked up the call. Tao disciple, this is Astral 1. Luin asked, was stargazing deck destroyed? The four scales did it. The emissary who destroyed stargazing deck self-immolated and left no evidence behind. It doesn't matter, don't worry about it, Luin said. He didn't really care, but stargazing deck's destruction was a fact that he couldn't change. All he could do now was protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. A bead has appeared beneath stargazing deck's ruins. Luin was confused. Bead? What bead? It's just a bead. It looks very ordinary, just like a normal bead. The only difference is that it's the only thing left behind from stargazing deck's destruction. I've already contacted the other academies, and they've all left behind a bead. Wait for me, Luin said to the crazy headmaster and then headed towards the other academies. He now understood why stargazing deck could trigger fate and see the river of time. He had found a bead that was definitely related to fate, but he had never heard of fate having a bead. Hold on, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Starsabil's sex master, Mr. Zhu. Luin moved quickly and quickly arrived at Astral 2, the closest academy to Astral 10. However, he saw a sea of blood that was scarlet and steaming. A group of pale-faced students and mentors surrounded it. Luin tore through the void and walked out. What's going on? He had been to Astral 2 before, and he was now standing in the direction of stargazing deck. He had expected stargazing deck to be destroyed, but that was only the destruction of the building and the death of the Starmaster. However, this sea of blood had clearly killed countless people. When Luin appeared, a mentor from Astral 2 walked out and respectfully reported, Tao disciple, President, the President is dead. Even the mentors and students who came to rescue us are dead, including Han Chong from the Han family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How did they die? I don't know. Everyone in this area is dead. All that's left is a sea of blood. There aren't even corpses. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stepped into the void once again, heading towards the other academies. Astral 1, Astral 4, Astral 6, and so on. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies were all the same, and there was a certain area that had become a death zone. It wasn't necessarily the blood sea or the stargazing deck, but there was one thing they all had in common, the bead's location. The headmaster left with the bead he obtained from stargazing tower. I saw it with my own eyes, but Astral 1's mentor was grief-stricken. By the time I turned around, the headmaster's body had already been smashed to smithereens. There wasn't even a corpse left. I didn't see who did it. There were a total of 10 Astral combat academies. Astral 3 had been destroyed during the 6th mainland's invasion, and the stargazing deck had fallen into the hands of the 6th mainland. The other 9 academies had not suffered too many losses, but just now, all 9 of their deans had died. Even though no one had seen it, the sea of blood that had been left behind at the scene was proof enough. Not only the deans themselves, but everyone who had been around them or had been looking at them had all died. Throughout the entire 9 academies, no one knew how they died or who killed them. The 4-way scales. Impossible. Their goal had only been to destroy Stargazing Tower, not to start a war. This kind of thing was too vile, and once it was proven that the 4-way scales had killed them, a war would definitely break out. Luin believed in the 4-way scales. The scales weren't that stupid. Besides, they had already destroyed Stargazing Tower, so there was no need to kill the deans. It was meaningless. The everlasting race. That was possible, but Luin took a step forward and headed to Astral 10. He was afraid that something would happen to Astral 10, but he also hoped that Astral 10 would suffer an unknown attack that would negate his terrifying guess. When he returned to Astral 10, he saw that the crazy headmaster had changed completely. He was no longer in his sloppy clothes, and he looked refined with a ruddy complexion. His gaze was gentle, but beneath that gentleness was a fierce killing intent that could strike lightning bolts. Who did it? You already know. The deans of the astral combat academies have all died. How could this be hidden? Have you found out who did it? The Rain Master asked. Old Kai and the rest were solemn, which was a rare sight. Luin did not answer and instead asked, "Is everything all right here? What could happen with the headmaster here?" The Sand Master asked. Everyone looked at Luin. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was it really as he had guessed? The ones who had killed the deans might not have been humans or the Eternals, but rather fate. Their deaths all had one thing in common: they had encountered the bead that had been left behind at Stargazing Tower. Bead, Mr. Bead, the Starsibyl sect, and fate. What was the connection between all of these? Luin went to Stargazing Tower and contacted the Lady of Fate and Skymender, asking them to come over. Bead? The Lady of Fate cried out in astonishment. Luin stared at her. You know about it? The Lady of Fate replied, Master does have a string of beads, but they're just decorations and can't even be considered a power vessel. What kind of beads are they? One bead at a time, Luin answered. The Lady of Fate almost blurted out nonsense, but she held herself back. What do I mean? Luin frowned. He didn't know either. He had set off immediately after receiving the headmaster's call. Everything had happened in an instant, and even he hadn't been able to react in time. Tell me what you know about the beads. The Lady of Fate recalled, Master wore a string of beads on his wrist for many years. I saw it when I followed him. From the time I followed him until I was sealed in ice, the string went from 13 to 11 beads. Master gave away 2 of them to others. One was given to a child, and the other was given to the Lu family as a congratulatory gift for Lu Tianyi becoming a Tao disciple. Lu Yin raised his brows. Given to the Lu family. To whom? Ancestor Tianyi. The Lady of Fate shook her head. I don't know who he gave it to. Master only said that it was given to the Lu family, and I personally delivered it to the direct descendants of the Lu family. It either ended up in the hands of the Lu family's ancestor or Lu Tianyi. That's all I know about that string of beads. There's nothing special about it. What about the other child? Skymender suddenly asked. The Lady of Fate replied, I don't know why that child was favored by Master. I've asked, but Master didn't tell me. What kind of child? Skymender was curious. The Lady of Fate glanced at him, and the white clouds around her intentionally blocked his line of sight. Skymender felt uncomfortable. I've never seen him before, and Master didn't tell me either. He only said that it was a child. Luin felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of the 4 cardinal scales using force or using underhanded methods, but he was afraid that fate would be involved. Fate was too strange, and he had just seen the future. That scene had been too shocking, and now, a murder had occurred because of a fate item. This was a serious case that had to be investigated. Once it was investigated, it would definitely involve fate. What was even more vexing was that fate had given the beads to the Lu family. He didn't know how the Lu family had viewed fate back then, but if it had been him, he would have definitely tossed the beads far away. This matter concerned fate, and he couldn't even ask Little Sure for help. He was afraid that fate would implicate Little Sure. Skymender, check the beads. Luin casually tossed the Book of Destiny to Skymender Daoist. Skymender caught it and began flipping through it. The Lady of Fate stared at it, but it was difficult for her to see anything. She could only read the words after being nourished by the Shintian mirror for a long time. In the astral tree realm, news of the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had already spread. At the same time, news of Lu Yin's appearance and the deaths of the academy heads had also spread. The four cardinal scales attack on Stargazing Tower was not something that could be done in a single day. They had set up a backup plan to prevent themselves from being destroyed in the future. In the end, it could be considered a success. Stargazing Tower was almost completely destroyed, but it could also be considered a failure. Astral 10 could not be destroyed, and even the hidden backup plan could not bypass the crazy headmaster and destroy Stargazing Tower. Even the old half-ancestor could not do anything, and the four cardinal scales could not arrange for two half-ancestors to act. In reality, only the envoys had acted against Stargazing Tower. Only Astral 10 was special because Astral 10 had defeated Xia Meng. This matter had been investigated by the four cardinal scales, so they had sent a half-ancestor just to be on the safe side. Who would have thought that even a half-ancestor would be useless? Now, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were not only concerned about Stargazing Tower, but also the crazy headmaster. Is this for real? You can't be seeing things, right? Something happened to the astral source universe, but he still managed to break through two origin tribulations. That's impossible. The dragon ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan added, that's right. It takes a very long time to go from an 8-stage tribulation origin to a half-ancestor. This person hasn't even absorbed an 8-stage tribulation origin astral root, so how could he have succeeded? Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flickered. A heavenly phenomenon is already unusual. Who in our era could cause a heavenly phenomenon to descend? Xia Shang and Ku Jia. The mist ancestor's voice rang out. The three looked over and saw the mist ancestor descend. I knew that nothing good would come out of the three of you gathering together. You know about it too. Wang Fan was astonished. The mist ancestor sneered. Are you the only ones who have the ability to gather information about the fifth mainland? You should know about that madman breaking through to the half-ancestor level, right? The mist ancestor's expression was solemn. Crossing the existent realm to the incorporeal realm and then using the incorporeal realm to break through to the existent realm. This is a person who has achieved great enlightenment. The fifth mainland is very fortunate to have such a person. Back then, only Xia Shang and Ku Jia saw a heavenly phenomenon. That Lu Shaoxian fellow should have experienced one as well. This person is definitely not ordinary. Wang Fan continued, it's a pity that he didn't pass the 3 stages, so he'll never reach the ancestor realm. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Who said that? Giving him the tribulation crystal pillar might not be impossible. Give the 3 of you your contribution points. Having one more ancestor is good for us. That idiot Xia Shinji was dumped, and you guys tricked Lu Yu to death. We don't have enough manpower. Lu Shaoxian also forced Madman Lu to leave. Why didn't you say that? Madman Lu might very well be read back. Even if he isn't, given his personality, who knows if he won't attack his own people? He's someone who dares to attract an origin tribulation. If he succeeded, he would have dragged the entire top realm down with him. Are you not worried about someone like that? That's not a reason for Lu Shaoxian to force him to leave. Nonsense, I don't care about you guys anymore. I'll go take a look at this strange person. The mist ancestor headed towards the 5th mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2469. The dragon ancestor replied, if this person has broken through 3 stages, then he's definitely worth paying attention to. There's no need to worry about him for now, but he's definitely not an ordinary half-ancestor. Bai Wang Yuan watched as the mist ancestor left. There was only one stargazing tower left. What a pity. On the 5th mainland, Bu Tian flipped through the Book of Destiny for half a day before shaking his head. There's nothing about the bead. There are many records of beads here, but none of them have anything to do with Stargazing Tower. Investigate the Starsabil sect and Mr. Zhu, Luin said. The Fate Maiden was confused. Mr. Zhu. He's already dead. Luin didn't even look at her. Investigate, as long as he could connect the dots, he would investigate. Bu Tian didn't dare to hesitate. He had been wary of Luin in the past, but he wasn't afraid. He had thought that he could help Luin, so he had acted calmly. However, after seeing the books of destiny converge, he had felt fear from the bottom of his heart. This person was even willing to betray the humans, so what else could he not do? Thankfully, he was an astral beast and not a human, or else he would already be dead. He's still alive. Bu Tian exclaimed. The Fate Maiden was shocked. Impossible, he was already dead when I found the Starsabil sect. Lu Yin's expression sank. Location. Bu Tian shook his head. I can't find anything. I've played against Mr. Zhu many times. When the human domain and the astral beast domain were at war, we were also playing chess. Since the Book of Destiny was in my possession, I didn't think much of Mr. Zhu. However, I didn't underestimate him either. I've investigated him before, and he should have died. You don't suspect that the bead is related to this Mr. Zhu, do you? The Fate Maiden asked in shock. Luin sneered. Even black holes have intelligence and can fight. There's nothing impossible in this universe. Bu Tian, investigate. Find out where he is. Then I'll fight him. Bu Tian released his grip and the Book of Destiny floated into the air. He used the Shintian mirror and used his destiny law against Mr. Zhu. Luin was familiar with this scene, as he had seen the Fate Maiden use her destiny law against Bu Tian before. The power of destiny was always mysterious. Just as Bu Tian was about to attack, the Book of Destiny suddenly dropped. He frowned. He's dead again. What do you mean? The Fate Maiden was surprised. Mr. Zhu is dead again. Luin stared at her. Is there anything else about the Pearl of Destiny that you're hiding from me? The Lady of Fate swore, absolutely not. I always thought that it was something that Master liked. It's useless. Luin was displeased. Why did this woman have such a shallow understanding of fate? So much for being fate's inheritor. With this thought in mind, she grabbed Heaven Mending, tore through the void, and left. Fate Daughter's face flushed red. In the era of the above heaven, who would dare to speak to her in such a manner? She had even dared to hunt down Lu Bujing, and as the successor of fate, her status was no lower than that of an ordinary progenitor no matter where she went. She was incomparably arrogant, but now, she had actually been berated in such a manner. She gritted her teeth, snorted, and then headed in the direction of the Starsabil sect. What was up with that Mr. Zhu? The only way she could find out more was through Starsabil. She had been too careless, as she had assumed that with her status and strength, no one would dare to deceive her. Thus, she had never investigated Mr. Zhu's death, nor had she divined it. But now, it seemed that there was definitely a problem. She had better not find out that Starsabil had lied to her, or else. Luin brought Bu Tian to the Neoverse to look for Xiao Shi. At this point, Luin had no intention of hiding anything. The frequent appearance of the power of fate had already made him uneasy, and this uneasiness was far greater than the 4 cardinal scales. Furthermore, Bu Tian even knew that Luin would betray the humans and join the Eternals in the future, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Of course, the Death God's Midra was a must. It had been planted in Bu Tian's body, and it could control his life and death at any time. Xiao Shi had a giant mushroom head, and he stared at Luin and Bu Tian in confusion. Brother Lu. Luin looked at Xiao Shi, and his gaze landed on the book in his hand. Lend me your book. Xiao Shi handed it over. Butian had just arrived when his gaze was drawn to the book, as it was exactly the same as the Book of Destiny that he had. Daozi, what's this? The Book of Destiny. Lu Yin took the book and handed it over to Butian. Combine the two books and see if you can find anything. Butian gulped, and his gaze towards Lu Yin grew even more fearful. He finally understood why Lu Yin had been able to confirm so many things. Lu Yin had long since grasped a Book of Destiny. But that didn't seem right. He looked at Xiao Shi, as this person did not seem like someone who had grasped the Book of Destiny. You know the Shantian mirror. Shantian what? Xiao Shi was at a loss. Butian wanted to say something, but Lu Yin interrupted him. He doesn't know anything. Hurry up and investigate. Butian did not dare delay, and he copied by Xian'er's actions. The two books of destiny floated in the air and slowly combined together. He immediately used the Shantian mirror, but the previous scene of the two books merging did not appear. There were no abnormalities around him. Butian was helpless. Bai Xian'er is right. If you want the books of destiny to merge, you have to use the Shantian mirror. She's the only one in this era who knows the Shantian mirror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Since the two books can merge, that means that nothing has changed. Just flip through them. Butian nodded and flipped open the Book of Destiny, but it was completely blank. He was stunned. I can't see the words. Lu Yin was astonished. You can't see them. Butian nodded. Aren't there words? Xiao Shi carefully moved over. Butian suddenly looked at Xiao Shi. You can see the words. Xiao Shi nodded, but he was still afraid of Butian and hid behind Lu Yin. Butian stared at him blankly. This person could see the words. How? If even he couldn't see them, then who was this person? You can leave for now, Lu Yin said to Butian. Butian hesitated for a moment before slowly walking out of the library. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Shi seriously. You can really see the words. Xiao Shi nodded. Brother Lu, I can see the words all the time. Lu Yin had actually looked into Xiao Shi's situation. Back then, both Skymender and Fate's daughter had said that the only person who could see the words of the Book of Destiny without cultivating the Shantian mirror was Destiny. He had started investigating at that time, but everything was normal. Xiao Shi's background and ancestry were clear as day. He had never had anything to do with the Starsibil sect, and he had never displayed any special powers. No matter what he did, he couldn't find any clues related to destiny. Even so, Butian and Fate's daughter had confirmed that such a person was Destiny. Lu Yin still couldn't figure out the situation. Ever since those people from the above heaven era had awakened, more and more mysteries had been waiting for him to solve. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Help me investigate the Pearl of Destiny. Xiao Shi grunted and began flipping through the Book of Destiny. Lu Yin had never asked Xiao Shi to investigate anything related to destiny before, as he had been afraid that he would attract the attention of destiny and affect it. However, he had no choice now. No, Xiao Shi replied, and the results were the same as Butian's. Starsibil sect, Mr. Pearl. Dead, Xiao Shi replied. Lu Yin frowned, but the results were the same. He continued. He had asked Xiao Shi to investigate a few things that might be related to destiny, but the results were either none or the results were what everyone else could find. Destiny was like a layer of fog, and the Book of Destiny might be the key, but it wasn't meant to be used like this. Shantian mirror, Lu Yin said. Xiao Shi flipped through the Book of Destiny. There is. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Write it down. Xiao Shi was put in a difficult position and stared at the pages for a long time before finally replying, Brother Lu, I can't write it down. I can understand these words, but I forget them as soon as I look away. Lu Yin was disappointed. As expected, destiny wasn't that easy to cultivate. Right, you can cultivate it. Cultivate what? See the Shantian mirror, Lu Yin said. Xiao Shi's mouth fell open. I am really bad at cultivation. Don't worry, you'll get twice the results with half the effort if you cultivate this. Regardless of Xiao Shi's relationship with destiny, there had to be a conclusion. Sometimes, many things couldn't be stopped just by stopping them. If Xiao Shi really was destiny, then it would be too easy for him to cultivate the Shantian mirror, and he might not even need the Book of Destiny. Rather than that, it would be better for Xiao Shi to cultivate under Lu Yin's supervision. Xiao Shi was put in a difficult position. He didn't want to cultivate and only wanted to quietly read in the library. Lu Yin patted Xiao Shi's shoulder. Brother Lu promises that as long as you succeed, I'll help you promote Mushroom Head throughout the universe. Xiao Shi was delighted. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Really? Alright, I'll work hard and not disappoint Brother Lu. Xiao Shi was excited. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how excited Xiao Shi was. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Even though man could conquer the heavens, and even though he was sure that he definitely had a way to overcome the illusory fate, wasn't the step he'd taken now a path to overcoming fate as well? Xiao Shi only hoped that he wasn't destiny. No, even if he was destiny, it was fine as long as he stayed true to his heart. Can you find the Shantian mirror? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi nodded. Yes. Then let's cultivate together. Xiao Shi pursed his lips and was very reluctant. Yes. Check the poison of time. Didn't you already check it before? Xiao Shi was puzzled. Check it again, Lu Yin said. The two books of destiny had merged, and the answers might not be the same. Xiao Shi flipped through the Book of Destiny, and his eyes lit up. Someone raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at the Book of Destiny, but it was blank. Who? Xiao Shi didn't know how to describe it. Lu Yin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw an image. Xiao Shi was excited. Yes, it's him. He raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lu Yin sighed. It really was the progenitor. The progenitor had stabbed the progenitor's sword into the ground. The only thing that could be connected to the poison of time in this image was the act of removing it. The progenitor's sword could remove the poison of time, which also explained why the progenitor's sword had been left behind on all 6 continents. The poison of time had definitely appeared during the above heaven era. If the poison of time had appeared at that time, then why hadn't the progenitor attacked the Eternals? With the above heaven era's power, dealing with the Eternals shouldn't have been a problem. Quite a few of the 7 sky gods had come from the above heaven era. Something must have happened during that era that had caused the continents to shatter and the sects to be destroyed. The Book of Destiny was like the answer to the universe's riddles, waiting to be read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2470. Xiao Shi enjoyed being asked questions, as this allowed him to read the Book of Destiny purposefully. Lu Yin also had many questions that he wanted answers to. Help me investigate the 3 monarch spacetime. Xiao Shi grunted and started flipping through the pages. Nope. Lu Yin understood. Destiny belonged to this spacetime, and the Book of Destiny that she had left behind could not be used to investigate other spacetimes. Investigate the Tao Lord. Xiao Shi flipped through the pages. There are quite a few people. 6. Only the images of the characters? Yes. Lu Yin pondered. Investigate the secrets that only the Tao Lord knows. Xiao Shi started flipping through the pages. Nope. Nope. Was there no record of destiny, or did she not know? Right, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Investigate Taiching City. Xiao Shi flipped through the pages, and suddenly, the pages flipped rapidly as a wisp of flame rose up and burned Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi screamed and retreated. Lu Yin raised a hand and tried to extinguish the flame with his astral source, but it was useless. This wisp of flame did not seem to belong to this space. It burned the Book of Destiny, but it did not affect this spacetime at all. Xiao Shi's hand was not injured either. Bu Tian. Lu Yin barked. Bu Tian rushed in and was shocked to see the Book of Destiny being burned. He quickly used the Xiantian mirror to attack. At the same time, in the astral tree realm, Bai Xian'er's eyes flew open as the Book of Destiny in her bosom burned. She paled. What's going on? She then attacked at the same time. The Xiantian mirror attacked the wisp of flame across the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland. The wisp of flame seemed to come from an indescribable height, and Lu Yin could not even touch it. It was like a calamity that targeted the Book of Destiny. In a corner of the fifth mainland, 9 black beads floated in front of a figure. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized this person as the supposedly dead Mr. Zhu. The 8 beads in front of him were the ones from the stargazing tower. There were a total of 8 beads. Astral 3 stargazing tower had been stolen by the 6th mainland, and Astral 10 stargazing tower had remained untouched. When the Book of Destiny burned, Mr. Zhu was annoyed. Who dares to investigate a level that even Destiny doesn't dare to touch? The 8 beads revolved around him as he used Destiny's law. 3 different regions, 3 different people, but they all had the same goal in mind, using the law of fate. Only the laws of fate could affect the object of fate, and the wisp of flame that was attached to the object of fate could only be extinguished by the laws of fate. Lu Yin watched as the Book of Destiny continued to burn. He couldn't even touch this flame, but it felt like déjà vu. He suddenly remembered the torches he had seen in the legacy of the mountains and seas. Those flames were so hot that they could burn him to ashes. Was this flame the same as that one? Lu Yin stared at the burning Book of Destiny and raised his hand again, but he still couldn't touch it. He refused to believe that he couldn't touch the Book of Destiny. Big brother Lu, don't touch it. Little Shi was afraid. Lu Yin was also afraid, and his fingers shrank back. Would he be reduced to ashes if he touched it? At this point, the flames clearly weakened, and Lu Yin looked at Butian. Butian's forehead was covered in sweat. Several strands of fate law are working together. The flames are about to be extinguished. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Since Butian and the others could use the laws of fate to extinguish the flames, that meant that the power of this flame wasn't that great. It was just that its level was too high, and he couldn't touch it. If he could, then did that mean that he could touch this level of power? When he thought about this, he became even more tempted. Regardless of why this flame had appeared, or whether it was because someone didn't want the 3 words, immemorial city, to be discovered, Lu Yin really wanted to obtain this flame. He began to try and memorize the primogenitor's scripture. As long as there was something he couldn't solve, he would be able to solve it. However, it was useless this time, and he still couldn't touch the flame. He released power from his heart, where there was also Fate San. Fate San was also an object of fate, and he hoped that he could touch the flame. Unfortunately, he still failed. From another perspective, if the Fate San allowed him to touch the flame, then that meant that the flame could burn the Fate San, which would also harm him. Death energy was useless. Visualization was useless. It was as if the flame didn't exist. It was clearly burning, but he couldn't touch it. This feeling was very stifling, as if there was a hand controlling him, but he couldn't resist. The flame grew weaker and weaker until there was only a small flame left. Lu Yin reached out and spun the die. 1 point meant no use. Continue. 3 points meant no use. Continue. Just as the flame was about to completely disappear, the die stopped at 5. Lu Yin reached for the Book of Destiny. He had no other choice. He had already thought of everything he could think of, and the only thing left was his innate gift. His hand touched the Book of Destiny, and the flame vanished. Xiao Shi heaved a sigh of relief from afar, as that flame had terrified him. Only then did Butian react. That wisp of flame had drenched his back. Even though it did not burn him, just looking at it made him feel fear. He felt like an ant when he was being looked down upon by someone from a higher level. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and looked at the die. He saw that there was an image of a flame on the die's side, and he was delighted that he had obtained it. Although he didn't know how powerful this flame was or where it came from, if it could be used by 5, then it proved that it was an innate gift. Then, whose innate gift could it be? That person had to be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that they could burn the Book of Destiny. There was a thump as the Book of Destiny fell to the ground. Almost half of it had burned, and the one book had split into 2. Xiao Shi wailed, "Why is it broken? It's over, it's over. This is a book from the library. They're going to scold us." Butian glanced at Xiao Shi. Was that the problem? This was the Book of Destiny, and this guy could even see words. Could it really be fate? He recalled Lu Yin's previous question, and he had wondered why Lu Yin had asked about being able to see words without cultivating the Shantian mirror. So it was because of this person. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the books of destiny on the ground floated up and split between Butian and Xiao Shi. See if you can still see words. Xiao Shi hurriedly flipped through the pages, and Butian took a deep breath as well. After a while, the two looked at each other. There's no more words. Lu Yin was disappointed. Was it still burned? At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated. He glanced over and saw that it was Bai Xianer. She was one of the people who had attacked. What happened to her Book of Destiny? Lu Yin didn't want to answer the call, but he was really curious. What is it? What did you find out? Bai Xianer asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, "It's none of your business." Bai Xianer frowned. Brother Little Xian, the universe is too big. Even a progenitor might not understand everything. There are some things that only progenitors have the right to know. Trying to know too early will only bring disaster. What happened to your Book of Destiny? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianer replied, "It's burned." Lu Yin looked at Xiao Shi and Butian. One was dejected, while the other was expressionless, but they probably hated him to death. There was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that the Book of Destiny would be destroyed in Chaitai City? He wanted to learn more from it. Can it be repaired? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianer replied, "It can't be repaired unless fate appears. It's her power vessel, and only she has the ability to repair it." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, it's a power vessel. He looked at his cosmic ring. If the progenitor's sword could be repaired, why couldn't the Book of Destiny? Although the Book of Destiny was mystical, the progenitor's sword couldn't be any weaker. 1 trillion was enough to repair the progenitor's sword, and another trillion should be enough to repair the Book of Destiny. He felt much better when he thought of this. If it can't be repaired, then it can't be repaired. There are some things that aren't good to know in advance. Lu Yin's tone relaxed, but it was especially grating to Bai Xianer's ears. A single Book of Destiny can't reveal the truth about how to burn an item of destiny. Brother Xiao Xian, you have 2 books of destiny. Lu Yin denied, "You're overthinking it. 1 book can't do it." I told you that you're overthinking it. How can I have 2 books? Even if I did, it's useless. I burned them all. Sienna was helpless. Yes, they were all burned. Ever since she was born, she had believed that she could control many things, including Lu Shaoxian, the Lu family, her ancestors, Bai Wangyuan, and even the entire astral tree. She was confident that she could control everything. Even if Lu Yin cultivated again, it wouldn't be enough to make her lose her composure. However, this was the first time she felt like she couldn't control anything. That flame couldn't be extinguished without the power of destiny, and she hadn't expected Lu Yin to have 2 books of destiny. What was even harder to accept was that her book of destiny had been burned, which was equivalent to cutting off her vision. It was like a normal person suddenly losing their sight. Sienna didn't know what to do. Lu Yin didn't know how much damage he had done to Sienna in the past, but he was sure that she had suffered a great loss when her book of destiny was burned. In comparison, burning 2 books at the same time was worth it. Lu Yin hung up. Even if the books of destiny couldn't be repaired, he was still satisfied. He had gotten his small revenge. Oh no, I'm going to be scolded, Xiaoshi was still wailing. Lu Yin pursed his lips. All right, I won't be scolded. I'll say goodbye to Senior Qingping. Xiaoshi nodded. The Xiantian mirror's cultivation method is gone, and so is Mushroom Head's promotion. He looked at Lu Yin with tears in his eyes, looking wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. No one would be able to stand being stared at like this by a man. I'll help you promote it, okay? Xiaoshi was delighted. Really? Thank you, Brother Lu. Bu Tian's eyelids twitched. That was it. The book of destiny was burned, and it was resolved just like that. Lu Yin looked at Bu Tian. From now on, you'll stay here and teach Xiaoshi the Xiantian mirror. Bu Tian was surprised. Me? Stay here. Lu Yin replied, I'll inform the Hall of Honor. You'll stay here and teach him. You can leave when he learns. With that, he left the library and headed towards Qingping's location. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2471. Elder Chan had partially retired, and he had been invited to the Shenwu continent by Lu Yin. Now, the person in charge of this place was Senior Qingping. Ever since Senior Brother Qingping had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and returned, they had yet to see him. Thus, they wondered how he was doing right now. Senior Brother, who is in charge of the Interstellar Arbitration Center now? Lu Yin and Qingping sat facing each other on a tree trunk. The current Senior Brother Qingping was somewhat different from before. He was less mysterious and more leisurely. His temperament was closer to that of Elder Chan. This was the change brought about by the difference in status. The former head inquisitor of the Interstellar Arbitration Institute was definitely not suitable to be in charge of the Hall of Honor. Muan, Qingping said. Lu Yin nodded. Presiding Judge Mun is very suitable. Qingping looked at Lu Yin. The astral source universe is undergoing a huge change. If too much time passes, the path of cultivation will eventually be replaced by technology. The signs of this happening are already very obvious. I know. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Qingping was surprised. Can it be resolved? Lu Yin smiled. 70%. Qingping nodded and did not ask further. Senior Brother, the Heavenly Conference will be held in a month. Remember to be on time, Lu Yin said before leaving. This news was not only spread to Qingping, but also to the half-martial ancestors of the Fifth Mainland. At the same time, it was also spread to the Starry Sky Tree. However, this wasn't the only piece of news that reached the Starry Sky of Trees. There was another piece of news that really caught the attention of Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Tao Lord. Dragon Ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan replied, "That's right. According to the news from the Fifth Mainland, Lu Shaoxian wants to call himself a Tao Master and remove himself from the role of Heaven's envoy." "What a joke, an emissary wants to call himself a Taoist master," the Dragon Ancestor said disdainfully. Bai Wang Yuan didn't mind at all. Let him be. Even if he's a Tao Master, so what if he's a progenitor? He's the one who reigns supreme in the wasteland, and he's the one with the final say. However, once he calls himself a Tao Master, he'll have to pay a price. Even though we haven't been accepted by the Six Directions Society in recent years, we've never been ignored. To the Six Directions Society, the title Tao Master has a special meaning. If Lu Shaoxian wants to bear the responsibility, then let him. To Bai Wang Yuan and the others, the problem of the Fifth Mainland's astral source universe had not been resolved, and their cultivation civilization had been severed. No matter what Lu Yin claimed to be, it did not affect them. Under this premise, a month passed, and the Heavens Conference was successfully held. The scale of this gathering in the heavens above this time was not as grand as it had been when he had become a Taoist. Even the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor was completely weakened, and he could only rely on his physical strength to cross the starry sky. As for the other cultivators, they were all in low spirits, and they could not see the magnificence of the heavens above at all. No one could understand why Lu Yin would call for a meeting at such a time. Furthermore, the rumor that Lu Yin wanted to call himself a Tao Lord had not only spread throughout the cosmic tree domain, but it had also spread throughout the Fifth Mainland, which had caused many to feel strange. What was the point of holding a heavenly meeting and becoming a Tao Lord if they did not solve the problem of the stellar source universe? Just for a mere reputation. More than one person had sought him out, but the answer they received was that the celestial meet would continue as usual. As for the rumors, he had never acknowledged them. He ascended the stairway step by step. There were cultivators on both sides of the stairway, all of them looking at him in confusion. Lu Yin stared at the primogenitor statue, hoping that the Book of Destiny's answer could truly save this region of space-time. If it couldn't, then there was nothing else he could do. Did he really have to break through to the progenitor realm and change the world? It was just like how the Rune Ancestor had brought about the Rune Path civilization, and how Gu Yizhi had created battle chi and domains. In the technocracy, the Shinkong corridor exited. A figure appeared. It was Bai Wang Yuan. After he appeared, he tore through the void and headed towards the above heaven sect. No one had been able to detect his arrival. Lu Yin walked step by step to the top of the above heaven sect, getting closer and closer to the primogenitor statue. The two progenitors, Elder Chan and the blood progenitor, should be in front of the statue. However, Elder Chan had to oversee the Shenwu continent and could not come here. Thus, aside from Lu Yin, the closest person to the statue was the blood progenitor. Below him were Lu Bujing and the other half-progenitors, including Master Shan and the others. Even though they had severed their own cultivations and could not even maintain their half-progenitor cultivation, their status had not dropped. Lu Yin walked up to the primogenitor statue and bowed before it. He then turned around and faced everyone else. At that moment, his image spread throughout the Fifth Mainland. However, it did not cause much of a commotion, as no one was in the mood to be shocked by this scene. They were all hoping that the stellar source universe would return to normal so that they could continue cultivating. Does anyone not recognize me? This was the first thing Lu Yin said when he spoke. On the various planets of the Fifth Mainland, there were spacecraft after spacecraft, and there were even some vast lands. Everyone who saw this scene was confused, as they did not understand what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone. The above heaven sect has not only gathered the half-progenitors in front of me, but also the envoys and everyone who has seen me. Everyone on the Fifth Mainland who is under the above heaven sect's protection should know who I am. My name is Lu Yin, and I've risen to prominence in this universe over the past few decades. I've participated in many battles, and I've dealt with enemies one after another. You should all know who I am. Back then, when the heavens changed and powerful enemies invaded, who was the one who turned the tide? The outerverse eastern weaves were sent out and faced with the enemy's sharp claws. Who was the one who initiated the war? The Eternals slaughtered the universe, and who was the one who sealed the entrance? Who was the one who enlightened the universe, and who was the one who repelled the progenitors? It was me, and I'm standing here. Do you see me? I'm still standing here today. When they heard Lu Yin's words, everyone on the fifth mainland couldn't help but stare at the screen. In the Neoverse, Yaya's eyes were red. When the sixth mainland had invaded, the cosmic sea had been overturned, and her parents had died tragically. She had been left alone to survive, and she would never forget that moment of despair. She had met some people, and if not for Lu Yin, she might not have lived long enough to be discovered by the Hall of Honor. In the Outerverse, Elder Lohar clenched his fists. The war in Iron Blood we've had been fought by the Great Eastern Alliance against the Astral Beast domain. How could they forget that? It was this young man who had turned the tide time and time again. He had narrowly escaped death time and time again, and he had saved countless lives. To many, he was their faith. The Heavenly Master looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The Eternals had invaded, and the Astral Source universe had been devoured. Yes, this child had done everything he could to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, which had saved humanity's life. The Blood Ancestor nodded. It was Lu Yin who had pulled him back from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, he would still be stuck outside the Starfall Sea. How could he have survived? Too many things had happened in the fifth mainland over the past few decades. Whether it was the Astral Combat Tournament, the intense battles in the Supreme Astral Tournament, or the battlefield of the Samsara Grinders, one person could be seen everywhere, Lu Yin. Whenever he appeared, any desperate situation would no longer seem hopeless. Everyone in the fifth mainland had experienced some sort of disaster, and every cultivator had experienced some sort of pain, but they had all managed to survive in the end. Countless people recalled the past, and when they saw Lu Yin's image on the screen, their eyes filled with hope. Those who had despaired and wanted to escape this region of space were filled with hope once more. Lu Yin. The progenitor realm is the pinnacle of human cultivation. More than one progenitor has come to this region in the past. They wanted to enslave us and destroy us, but I defeated them all. With me around, what are you afraid of? Problems with the Astral Source universe? Trust me, it will be resolved. I, Lu Yin, guarantee that it will be resolved now and in the future. My name is Lu Yin, and I am the fifth mainland's Tao child. I walk on behalf of the heavens, and as long as I am willing, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Why should you be afraid or depressed? Human history has never been smooth sailing, and this chapter will pass sooner or later. No one knows how many geniuses will be born during this period. Elites are born in favorable circumstances, and only in dire straits can heroes be born. I hope that in a few years, or even a few decades, a group of people from this era will stand by my side. They will walk out of despair and bring humanity true hope. That day will definitely come. Why can't it be you? Do you all believe in me? This one sentence ignited the blood of countless people. One cultivator after another stood up and excitedly looked at the screen. In the above heaven, the dispirited cultivators cheered fervently, "We do. We do. We believe in the Tao Child. We believe that the Tao Child can resolve this disaster. The Tao Child is invincible. The Tao Child is invincible. The Tao Child is invincible." In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan's expression turned ugly. He could hear countless voices calling out Lu Yin's name. This kid's rallying power in the abandoned wastelands was ridiculous. Even the Lu family had not had such great rallying power in the astral tree domain. What exactly had this kid done? It was as if he had become the faith of an entire generation. Suddenly, Bai Wangyuan thought of something, and he took a step forward to appear outside the above heaven. Outside the above heaven, the hellworm stared at where Bai Wangyuan had appeared and bared its fangs. The ancestral tortoise retracted its head and faced Bai Wangyuan with its butt. Lu Yin looked up. Indeed, the ancestral tortoise had arrived. He looked at the second Night King. The second Night King roared, "Dao child, you are no longer suitable to be a Dao child." Countless people fell silent as they stared at the second Night King. Was he rebelling? Lu Bujing and the rest were stunned. Had the second Night King gone mad? The second Night King shouted, "Only the title, Dao Master, is more suitable for you." Everyone's eyes widened, and they all shouted, "Dao Master! Dao Master! Dao Master!" The blood ancestor was astonished. Dao Master. He knew that Lu Yin would definitely become a Dao Master in the future, but not now. Lu Bujing glanced at the second Night King and knew what was going on. The Fate Daughter frowned. The title Dao Master had actually appeared. "Shut up!" A stern voice rang out through the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and saw Bai Wangyuan walk out. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Lu Yin. "The title of Dao Master is not up to you. Bai Wangyuan, are you trying to cause trouble in the above heaven?" The blood ancestor shouted. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. "Bai Wangyuan, are you provoking the above heaven?" Bai Wangyuan replied, "The Dao Master represents the entire fifth mainland, including the astral tree realm. If you call yourself the Dao Master, the astral tree realm will not agree." "Who asked for your opinion?" Kuei Luo shouted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2472. Lu Bujing scolded, "The frigid immortal sect wants to interfere with my Lu family's matters. Since ancient times, only my Lu family has been able to claim the title of Path Master." Bai Wangyuan frowned. He hadn't cared about Lu Yin claiming the title of Path Master, and he had even been looking forward to it. However, not long ago, Bai Xiener had contacted him and told him that he had to stop Lu Yin from claiming the title. That title had a special meaning, and there would always be variables. This was why he had come to stop Lu Yin. After arriving in this region and seeing countless people being riled up by Lu Shaoxian, he was certain that he could not allow this person to claim the title of Path Master. For some reason, the title made him feel uneasy when it resounded in space. It was as if a lone lamp had been lit in the boundless ocean. Those two words were like a signal. Lu Yin stared at Bai Wangyuan. The main purpose of this meeting was to raise the morale of the fifth mainland, and he could not allow the cultivation inheritance to be severed just like that. Of course, his main goal was to use the progenitor's sword to cure the poison of time. However, if he failed, then what he had just said would come in handy and raise everyone's morale. If he succeeded, then what he had said would be the icing on the cake, and his prestige would rise to another level. Besides that, there was another goal, and that was to test the waters. A Path Master's status seemed to be quite extraordinary. There were 6 paths in the 3 realms, and in the words of the Destiny Daughter, the 3 realms could never replace the 6 paths. Lu Yin wanted to see what was so special about the 6 paths and whether anyone in the astral tree realm knew about the Path Master's status. Bai Wangyuan's appearance made him certain that the title of Path Master was very special. There were people who did not want him to become one. The more they did not want it, the more he wanted to become the Path Master. He wanted to see who would stand up to stop him. Bai Wangyuan, look at the fifth mainland. With your progenitor's strength, you can look at the entire fifth mainland. See if I want to become the path master, or if they want me to. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. Do you think you can stop me? Path master. Someone shouted. Following that, countless people shouted the same thing. Even with Bai Wang Yuan's progenitor's aura, he could not stop them. Lu Yin had defeated countless powerful enemies on the Fifth Mainland, including progenitors. His existence gave the people of the Fifth Mainland a confidence that was close to faith. This confidence was something that not even the Lu family had been able to give. Bai Wang Yuan was drowned in endless anticipation. He heard people's fanatical reverence for Lu Yin and saw excited faces. These people ignored him, an expert at the peak of human cultivation, and only looked at Lu Shaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan had never experienced such a feeling before. If the Lu family had such control in the starry sky of trees, how could they have overthrown them? How could the main space help? Lu Yin raised his head. Bai Wang Yuan, your four-direction scale wants to control the humans, but your goal will always be to control them. You will never be able to reach that step. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Lu Yin. In the dark sea, there was a lone ship that faced a storm and a tsunami all by itself. That ship craved for help, so the sailor on the ship lit a lamp. He was very lucky, as a bigger ship saw him and saved him. He thought that what awaited him was friendliness and food, but what awaited him was a feast of death. No one could survive that huge storm, and there was no food or water. The only way to survive was to eat each other, and that sailor just so happened to be the source of food that allowed the others to survive. Lu Shaoxian, you lit that lamp, and you brought the entire Fifth Mainland closer to the feast of death. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan in confusion. Where's the lamp? Bai Wang Yuan solemnly replied, the Tao Master. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Just the title of Tao Lord. Bai Wang Yuan wasn't sure either. He had asked Bai Siener, but she had said that she wasn't sure either. However, the title of Tao Master made him feel extremely uneasy. He knew that Bai Siener cultivated the art of destiny, which was why he trusted her so much. He also believed that she would one day replace the Lu family and control the starry sky of trees. This time was no exception. Once Lu Shaoxian became the Tao Master, he would attract the attention of the main space, just like the Lu family back then. Bai Wang Yuan alone was far from being able to compare to the Lu family back then. Even the Lu family had been exiled, let alone Bai Wang Yuan. He would invite trouble and be destroyed by the main space. This was what Bai Wang Yuan wanted to see, but because of Bai Siener's advice, he gave up on this idea and came to stop Lu Shaoxian. The title of Tao Master also made him feel uneasy. The universe is too big, so big that no one can say that they can live as they please. Ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all the Tao Lords have disappeared. Your Lu family's ancestor has been in seclusion all year round, and he didn't even appear when the Lu family was exiled. Only the third continent's Tao Lord, ancient Tao Lord, betrayed humanity. This is the fate of the three realms and 6 Taos, Bai Zhe said. This is the end of the 3 realms. Lu Yin obviously didn't believe Bai Wang Yuan's words. If becoming the Tao Master was really disadvantageous to him, why would he stop it? However, he wasn't sure if Bai Wang Yuan was trying to stop him from becoming the Tao Master or if he was trying to stop the changes that would happen to the Fifth Mainland. If it was the latter, then he would have to consider it carefully. When Hen Axayan and the others had first awakened, they had said that there was a secret that only the Tao Master knew. The Fate Maiden had also said that the 3 realms would never become the 6 realms. Lu Yin guessed that this had something to do with the progenitor's sword. Bai Wang Yuan's words made him even more apprehensive. What was behind all of this? Tao Master. Tao Master. Tao Master. Countless voices continued to echo in Lu Yin's ears, and Bai Wang Yuan couldn't stop the fervor of these people. Lu Yin looked up and saw many pairs of eyes staring at him. There were enlighters, envoys, half-ancestors, and even progenitors. However, no matter how high these people's cultivations were, they were all looking at Luin, waiting for his decision, and following his lead. Why did he have to think so much? Why was he limited to just one title? Why did he care so much about Bai Wangyuan's words? After losing his memories, Luin had gone from an ordinary cultivator to his current position. Most of the time, he had relied on his fearlessness. No matter how vast the universe was or how dangerous the outside world was, humans were not pushovers that could be casually pushed around. During the era of the above heaven sect, humans had been able to achieve glory and prosperity, and they could do the same now. Was it because the higher Luin climbed, the more things he cared about? Luin laughed, as he was thinking too much. There were many things that he didn't understand yet, and he was constantly worrying about them. In reality, it was meaningless. What did the title of Tao Master have to do with him? If he wanted to, then he could call himself a Tao Master. If he didn't want to, then so be it. Where was his destiny? What did his life have to do with him? Could she really plan for his future? If she could, then she would not be destiny, but a primogenitor. The Eternals would not have reached their current level. Were the 3 realms and 6 Taos all dead? His master had once said that he might meet them in Immemorial City in the future. Was progenitor Qin dead? Not necessarily, as Luin had seen him in the burial garden. Even the mystery progenitor had been repelled by progenitor Qin. Was the rune progenitor dead? Then how did the rune Tao civilization cover the universe? Was Ku Zu dead? Was that so? As the saying went, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. It was hard to imagine that Ku Zu had died. His master was here, and so were his senior brothers. All of the geniuses who had once illuminated the universe might not necessarily be dead. They might be watching him from somewhere, waiting for him. Right now, Luin seemed to be very lonely. In the entire Fifth Mainland, only Elder Chan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But looking down, there were Lu Bujing, Hen Axayan, Life Girl, Kue Luo, High Sage Heavenly Master, and so on. He was not alone. After thinking so much, he realized that there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. No one could shoulder the future of humanity with him. In reality, it was not that there was no one, but that Luin had not seen them yet. Bai Wangyuan had said that lighting this lamp would bring about a feast of death, but perhaps lighting this lamp would bring light instead. No one could be sure that the progenitor was dead, and the 3 realms and 6 Taos might not necessarily be dead either. The Lu family was still around, and progenitor Qin, Ku Zu, the symbol progenitor, and so on might all appear in the future. Since that was the case, what was Luin afraid of? Yes, what was he worried about? What was there to be depressed about? The universe that he could see was limited, but humanity's future was limitless. There was a limitless future, and anything could be resolved. Even if there was danger, it would not be his problem alone. Since when had he become so overcautious? Luin suddenly looked up and scanned everyone. Path Master. It doesn't matter. The universe was silent as everyone looked at him. Bai Wangyuan stared at him as well. At this moment, Luin seemed to have changed. If you're willing, then so be it. If you're not, then so be it. I, Luin, have led the Fifth Mainland to where it is today. Whether I'm a path master or not, the Fifth Mainland sky has always been supported by me. It was like this in the past, and it is still like this now. He then retrieved the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. The moment the progenitor's sword appeared, a formless vibration extended out, and ripples rapidly spread out across the entire Fifth Mainland. They swept past the heavens above the sky sect, the caged Wirm, the ancestral turtle, Bai Wangyuan, and countless planets in outer space. In an instant, they swept past the entire fifth mainland. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What was that? Bai Wangyuan was on guard. What was going on? He hurriedly sensed his own body, but he did not feel any changes. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and pointed it at the sky. Only he could sense that the fifth mainland sky had changed. The progenitor's sword was trembling, and it was almost impossible to hold on to it. The ripples followed the sword's edge as it swept through outer space, stirring up the entire fifth mainland's peace. However, there were no changes, and no one could sense any changes. My power has stabilized, Lan Xian said in shock as she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Next, the Elysium Heavenly Master, Kai, and the other half-ancestors also sensed that their power had stabilized. As half-ancestors, as long as their inner worlds were stable, they would be able to sense it. After the half-ancestors, it was the second Night King and the others who tried to absorb the astral source. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan was stunned. Stabilized. This astral source universe had been restored. In a corner of the heavens above the sky sect, Wu Junqi's mouth was agape as he stared blankly. Then, his legs went soft, and he actually knelt down. He saw Lu Yin holding the sword and pointing it at outer space. He had instantly dispelled the poison of time and restored the order of space-time. That was the poison of time, the power of time. This person had actually stabilized it. God. He was a god that stood above all sovereigns. This was the heavens above the sky sect, and that person was the above the sky sect's god. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2473. On this day, countless people worshipped Lu Yin fervently, and many couldn't help but kneel down. The cultivators shouted themselves hoarse, as their strength had been restored. When Lu Yin pointed his sword at the heavens, their strength had been restored. No one was more excited than the cultivators. Losing their strength was equivalent to losing their lives. Lu Yin had helped them recover their strength, which was equivalent to restarting their lives. If everything that Lu Yin had done before was enough to make them feel grateful and believe in him like a god, then at this moment, Lu Yin's image was completely solidified in their hearts. He was no longer just a god, he was truly a god. Everyone on the fifth mainland who saw this scene bowed in the direction of the above heaven sect and Lu Yin. No one could sense that the fifth continent was shaking. Even the starry sky of trees and the mother tree were shaking. No one could sense the shaking. Even Lu Yin himself did not sense it, but within his heart, the continent formed from Fate San was shaking at the same frequency as the fifth mainland. An indescribable depth appeared in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, some changes occurred to the fifth mainland, but no one was aware of them. In the above heaven sect, the blood ancestor looked at Lu Yin with shock. That was it. The astral source universe had been a problem for many years, and they had thought that it would continue to be a problem. After all, this was a method of the Eternals, and it would be too easy to resolve it. But it had been resolved just like that. Lu Bujing and the others had thought that they understood Lu Yin well, and they couldn't help but admire him. Under the illumination of the progenitor sword, he had become the fifth mainland's brightest star, and his image was engraved in countless people's minds. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan was equally shocked. He looked at Lu Yin, but he couldn't even summon the desire to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he didn't want to. He had forgotten everything and could only watch until Lu Yin stabbed the progenitor's sword into the statue. Lu Yin gripped the progenitor's sword and panted heavily. He slowly let go and turned his back to the crowd. Everyone could only look at his back, but they couldn't hide the fanaticism and worship in their eyes. Greetings, Headmaster. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Master Shan's eyes lit up. Greetings, Headmaster. He was excited, as he had never thought that after so many years, the headmaster would return to the Lu family. Greetings, Headmaster. Wan Ji bowed. Kue Luo grinned. Greetings, Headmaster. The blood ancestor took a deep breath. Greetings, Path Lord. Regardless of whether they were cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators, half-progenitors, or progenitors, all of them bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, Tao Lord. Greetings, Tao Lord. Greetings, Tao Lord. In Astral 10, crazy headmaster Shao Qin did not go to the heaven above earth sect. Instead, he slowly bowed in Lu Yin's direction. Greetings, Headmaster. Countless voices converged into a torrent that resounded through the sky of the fifth continent, shaking the heavens and causing waves to surge in the galaxy. The technocracy and the astral beast domains also had countless people and creatures bowing. Perhaps they didn't do it willingly, but in the face of this flood, they couldn't control their bodies and had no choice but to bow. On Shenwu continent, Elder Chan sighed in admiration. Regardless of your cultivation, everything you've done for the heavens is enough to bear this honor. He also slowly bowed. Greetings, Tao Lord. When Elder Chan's voice fell, the entire fifth continents will converge to form the words, Tao Lord, that exploded through the void and resounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin turned around and raised his hand, causing suns to rise from his palm. 9 suns soared into the sky, becoming even more dazzling. 9 suns, a cauldron transformation. With a shout, Lu Yin brought his palms together, and the 9 suns fused together to form a giant cauldron. Qing Ping's eyes went wide. Was this Master's 9 suns cauldron transformation? When the cauldron appeared, an obscure and ancient aura spread out. This incomparably ancient aura shocked Lu Bujing and the others, as they had felt it before, but it had never been as obvious as this. Bai Wang Yuan also felt it, and his eyes widened. What kind of aura was this? It actually caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he had cultivated the 9 suns cauldron transformation, Lu Yin had not used it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but rather that it was too difficult to use. While its power was limitless, he did not know how to use it. Now that he knew, he used it. The 9 suns cauldron transformation gathered a will, and it could even be said to be a form of faith. This was because it had been created to burn for warmth, and it had been created by the first human to use mud to bring vitality to the human race. This was the first artifact that had appeared since the birth of the human race, and it carried the hope and civilization of the human race. This was the 9 suns cauldron transformation, and it could absorb all energy and converge with the cauldron. No one could say for sure what an artifact that had been created with the will of the human race would be like. Lu Yin pressed down with both hands, causing the cauldron to crash down and land on the enormous plaza of the Above the Sky sect. This was the plaza that everyone had to pass to enter the Above the Sky staircase. Everyone had thought that this cauldron was a technique, but now, they realized that it was actually a physical object. Lu Yin had not expected that using the progenitor's sword to suppress the poison of time would be so effective. Even though he could not see every corner of the fifth mainland, he was certain that at this moment, he had become the only one in everyone's eyes. That was why he had been able to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation so smoothly. After he had succeeded in cultivating it, he had tried to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation to turn something illusory into something real, but he had failed. From then on, he did not know what to do. How could a technique turn something illusory into something real? It was just like cultivating the Ian evolution true scripture to turn one's innate gift into something that was difficult to explain. Now, when he had become the faith of everyone, the 9 suns cauldron transformation could be considered a success. Countless people looked at the giant cauldron at the bottom of the sky staircase, not knowing what it could be used for. Lu Yin also could not say what it could be used for, so he decided to leave it there for now. It could be considered a weapon, and it could also be considered a condensation of the human race's will. It was equivalent to equipping everyone's will with a weapon. As the cauldron landed, the progenitor's sword was inserted into the statue, and the commotion disappeared. Lu Yin looked up at Bai Wang Yuan. My fifth mainland's astral source universe has been restored. Please open the new void corridor and fulfill the agreement. As for the fourth array base, we will also take over. Progenitor Bai, don't underestimate the Eternals. They will return sooner or later. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Lu Yin deeply. There were many things that he did not understand about this person, and if he could, he really wanted to take action immediately. With a roar, the caged WIRM bared its fangs and claws at Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the caged WIRM and then at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, the Yuan sage, once said that he would give this vile creature as a gift to the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean will like it very much. Are you willing? Lu Yin raised his brows. What does his liking have to do with me? Bai Wang Yuan calmly replied, that's a powerhouse comparable to a primogenitor. He's above the 6 Daos, and if the Grand Empyrean really wants this gift, you'd best give it to him. Otherwise, you'll easily invite trouble. Your Lu family ended up like that because you didn't know how to appreciate favors. He then turned to leave. This time, he had not been able to stop Lu Yin from calling himself a path master, so he had to go back and discuss with Bai Xianer the meaning of that title. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan's departing figure. Bai Wang Yuan was about to kill with a borrowed knife again, and this time, he was going to borrow a Grand Empyrean. If that Grand Empyrean really appeared, then no one would be able to stop him, but the sole true God would not allow him to appear so easily. Sometimes, balance was the only way to develop. A single meeting in the sky had restored the fifth mainland's astral source universe, and the entire fifth mainland was filled with fatality. Wu Junshi prostrated himself on the ground and worshipped Lu Yin. A few days later, Lu Yin stood in the plaza below the stairway and looked at the cauldron. No one knew what he was thinking. Wu Junshi stood there respectfully. Tell me more about the main space, especially that Grand Empyrean, Lu Yin said. Wu Junshi kept his head down, not daring to look at Lu Yin. The reincarnation spacetime has 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, and they are all equivalent to progenitors in this universe. The Grand Empyrean is their master. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wu Junshi had said this before, and this was what Lu Yin was most afraid of. Even if there were 12 progenitors and a Grand Empyrean comparable to a primogenitor, Lu Yin would not be that surprised. After all, the primogenitor era in this universe was far more powerful than that. However, the 3 sovereigns, 9 sages, and 12 progenitors were all disciples of a Grand Empyrean. This was somewhat inconceivable. Even a primogenitor only had 3 disciples, and that was the 3 realms. 6 Daos might not necessarily be a primogenitor's disciple, let alone the progenitors below. No matter how talented a person was or how much they cultivated to, it would be good enough if they could become an invincible powerhouse and teach a few. How could they teach so many progenitors? No matter what era the reincarnation spacetime is, the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages have never been cut off. The Grand Empyrean is also an eternal powerhouse. According to Lord Luo, the Grand Empyrean likes the way of tea and often discusses the way of tea. This is the largest tea party in the entire 6 Direction Association. Lu Yin quietly listened to the story over and over again. No matter how many times he listened to it, the only thing he felt was that this reincarnation spacetime was truly powerful. This spacetime had a prosperous primogenitor era, but it also had a declining era. The 6 continents had been destroyed, but the reincarnation spacetime had never changed. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had never been cut off, and the Grand Empyrean had always been around. How did they ensure that their legacies continued? How strong were they? What was the difference in power between the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages? What about the other 6 direction associations? They should be at least on the same level as the 3 sovereign spacetime, which added up to a terrifying amount of power. The astral tree had always been excluded, the Lu family had been exiled, and the main space had replaced the primordial space as the strongest power in the universe. All of this showed that the astral tree had been excluded from this spacetime. If this spacetime came into contact with the 6 direction associations, what would happen? What would the main space do to him? What would the other spacetimes think? Right now, what he wanted to do the most was understand the 6 direction associations. What Wu Junshe knew came from Lord Luo's occasional mentions, so he did not know much about them. Not only did he want to understand the 6 direction associations, but he also wanted to join them. In the astral tree, Bai Xian'er walked out of the Red Garden. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2474. Bai Wang Yuan looked over. You're injured. What happened? She took out the Book of Destiny and burned half of it. What? Bai Wang Yuan didn't understand. Bai Xian'er said, don't worry about it. How's Lu Shaoxian doing? We couldn't stop him. He's being called the Path Master. Bai Xian'er remained calm. He'll pay the price, but we can't be implicated. I'll go to the tea party. Bai Wang Yuan was surprised. You're going? Bai Xian'er smiled. Of course I want to see the great Empyrean's tea party. Ancestor, if everything goes smoothly, we'll separate ourselves from the abandoned lands. We won't have to care about Lu Xiaoshuan's life. Alright, I'll go prepare a gift. Bai Xian'er said, no need, I've already prepared it. Bai Wang Yuan was curious. What did you prepare? The great Empyrean is very picky. Bai Xian'er smiled happily. He'll love this gift. There was a planet outside the astral tree realm called the Barbarian Planet. It was one of the 7 planets in the astral tree realm. Xia Shenfei entered the Barbarian Planet and was greeted by a giant tail from a gigantic rat. Bang! The rat had an unimaginably sturdy body, and its tail was so tough that even Xia Shenfei couldn't cut it in half. Xia Shenfei landed on the Barbarian Planet. The ground was just as sturdy. This planet wasn't really a planet. It was just a giant and sturdy rock that was used to forge weapons. For example, the volcano inside the monstrous ancestor's metal box was made of this type of rock. Rocks couldn't give birth to living creatures, so all the creatures on the Barbarian Planet had been captured. The mountains, rivers, and rivers here had all been transformed. There were also giants. Xia Shenfei searched for a few days after landing on the Barbarian Planet, but he didn't find anything other than fighting with the giant creatures. Junior Xia Shenfei requests Ancestor Xia Zhen to take charge of the Shenwu Celestial Tree Realm. Xia Shenfei shouted respectfully as he looked around. Roars rang out as giant creatures came from all directions and surrounded Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei's eyes were cold as he fought with the giant creatures, leaving behind a bloody scene that attracted even more giant creatures. He changed locations and continued to shout. Junior Xia Shenfei requests Ancestor Xia Zhen to step forward and preside over the divine martial plane situation. This time, countless giant hedgehogs were attracted. I'm Xia Shenfei, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xia Zhen to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Countless earthworms emerged from the ground, making Xia Shenfei feel disgusted. I'm Xia Shenfei, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xia Zhen to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Huge birds descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. Xia Shenfei shouted for 10 days on the Barbarian Star, causing chaos on the Barbarian Star. Finally, someone responded, scram. Xia Shenfei was thrown out of the Barbarian Star by the sound waves. At this moment, all the creatures on the Barbarian Star trembled. The power of the ancestor realm swept across the outer realm. On the neighboring Green Hill planet, Bai Xing rolled his eyes. You scared me, crazy woman. Xia Shenfei stood in the starry sky with blood on his lips. Shenji, he said. Ancestor was plotted against and exiled to an unknown space. There is no one to preside over the divine martial plane situation. If Ancestor doesn't step in, the divine martial plane will be removed from the four-way scale. So what? You received glory that didn't belong to you. You should be happy that you can return to your original position. At least the Xia family didn't all die, a cold voice said mercilessly. Xia Shenfei's gaze was resolute. Ancestor, you obtained the resources of the divine martial plane and promised to return them. Now that the divine martial plane is in danger, I beg you to step in and at least descend so that others won't look down on us. The barbarian star was silent. After a while, a figure walked out. She was graceful and beautiful, but she was as cold as ice. She looked at Xia Shenfei with disgust. I owe the Xia family, but it's not up to a junior like you to demand payment. Xia Shenfei bowed again. This junior has been rude, but there is no one left in the Xia family who can step in. The clan leader has been imprisoned for colluding with outsiders, and Ancestor Shinji has been exiled to a parallel universe. It will be difficult for him to return. There are no half-ancestors in the direct line of descent, and even the half-ancestors from the side branches don't dare enter the fifth mainland to look for Lu Shaoxian. Xia Zhen was confused. The Eternals have been exiled, so why is the divine martial plane getting weaker? Xia Shenfei felt helpless. There were two progenitors in the divine martial plane. One was Xia Shenji, and the other was the woman in front of him. However, this woman didn't get along with Ancestor Shinji or the entire divine martial plane. She only wanted to stay on the barbarian star and didn't care about the outside world. Her relationship with the divine martial plane was very complicated, and if it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't have come looking for her. After muttering to himself for a while, Xia Shenfei told Xia Zhen everything that had happened. Xia Zhen wasn't angry, and instead smiled. Xia Shenji was actually plotted against by Lu Shaoxian. This is retribution. The four-way scale exiled the Lu family, so Lu Shaoxian exiled Xia Shenji. Xia Shenfei looked up. Lu Shaoxian can use progenitor Chen's power. Xia Zhen was stunned and stared at Xia Shenfei. What did you say? Xia Shenfei said in a low voice, Lu Shaoxian was able to control the wasteland, defeat Ancestor Shinji, and strike a deal with Ancestor Bai because he can use the power that progenitor Chen left behind in the wasteland. If I remember correctly, that power is called Sirius. Xia Zhen's eyes flashed. Progenitor Qin, was his power. Detestable. The divine martial plane was detestable, and so was Xia Shang. None of them were good people. After thinking about it, she grabbed Xia Shenfei and headed towards the Wang family's continent. Xia Shenfei heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xia Zhen's appearance didn't mean that she could save Xia Shenji, at least the outside world could confirm that there was still a progenitor in the divine martial plane. Senior, where are you going? Didn't you want me to make a decision for the divine martial plane? I'm going to find Lu Shaoxian, Xia Zhen said coldly. Xia Shenfei hesitated. Lu Shaoxian borrowed progenitor Chen's power, and he himself can summon a progenitor. He also has a progenitor who controls the ancestral qi of the three sons. Are you going alone? Xia Zhen ignored Xia Shenfei, as Xia Shang's name filled her mind. She wanted to see how Lu Shaoxian had obtained Xia Shang's power and what Xia Shang had left behind in the wasteland. Xia Shenfei regretted mentioning progenitor Qin. Although he didn't know much about what had happened between Xia Zhen, progenitor Qin, and the Xia family, it seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Even progenitor Bai and the others didn't dare to provoke Lu Shaoxian, so Xiaozhen alone wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he couldn't stop Lu Shaoxian. A gust of wind blew past, and Xiaozhen brought Xiaoshenfei away. They entered the fifth mainland. Where was Xiaoshenji exiled from? The four-way scales had already investigated this point, and Xiaoshenfei told Xiaozhen the location. Xiaozhen stepped forward, not bothering to hide her progenitor's power at all. She was filled with the Xia family's dominance and sharpness. Above the sky, Lu Yin looked over. Progenitor. This aura belonged to someone from the Xia family. Each of the four-way scales had a progenitor guarding the outer realm. Generally speaking, these progenitors wouldn't move, but the Xia family had to. Xiaoshenji had been exiled, and if the Xia family wanted to maintain their current status, they would have to invite the progenitor guarding the outer realm. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at it. He had been able to sense the progenitor when she had just arrived at the fifth mainland. He hadn't been able to do so before, so why was he able to sense her now? Strange. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he appeared in the above-the-sky sex prison. The dark prison imprisoned many people who had committed heinous crimes. Lu Yin arrived outside one of the prisons. Long time no see, Xia Ji. Xia Ji was naturally the one trapped in this prison. Ever since Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to suppress the fifth mainland, Xia Ji had been imprisoned here until now. Xia Ji looked up and opened his blurry eyes to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked into the prison and walked over to Xia Ji. It must not feel good to be imprisoned. Xia Ji lowered his head, unwilling to speak. To a half-progenitor, being imprisoned for a few years was not a big deal. Even if he had been imprisoned for hundreds or even thousands of years, he would have been mentally prepared. Leave. I won't teach you the 9 clones. Lu Yin laughed, and he casually removed the chains that had trapped Xia Ji. Xia Ji was stunned, but when the chains fell to the ground, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at Lu Yin. This brat had underestimated him. Did he really think that Xia Ji was that weak? Xia Ji had been pretending all along. Lu Yin remained indifferent as he raised his hand to meet Xia Ji's palm. There was a crack as Xia Ji's palm bent. He was shocked. This was impossible. Lu Yin was clearly just an emissary, but he felt as if he was a weakling trying to shake a tree. A sharp blade formed on the surface of Lu Yin's body, and he looked up. You don't know what's good for you. A purplish-black substance formed from battle force appeared in his palm. He pressed down, instantly shattering the sharp blade and pressing down on Xia Ji's shoulder, forcing him to the ground and shattering the bones in his shoulder. Xia Ji violently coughed up blood and stared at the ground in disbelief. His eyes gradually filled with the color of blood, and his left hand could not move because of his shattered shoulder. He struggled to use his right arm to support his body and slowly looked up. Following Lu Yin's leg, he hoarsely said, You. Lu Yin squatted down and stood very close to Xia Ji. People say that a scholar who has been away for 3 days can be seen in a new light. We haven't seen each other for a few years. What, do you still think that I'm the same junior who relied on tricks to fight against you? Pfft. Xia Ji coughed up another mouthful of blood, and he was stunned. A few years. It's only been a few years, and you're still an emissary. Yes, I'm still an emissary, but I like to fight against progenitors. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Xia Ji's eyes widened, and his right arm no longer had any strength. He could no longer support his body and fell to the ground. His chin touched the ground as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing the ground red. He could not believe that someone could improve so quickly in such a short period of time. It was unimaginably fast, and it defied common sense. Lu Yin stood up and looked down at Xia Ji. Look at you. You're like a dead dog. Back then, you ambushed me with the power of a half-ancestor and forced me to hand over all sorts of cultivation techniques. You even wanted to kill me. What about now? Xia Ji, I feel sorry for you. You're still a half-ancestor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2475. Xia Ji tried his best to raise his head and stared at Lu Yin. Are you here to humiliate me? What else? Lu Yin retorted. Xia Ji sneered. I know that you want to get the 9 clones technique from me. The more you humiliate me, the more I want to live, right? Lu Yin did not speak and merely looked at him calmly. Xia Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to raise his head to look at Lu Yin. You've succeeded. I'll teach you and let you learn the 9 clones technique as long as you let me go. You must let me go, and our grudge will end here. With your strength, you won't bother to bicker with me, and I'm no threat to you. Let me go. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. If only you'd said that earlier. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. I'm actually here to humiliate you. Xia Ji bellowed, aside from me, no one else can teach you the 9 clones technique. Do you think that brat Xia Luo can teach you just because he learned it? I know that you two have a good relationship, but he can't teach you, and neither can Starsabil. Only I can teach you the 9 clones technique. You must let me go. Xia Ji was so angry that he was willing to give up all of his dignity in order to live. Lu Yin felt bored. Revenge was only his goal, and he wanted to answer to his past self. However, it did not bring him much joy. It was time to end his grudge with Xia Ji. He grabbed Xia Ji and left. On Shenwu continent, Elder Chan had just returned. Crazy director Xiaochen had broken through the void realm to become a half-progenitor. Elder Chan and the mist ancestor had gone to visit the director and had chatted for several days. Although the crazy director's realm was much lower than theirs, they had all ascended stargazing deck countless times and seen the various things that had happened in the past. They had seen through the mortal world and conversed with each other, so there was no difference between them. The mist ancestor was the same. Elder Chan felt that it was a pity that the crazy director had not broken through the 3 stages and could not become a progenitor. Who are you? Please state your name, Elder Chan said as he looked in a certain direction. There, Xia Zhen walked out with Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei did not ignore Elder Chan because of their different standpoints. He bowed as well. Junior Xia Shenfei from Shenwu Planet greets Elder Chan. Elder Chan looked at Xia Zhen. From Shenwu Planet. Xia Zhen. I've seen you before. Elder Chan was astonished. When? During the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands, you met with Senior Lu Tianyi. At that time, I was also brought along by Xia Shenji, Xia Qin said. Xia Shenfei didn't expect the two of them to be old acquaintances. Elder Chan was surprised. So it's an old friend. Back then, you were just a young man, and so was I. Now, we're both old, Xia Qin said. His tone was no longer as cold as before, and it seemed to have softened after seeing an old friend. Old Zen nodded. Yes, I'm old now. Sir, are you here for Xia Shenji? Xia Qin asked, where's Lu Shaoxian? I want to see him. Elder Chan replied, then we'll have to wait. I need to inform him. Xia Qin nodded, and his gaze swept past Elder Zen. He looked at the tower of resonating light, and then up at the luck path array. So that's how it is. This sourcebox array sealed off the path to a parallel dimension, and Xia Shenji was tossed there. Old Chan replied, that's right. If you want to bring Xia Shenji back, then please go back. It's best not to fight when old friends meet. Xia Zhen was puzzled. Why are you helping Lu Shaoxian? Is it because of Lu Tianyi's kindness? Elder Chan shook his head. I've already repaid Senior Tianyi's kindness. Lu Shaoxian is Lu Shaoxian. No, I'm helping Lu Yin, not Lu Shaoxian. What's the difference? Xia Qin didn't understand. Elder Chan thought for a moment. The Lu family's heir is a righteous person, and he sees the good side of the world. Because of his standpoint, he will always be like Senior Tianyi, protecting everyone. Regardless of whether it's his innate talent, cultivation, appearance, or personality, he's a nearly perfect person. Lu Yin, on the other hand, is someone who has seen through the ugliness of the world. He's calculative, vicious, and vengeful. He's also a greedy person. Xia Qin raised an eyebrow. In comparison, Lu Yin really didn't have a good image at all. But it's this kind of person who's willing to take on such a huge responsibility. He's using himself as a beacon to illuminate the path forward for humanity. No matter what he does, it's all for the sake of survival. In the end, he'll do everything he can to help humanity survive. This kind of person is worth helping. His bottom line will never be broken, Elder Chan said. Xia Shenfei listened to Elder Chan's words and Lu Yin's appearance appeared in his mind. So, this was how these people thought of him. Real, too real. Between Lu Shaoxian and Lu Yin, one was an illusory perfection, while the other was a real commoner. Humans needed a perfect image to lead them forward, but there were too many people with such an image. The more desperate a situation was, the more they needed someone who knew how to survive to lead the way. Lu Yin was such a person. How many life and death situations had he experienced in this part of the universe for this progenitor to be willing to help him? I'm even more curious now that you mention it, Xia Qin said. She had always been on the barbarian star, and although she was clear about the outside world, she didn't know much about it. Elder Chan gestured for her to sit down. I don't mind. Let's sit down and talk. It's rare to meet an old friend. Xia Qin nodded and sat down across from Elder Chan. One looked old while the other looked young, as if they were from two different eras. However, strictly speaking, Xia Qin was older than Elder Chan. Xia Shenfei stood respectfully in the distance and waited quietly, occasionally glancing at the tower of resonating light. Is it here? Ancestor Shinji has been tricked, and I don't know when he'll return. Soon enough, a figure that blotted out the sky appeared. The hellworm roared and bared its fangs as it looked around, but there was no one around. It resentfully lowered its claws. Lu Yin entered Shinwu continent and appeared between Xia Qin and Elder Chan. I'm late. Elder Chan replied, he's Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Xia Qin, and Xia Qin looked back at him. Xia Shinji was exiled by you. To be more precise, he took the wrong path, Lu Yin said directly. Xia Qin frowned. You're shameless. Lu Yin calmly asked, why are you here, senior? Can you bring Xia Shinji back? Xia Qin asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Then forget it, Xia Qin said. Elder Chan was flabbergasted, it was that simple. Xia Shenfei was not surprised, and neither was Lu Yin, since he knew about Xia Qin. You can borrow Xia Shang's power. How did you get it? Xia Qin asked again. Lu Yin replied, Senior, let's get straight to the point. I know a bit about you, and I can tell you that my power comes from Sirius, not progenitor Chen's personal inheritance. Xia Qin's gaze turned cold. You know about me. Who told you that? Lu Yin replied, Senior, you don't have to ask who told you. In short, you hate Shinwu Plain and progenitor Qin. Senior owes Shinwu Plain and progenitor Qin, so I have a plan that can satisfy all of your needs. Xia Qin sneered. You want to help me? Lu Yin shook his head and replied seriously, I'm helping myself. Shenwu Plain banished the Lu family because of Xia Shenji's decision. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that Xia Shenji is banished. Not only will he be banished from our world, but he will also be banished from Shenwu Plain. Xia Qin did not understand and looked at Lu Yin. What bold words! Xia Shenfei stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flashing. Elder Chan was also curious as to what Lu Yin was going to do. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released a person. It was Xiao Luo. Luo Zhong. Why are you here? Xia Shenfei was surprised. Ever since the Starry Sky Tree Expeditionary Force was captured, they all knew that Luo Zhong was Xiao Luo, the successor of the Xia family in this starry sky. However, Xia Ji had already pledged allegiance to the Divine Martial Celestial, so there was no need to mention Xiao Luo. After Lu Yin released the expedition army, Xiao Luo also remained in Shenwu Plain. However, because of his status, he was still not welcomed and would cause trouble from time to time. Xia Shenfei had never cared about Xiao Luo, so he had not expected to see him here. Senior, we meet again. Xiao Luo smiled. Xia Shenfei looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin replied, Senior, he's Xiao Luo, progenitor Chen's successor. Xia Qin stared at Xiao Luo with a complicated expression. He seemed excited but also resentful. Senior, you should return what you owe to progenitor Qin. Please support him in taking control of Shenwu Plain, Lu Yin said. No! Xia Shenfei shouted. Xia Qin looked at Lu Yin as well. Let Xia Shang's people take control of Shenwu Plain. You're really good at scheming. It's just as Elder Chan said. Lu Yin glanced at Elder Chan, not knowing what the old man had said. He continued, Senior, there's no need to rush. Continue listening to this junior. You've repaid what you owe to progenitor Qin, but you can also repay what you owe to Shenwu Plain. He looked at Xia Shenfei. Your father is imprisoned, so you can choose to take control of Shenwu Plain or release your father. I can remove the death god's seal from his body. Xia Shenfei's eyes narrowed. My father betrayed Shenwu Plain and colluded with you. Lu Yin interrupted. He's being controlled by the death god's seal, and if he doesn't cooperate with me, he'll die. You can agree to remove the seal and return his freedom. As for what happens to him in Shenwu Plain, that has nothing to do with me. You can choose to have Senior support him in taking control of Shenwu Plain and be on equal footing with Xiao Luo, or you can choose to take control. That's your choice. What a joke. You don't have the right to take control of Shenwu Plain. Lu Shaoxian, do you really think that you can decide the master of Shenwu Plain? Xia Shenfei was unhappy. Lu Yin looked at Xia Zhen and smiled. Senior, do you want them to experience what happened to you back then? Xia Zhen's eyes lit up. Xia Shenfei's heart sank. Not good, this was Lu Xiaoshuan's plan. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened back then, Xia Zhen had definitely been hurt deeply. Otherwise, as a progenitor, he wouldn't have stayed out of Shenwu Plain's affairs for so many years. He looked at Xia Zhen. Ancestor, don't listen to Lu Shaoxian. He's trying to sow discord in Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin smiled. That's even more interesting. That's right, I'm trying to sow discord. Shenwu Plain seems to care about this the most. Xia Zhen closed his eyes. Direct descendants and collateral descendants. Yes, Divine Martial Heaven cared about this the most. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2476. No one could understand Xia Zhen's pain. Her pain was no less than Xia Shang's. She was also from a side branch of the Xiao clan. Since she was young, she was gifted and quickly attracted the attention of the Shenwu clan. However, because of the incident with progenitor Qin, the Xiao clan was very cautious of the side branch geniuses. She was suppressed until one day, progenitor Qin appeared and personally unearthed her potential. He took her to cultivate, and her talent was noticed by everyone. It was also at that time that the direct descendants could no longer suppress her, unless they killed her decisively. This was the problem that ancestor Qin had left for the Xiao family. They could either kill her or allow her to grow and become the next ancestor Qin. The Xiao clan did not dare to kill her because she was progenitor Qin's disciple. If they killed her, they were afraid that progenitor Qin would take revenge on them. However, if they did not kill her, the branch family would rise up again. In the end, the Shenwu Sky used all their resources to nurture her. They gave her a choice between the Shenwu Sky and ancestor Qin. She chose the Shenwu Sky because she had parents and loved ones. On the other hand, ancestor Qin was able to betray the Shenwu Sky because his parents and loved ones had died in the hands of the direct descendants. These were two completely different situations. It seemed like a simple choice, but it was a cruel one for the little girl back then. She had shouldered the lives of her parents and loved ones, and had given up on the people she respected the most. At the same time, she had had to endure the teachings of the direct descendants day after day, year after year. She had been threatened by the direct descendants, and had even been forced to marry a direct descendant. All of this had been her pain. Ancestor Qin had experienced the pain of losing a family member, but he could take revenge without fear. With the support of the Liu family, he grew step by step and became an invincible powerhouse in the starry sky. She, on the other hand, had been suppressed by the divine martial sky from beginning to end. Her pain was unforgettable. She had wished countless times that ancestor Qin didn't value her. That was the source of all her sorrow. Ancestor Qin had groomed her to make a choice for the divine martial heaven, but what he had sacrificed was her life. She hated the divine martial sky, hated ancestor Qin, but at the same time, she owed the divine martial sky because of the resources. She also owed ancestor Qin because her talent had been unearthed. She wanted to take revenge on the Shenwu sky and ancestor Qin. The choice that Lu Yin had given was exactly the same as the one that progenitor Qin had given the Xiao family. No, it was not a choice, but a decision. Back then, the Xiao clan could choose to kill her or not. Now, Shenwu Sky had to accept the joint leadership of the direct line and the collateral line. What made her feel better was that she was the only one who could make the decision. She could decide whether she wanted to or not. The direct line had no choice. Looking at Xia Shenfei's face was pale. His usual confidence was gone. The more it was like this, the more Xia Zhen wanted to do it. "All right, that's it," Xia Qin said. Xia Shenfei raised his head and looked at Xia Zhen. He wanted to say something, but Xia Zhen didn't give him a chance. A mere descendant of the direct line of descent had no right to speak to her. Actually, if Xia Shenji is gone, he can just disappear as a direct descendant, Lu Yin said. Xia Shenfei swallowed the words he wanted to say. Right now, the divine martial heaven only had one old ancestor, and that was Xia Zhen. Her words were the heavens. If she really wanted to remove the direct line of descent, no one could do anything about it. Let Xia Shang's people take charge of the divine martial sky. "I've repaid his kindness," said Xia Qin. Lu Yin replied, "You've already repaid your kindness. What's next is hatred." He paused for a moment before continuing, "The Shenwu Plain hopes that you can save Xia Shenji. You can choose not to save him as revenge for what the Shenwu Plain has done to you over the years." Xia Zhen was calm. As for progenitor Qin, elder Chan, Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, and Xia Zhen all looked at Lu Yin. He had received the greatest favor from progenitor Qin, so how could he help Xiaojin take revenge on progenitor Qin? Lu Yin brought out another person from Mount Supreme, Xiaoji. Xiaoji's hair was disheveled as he crashed to the ground, his face covered in dust. Everyone looked at him. Xiaoji. Elder Chan was shocked. When Xiaoji heard Elder Chan's voice, he raised his head with difficulty and looked over. When he saw the old man, his expression changed. You've changed. Elder Chan, you've already broken through to progenitor realm. You're the first person in the fifth mainland to do so, Lu Yin said. Xiaoji's eyes flickered with unwillingness, regret, and anger. Countless emotions tangled together, causing him to grit his teeth. He should have been the first to break through. If his plan had succeeded, he would have obtained the serious art and obtained progenitor Chen's power. He would have been able to break through to progenitor realm. Lu Yin, it's all because of that little bastard. Xiaoji hid his venomous gaze and lowered his head, not daring to let Lu Yin see him. Elder Chan sighed. He hadn't expected that a half-ancestor would end up like this. Who could he blame? As a half-ancestor, Xiaoji had schemed against the Sirius sect, Leon's Armada, and Eternal Sky Island, causing countless deaths. He had even attacked Lu Yin and then betrayed the fifth mainland to join the Shenwu Plain. Everything had led to his current situation. Elder Chan sighed. You should have known better. Xiaoji clenched his right fist and said in a hoarse voice, Lu Yin, I'll teach you the 9 clones technique and the Xia family's secret technique, blade intent. I only ask that you let me go. He wanted to live. As long as he lived, he would have a chance to break through to progenitor realm. Elder Chan, an old rival, was actually looking down on him and saying such words. This was worse than killing him. He couldn't accept this outcome. His words caused Xia Shenfei to explode. Xiaoji, how dare you teach an outsider the 9 clones technique? You're courting death in front of the patriarch. Xiaoji was shocked. Patriarch. Patriarch Shinji. Xiaoji said hoarsely as he struggled to turn his neck to look behind him. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the 9 clones technique. He then looked at Xiaojin. This person's name is Xiaoji, and he's the descendant of progenitor Qin, Xiaoshang. I'll leave him to you. Xiaojin looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoshang's descendant. Xiaoji turned his head with difficulty and saw Xia Shenfei glaring at him, Xiao Luo with a faint smile, and Xiaojin. The moment he saw Xiaojin, he was certain that this person was also a progenitor. Xia Shinji hadn't appeared, but another progenitor from the Shenwu Plain had arrived. He looked at Xiaojin and pleaded, Ancestor, please save this junior ancestor. Xiaojin looked at Xiaoji. You're Xiaoshang's descendant? Yes, this junior is progenitor Chen's descendant, Xiaoji replied. Xiaojin frowned. Xiaoshang wasn't with Wang Xiaoyu. Where did his descendant come from? Lu Yin's eyes twitched. That's right, he had forgotten that progenitor Qin had been betrayed by Wang Xiaoyu. Where had his descendant come from? Had he just randomly found a girl? Xiaoji replied, everyone in the fifth mainland Xia family is progenitor Chen's descendant, and we can be connected by blood to him. This is proof, but there are no records of our bloodline appearing in the records, so this junior isn't sure. Xiaojin retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. Xiaoji begged, Ancestor, I'm a descendant of Ancestor Qin, and I've also joined the Divine Martial Plane. I'm part of the Divine Martial Plane, so please save me. I'm from the Xia family, so please save me. Xiaojin calmly replied, You're handing him over to me for me to deal with. Lu Yin asked. Yes, he's progenitor Chen's descendant. Senior, you can deal with him as you wish. You obtained Xia Shang's power, but you harmed his descendant. Xia Zhen asked with his back to Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, this person ambushed me as a half-ancestor when I was still in the beginning stages of my cultivation. If I hadn't had some tricks up my sleeve, I would already be dead. He schemed against my family and friends, causing 72 deaths. When the fifth mainland was in trouble, he sought refuge with others and betrayed us. He even knew about progenitor Chen's past, but he still wanted to seek refuge with the Shenwu Plain. This person is not worthy of the surname Xia, nor is he worthy of being progenitor Chen's descendant. I schemed against the Sirius sect to obtain the Sirius technique. That's progenitor Chen's technique, and it should belong to me. Those 72 lives of yours were an accident. The reason I targeted you was because you schemed against the 7 courts. You obtained power that shouldn't belong to you. Progenitor Chen's power should belong to me and the Xia family's descendants. Why should it belong to you? Why did you join the Shenwu Plain? Xia Zhen asked Xia Ji. Xia Ji lowered his head. We're both surnamed Xia. Even if progenitor Chen was still alive, he would have thought it through and be willing to return to the Shenwu Plain. Xia Luo shook his head. This old man was dead meat. The grudge between progenitor Chen and the Shenwu Plain was too deep, and Xia Zhen was also a victim of that grudge. Saying that progenitor Chen should return to the Shenwu Plain in front of the victim was the same as erasing everything that had happened because of that grudge. It was the same as denying Xia Zhen's past. Goodbye, old man. Thank you for agreeing to let me replace Xia Jiuyo. I'll deal with Xia Shang myself. There's no need to vent my anger on his descendant, Xia Zhen said indifferently. Lu Yin raised a brow. All right. Xia Ji could tell that this Xia family ancestor had a grudge with progenitor Qin, but his words also seemed to be dissatisfied with the Shenwu Plain. What was going on with this person? He subconsciously looked at Xia Luo, as this Xia family descendant whom he had tacitly agreed to replace Xia Jiuyo should know something. Xia Ji had just raised his head when a foot stomped down. There was a rumble as his body was stomped into the ground, causing the earth to crack as a huge force pierced through the entire Shenwu continent. Lu Yin looked down from above as he stomped Xia Ji to death, just like how he had stomped Night King Zhenwu to death. This was the end of a grudge. Xia Ji did not know why Xia Zhen had not saved him and had instead allowed him to be stomped to death. He felt that he had not done anything wrong, as they were both surnamed Xia. So many years had passed, and progenitor Qin should have returned to the Shenwu Plain. Everything he had done had been for the sake of regaining his own strength. What had he done wrong? And why had Lu Yin killed him so decisively? Did he not want to obtain the 9 clones technique? That was the supreme battle technique of the Shenwu Plain. Why had he given it up without any hesitation? Xia Ji could not figure it out. Lu Yin sighed. Xia Ji had died in the end, and the grudge of 72 lives had been avenged. Did it feel good? It did not. People had died, and the grudge had been avenged. However, the dead could not be revived. Lu Yin immediately chose Xia Ji as his general since he was a half-ancestor. This could be considered the first half-ancestor that Lu Yin had truly chosen. Previously, he had chosen Tian Dou, who was only a peak emissary. With Lu Yin's current strength, he would have no problem choosing a half-ancestor. Xia Shenfei watched as Xia Ji was chosen, and then he looked at Lu Yin with a trace of fear in his eyes. This was an emotion that should not have appeared in his eyes, but it had appeared at this moment. There was nothing crueler than dying and being chosen as a general. Perhaps this was the reason why the Lu family had been exiled. The Lu family's innate gift was too terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2477. Xia Zhen stared at Lu Yin. This person was just as Elder Chan had said, ruthless. He was completely different from the sunny Lu Shaoxian, but only this kind of ruthlessness could allow him to survive in space. The Lu family was gone, but he lived a prosperous life. It was because of this ruthlessness that he relied on. She stared into Lu Yin's eyes, but she didn't see any joy from revenge. All she saw was melancholy, which made her sigh in relief. There was a fundamental difference between someone who was forced to take revenge and someone who enjoyed it. It was no wonder why Elder Chan had been willing to help him. Elder Chan didn't think much about Xia Ji's death. After cultivating for so many years, he had become indifferent to many things. You don't have any objections to killing Xia Ji, right? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Xia Luo. Xia Luo shrugged. He didn't have any objections when Xia Jiuyo died. It was just a cycle of reincarnation. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, it was just a cycle of reincarnation. Xia Ji was selfish and had no familial ties. He had allowed Xia Jiuyo to be killed by Xia Luo in order to nurture a better successor. He could have stopped it, but he hadn't. Xia Yi's method of nurturing was cruel, but Xia Ji had allowed it to happen as well. They were far inferior to progenitor Qin, and they were more like the Xia family of Shenwu Plain. So, have we reached an agreement? Senior. Lu Yin asked as he looked at Xia Zhen. Xia Shenfei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xia Zhen as well. Xia Zhen glanced at Xia Ji's corpse and then looked at Lu Yin. Yes, it's quite interesting to have the main bloodline and the subsidiary bloodlines jointly control Shenwu Plain. Ancestor, this. Xia Shenfei wanted to say something, but Xia Luo stopped him. Senior, please guide me in the future. Xia Shenfei stared at Xia Luo and clenched his fists. Xia Luo smiled. Path Master, even if I have Ancestor Xia Zhen's support, I won't have an easy time in Shenwu Plain. Path Master. Xia Zhen looked at Lu Yin in surprise. That was how he addressed him. This was the first time someone had formally addressed Lu Yin as such, and he wasn't used to it. Take the Xia family members here with you. Thank you, Path Master. Xia Luo smiled. Xia Shenfei and Xia Luo exchanged glances, killing intent deep within their eyes. When Elder Chan saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. Shenwu Plain was going to be lively in the future, and they could only blame themselves for offending Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been in the Fifth Mainland for many years, and ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had dealt with one enemy after another. No matter how powerful the behemoths were, they would all be defeated in the end, and Shenwu Plain was no exception. From this moment onwards, Lu Yin had officially extended his hand into the four-way scales. Although Xia Shenji was gone, the frigid immortal sect shouldn't have allowed Lu Yin to meddle in Shenwu Plain's affairs so easily. However, when Lu Yin and Xia Zhen arrived at Shenwu Plain, the frigid immortal sect didn't do anything, which made Lu Yin uneasy. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were not fools, and it was impossible for them not to have seen through Lu Yin's current actions. However, they still allowed him to do as he pleased. Even though part of the reason was that it would be useless for them to interfere, from Lu Yin's point of view, it was more like they were waiting for something. The Lu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland for so many years, and Patriarch Lu Tianyi had even dared to face the only true God. This power was absolutely terrifying, but in the end, he had still been banished by the four-way scales. They seemed to be powerless most of the time, but they would always act at the most crucial moment. Lu Yin thought back to all the times he had clashed with the four-way scales. From the astral palm strike agreement to the suppression after Lu Yu's death, to forcing them to hand over their star essence, to undergoing 6 origin tribulations, to plotting against Madman Lu, to calling himself a Tao Lord, and so on. The four-way scale seemed to be useless against him, and they couldn't stop him from doing anything. However, they had only taken the initiative to do one thing, and that was to destroy Stargazing Tower. Stargazing Tower had been the most crucial reason for the astral palm strike agreement. The four-way scales would always act at the most crucial moment. If not for the crazy headmaster's sudden breakthrough, they would have destroyed Stargazing Tower, and Lu Yin would have no way to deal with Bai Xianer. This would also mean that he would have lost the ability to control the four-way scales. Once a conflict arose, they would be able to act without restraint. The four-way scales didn't do much, but once they did something, the results would be disastrous. This was what made Lu Yin wary. He wouldn't be deceived by the four-way scales' facade. The more they did nothing, the greater their schemes. The hellworm returned to Shinwu Plain. When the countless disciples of Shinwu Plain saw the hellworm's enormous figure, their first reaction was that the forefather had snatched it back. However, the higher-ups knew that it was impossible to snatch the hellworm back, as Shinwu Plain didn't have the ability to do so. Xia Zhen brought Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, Xia Meng, and the rest down. Lu Yin landed at the same time. The hellworm floated in the air above Shinwu Plain, and when it saw the familiar scene, it subconsciously roared. It was clamoring to see who could trap it. "Shut up!" Lu Yin barked. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but when it saw Lu Yin, it bent its claws and turned around to roar in another direction. On Shinwu Mountain Range, the disciples and members of the Xia family were all stunned when they saw Lu Yin appear. Why had Lu Shaoxian come to Shinwu Plain? Xia Zhen descended, and in front of him were Xia De, Xia Ziheng, and Xian Yu, along with a group of Shinwu Plain disciples. "Greetings, Forefather Xia Zhen." "Greetings, Forefather Xia Zhen." "Greetings, Forefather Xia Zhen." Xia Zhen grunted. "Gather all of Shinwu Plain's disciples." "Yes, Forefather." Xia Ziheng looked up and saw Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, and the rest. More importantly, he saw Lu Yin leisurely not too far away. He had a bad premonition, so he turned around and gathered all of Shinwu Plain's disciples. Under the dusky mountain range, all of Shinwu Plain's disciples stood respectfully, not daring to move. Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, and the rest didn't move either. Xia Zhen closed his eyes and rested, his progenitor's power spreading out from time to time. Overhead, the hellworm's shadow covered the sky. Everything seemed so solemn. Only Lu Yin walked around casually, occasionally ascending the peak to look around and exclaim in admiration. Xia De's eyelids twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. The current Lu Yin was no longer the Lu Yin of the past. He was someone who could directly confront a progenitor and had the qualifications to scold them. He had even schemed against Xia Xinji, causing Shinwu Plain to lose its true ruler. This person was an irreconcilable enemy of Shinwu Plain, but he was also someone that Shinwu Plain didn't dare to provoke. With a thump, Lu Yin broke open a rock on the mountain peak and took a look. Shinwu Plain's foundation was rather sturdy, comparable to the rocks in the Fiend Ancestor's metal box. Lu Yin wondered if these rocks could be broken down and what he could obtain from them. The commotion here attracted the attention of the distant Shinwu Plain's people. Shinwu Plain's people looked at Lu Yin with hatred, and many of them looked at him with resentment. "Lu Yin, what are you doing?" It was Xia Taili, the only person who would dare to berate Lu Yin at a time like this. Xia De hurriedly signaled to Xia Taili with his eyes. He wasn't afraid of Lu Yin, but he was afraid of Xia Zhen's ancestor. He knew a little about Xia Zhen's past, and this ancestor didn't like the Xia family's direct descendants. Lu Yin crushed the rock and looked at Xia Taili. "What does it have to do with you?" He looked at Xia Taili's side, where Wu Taibai was standing and looking at Lu Yin with a rueful gaze. This person had once been one of the 6 mainland's Dao Source 3 skies, but the difference between him and Lu Yin was like night and day. When Xia Taili heard Lu Yin's words and saw that Lu Yin wasn't even looking at him, he was inexplicably furious. The more he looked at Lu Yin, the more annoyed he became. When he thought back to how he had been imprisoned and bullied, he cursed, "Get out of my Shinwu plane." Lu Yin laughed. "You should ask your brother if he agrees." Xia Taili looked at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei frowned. "Don't speak." Xia Taili grew anxious. "Brother, why did you bring him to Shinwu plane? He's an enemy of our Shinwu plane." Xia Shenfei barked, "Enough." Xia Taili wanted to say something else, but Xia Luo spoke up. "He'll be Shinwu plane's benefactor in the future." Xia Shenfei glanced at him. The cultivators of Shinwu plane were furious, and Xia Ziheng was even more furious. "Junior, who gave you the right to interrupt? Get over here and kneel." Xia Meng took a step forward. "Shut your mouth, old man." Xia Ziheng was furious. "And who the hell are you?" Xia De was stunned. "You're from the Xia family of the wasteland." Xia Luo smiled. "I joined Shinwu plane as well, so I'm considered half a disciple there." "You're just a branch of a branch," Xia Ziheng scolded. At that moment, Xia Qin opened her eyes, and her progenitor's power swept across the sky, causing the entire Shinwu plane to tremble. Everyone trembled and no longer dared to speak. Aside from the cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the battlefield and those who had gone out on missions, all of Shinwu plane's cultivators had gathered here. There were at least 10 million of them. These were the ones who had the right to stay and cultivate in Shinwu plane. There were even more outer disciples and cultivators who wanted to join Shinwu plane. This was the four corners scale. "Are you done quarreling?" Xia Qin's voice was cold. Everyone was shocked and no longer dared to speak. Xia Qin scanned the crowd, but she wasn't angry. This was the effect she wanted. Shinwu plane only valued the direct descendants and bullied the branch families. Just now, she had been able to reprimand the branch families in front of her. This was the best outcome. She would let the branch families and the direct descendants control Shinwu plane together and let the Xia family's ancestors see how far the Xia family would go in the future. With a bang, Lu Yin broke another stone. Xia Qin frowned and glanced at him with some dissatisfaction. Lu Yin hadn't done it on purpose. He had discovered that Shinwu plane's foundations were different, and the deeper one went, the sturdier they became. This meant that the underground prison was at the very center. How had Lu Shaoge and Xia Xinji's clone escaped? He extended his domain and searched Shinwu plane. At that moment, Xia Qin's voice rang out. "Don't go overboard. Although I'm dissatisfied with the Xia family's direct descendants, I have no plans to betray Shinwu plane. Our grudges have been resolved, and from now on, I'm still a member of Shinwu plane and a member of the Xia family." Lu Yin retracted his domain and smiled at her. "All right." Xia Qin retracted her gaze. "Where is the current ruler of Shinwu plane?" Xia De and Xia Ziheng exchanged glances and respectfully replied, "Ancestor, Xia Xing has been imprisoned. He's suspected of colluding with outsiders to betray Shinwu plane." "Bring him here," Xia Qin said. Xia Taili hurriedly stood up. "I'll go," she said before heading off in a certain direction. Ever since Xia Xing had been imprisoned, Xia Taili had been worried for a long time and had been thinking of ways to visit him. She didn't believe that her father would betray Shinwu plane, but the order to imprison her father had come from ancestor Shinji. Now that Xia Qin had appeared, she would definitely seek justice for her father. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2478. Xia Xinji hadn't told Zhang Yang about Xia Xing because he wanted to scheme against Lu Yin and also because he didn't want this scandal to spread. It wouldn't be a good thing for Shinwu plane. He had originally planned to use Madman Lu to kill Lu Yin before dealing with Xia Xing, but he hadn't expected to be the one to fall into the trap. Xia Xing was quickly brought over. Along the way, Xia Taili had already told him about Xia Xinji's banishment. Xia Xing also found out that Lu Yin was here, and he was both nervous and expectant. He didn't know how Lu Yin would deal with him since he had cooperated with Ancestor Xinji to scheme against Lu Yin. Junior Xia Xing greets Ancestor Xia Zhen. Xia Xing quickly bowed. Xia Zhen waved her hand and tossed Xia Xing towards Lu Yin. Xia Taili's face paled. Ancestor, my father. Taili, the ancestor knows what to do, Xia Shenfei growled. Xia Taili looked at Xia Zhen and then worriedly at Lu Yin. Xia Zhen didn't hold back when Xia Xing landed in front of Lu Yin. She also hated Xia Xing. Xia Xing had betrayed Shenwu Plain, and if it weren't for her gratitude, she wouldn't have saved him. This was fundamentally different from her revenge against the Xia family. We meet again, Sect Master Xia Xing. Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing with interest. Xia Xing looked at Lu Yin with a bitter expression. I didn't think that even Ancestor Xia Zhen would stand by your side. You really are an expert at manipulating people. Lu Yin smiled. You helped Xia Xinji scheme against me back then. Didn't you think that this day would come? Xia Xing was helpless. Yu Hao's identity was exposed, and so was I. After all, I covered for you more than once. Ancestor Xinji immediately saw that I was a clone, so what could I do? I just wanted to live. Lu Yin said, that's right. You just wanted to live, but I almost died. Xia Xing said, if you want to kill me, then do it. Lu Yin raised a hand, and under the gazes of Xia Taili and many other cultivators, his palm landed on Xia Xing's forehead. Xia Taili cried out, Lu Shao Xian. Lu Yin suddenly pulled his hand back, and his palm was filled with death energy. It was the death god seal. Everyone saw that Lu Yin had extracted the death energy from Xia Xing's body. I promised Senior Xia Zhen that I would remove the death energy that was controlling you. Now, you're free, Lu Yin said. Xia Xing was shocked. Not only was she shocked that Lu Yin had dispelled the death god seal, but she was also shocked that he had said such a thing. This also explained why he had betrayed Shenwu Plain. He had been forced to do so. Xia Taili covered his mouth. Did his father really betray Shenwu Sky? Xia Shenfei frowned and stared at Lu Yin. Why was he explaining himself? You still want to use father? Why? Do you want to catch up with me? Lu Yin chuckled. Xia Xing stood up and walked towards the group from the divine martial heaven. Finally, he stood at the edge. Xia Zhen's voice rang out. From today onwards, Xia Shenfei and Xia Luo will be in charge of Shenwu Heaven. Xia Luo comes from a branch of the Fifth Mainland, and the Fifth Mainland has the same status as the Starry Sky Tree. He and Xia Shenfei will be in charge of Shenwu Heaven. Everyone was shocked. Xia De immediately objected. Ancestor, we can't let the subsidiary and main branches control Shenwu Heaven together. Xia Zhen stared at Xia De. The power of the progenitor realm swept past, and Xia De's body was sent flying. He smashed into the ground and coughed up blood. His ruthless actions caused the people of the divine martial sky to fall silent out of fear. Does anyone else have any objections? Xia Zhen asked, suppressing Shenwu Heaven with her might. Most of the people in Shenwu Heaven were ordinary disciples, and there were also some from the Xia family subsidiary branches. There were too few direct descendants, and Xia De was one of them. Xia Shenfei, Xia Taili, and Xia Xing were all direct descendants. They had been able to control Shenwu Heaven in the past, but now that Xia Zhen was in charge, they no longer had the right to speak. Xia Luo's lips curled up. Please guide me in the future. Xia Zhen looked at the unwilling gazes of Xia De and the others. That was right. The more she cared about the main branch, the more she wanted to make them suffer. Of course, this was just her revenge against the Xia family, and she did not want to destroy them. Lu Yin knew this as well. Once Xia Zhen was done venting her anger or Xia Xinji returned, this farce would end. But how could it be so easy? Xia Zhen had used her progenitor realm to suppress Shenwu Heaven, which had forced them to agree to the subsidiary and main branches sharing control. Lu Yin had also been chased out by her. In the end, Lu Yin was still Shenwu Heaven's enemy. No matter how Xia Zhen viewed the Xia family, her attitude towards Lu Yin was no different from the other cultivators of Shenwu Heaven. If not for the fact that she wanted to remove Xia Xing's Grim Reaper's seal, she would not have allowed Lu Yin to enter Shenwu Heaven. Before Lu Yin left, Xia Zhen said, "Shenwu Heaven will not do anything to you in the future. Your enemy is Xia Xinji, and he's already been exiled. I hope you won't cause trouble for Shenwu Heaven. As for the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Heaven has no interest in joining them." Lu Yin left Shenwu Heaven and rode the prison dragon back to the fifth mainland. The changes in Shenwu Heaven quickly attracted the attention of the entire starry sky of trees. Xia Shenfei and Xia Luo shared control, and they each represented the main and subsidiary branches. Many people looked towards Shenwu Heaven, guessing that this change would cause Shenwu Heaven to go downhill. However, for the time being, there was no conflict between the two sides. After all, Xia Zhen was suppressing them. One day, Xia Ziheng arrived at the frigid immortal sect and asked to see Bai Wangyuan. He did not see Bai Wangyuan, but he did see Bai Qi. "You can go back. This is a family matter of Shenwu Heaven. My frigid immortal sect cannot do anything about it," Bai Qi said. Xia Ziheng was put in a difficult position. This is clearly the result of Lu Xiaoxuan's interference. Xia Zhen was deceived by Lu Xiaoxian and has already made it clear that he will no longer participate in the four-way balance. Will Ancestor Bai just watch as Shenwu Heaven leaves the four-way balance? How will we explain this to Xia Zhen when he returns? Bai Qi asked, "Then what do you want us to do? Fight with Lu Xiaoxian? Or do you want to fight Patriarch Xia Zhen?" Xia Ziheng fell silent. Just as Bai Qi had said, no matter what Lu Yin did, Xia Zhen was the one who supported the subsidiary branches to control Shenwu Heaven. He was the Xia family's ancestor, so what could the frigid immortal sect do? "Can you let me see Ancestor Bai?" Xia Ziheng asked. Bai Qi said, "You should go back." Ancestor Xia Zhen is the root of the problem. If Ancestor Xia Zhen didn't support him, then how could a mere branch sect be the master of divine martial heaven? How could Lu Xiaoxuan's scheme have succeeded? This is Ancestor Xia Zhen's choice, and the frozen immortal sect can't interfere. Xia Ziheng helplessly left the frigid immortal sect. If the frigid immortal sect had such an attitude, then the Wang family and the White Dragon clan would definitely have the same attitude. It was not that they did not want to interfere, but it was also not just because this was a family matter of Shenwu Heaven. It was also because they could not control Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoxian had made them apprehensive, and since they could not start a war, there was no point in just talking. Xia Ziheng was unwilling to accept this. Although he was also a subsidiary branch and had wanted to receive the same treatment as the main branch, he knew that Ancestor Shenji would eventually return, and the subsidiary branch would never be able to make a comeback. It was better for him to play his part. Otherwise, if he crossed the line, then not only would the subsidiary branch in the abandoned land suffer, but so would his subsidiary branch. He did not want to be implicated. He had not originally planned to go to the Wang family, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He eventually decided to go to the Wang family and request an audience with Ancestor Wang Fan. At the very least, he could express his stance and wait for Ancestor Shenji to return. He turned around and headed towards the Wang family's mainland. Between the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family's mainland, Lu Yin and Hen Xian stood there quietly. This time, Lu Yin planned to deal with Xia Ziheng. This half-ancestor had caused him a lot of trouble in the past, and he had said that he would definitely kill him. Now that Xia Ji was dead, it was Xia Ziheng's turn. Lu Yin was not satisfied with revenge, but there were some grudges that had to be taken. One day later, Lu Yin did some calculations. It's about time. He looked at Hen Xian. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Xia Ziheng, right? Hen Xin replied, no problem. Lu Yin nodded. When do you plan on breaking through to the progenitor realm? Hen Xian's eyes flashed. I don't feel like I'm breaking through. The ancient god once said that if I don't feel like I'm breaking through to the progenitor realm, then the chances of failure are extremely high. You don't feel like you're breaking through. Lu Yin recalled the scene when he had merged with Lan Ho's body. During the battle at the back of the battlefield, Lan Ho had been heavily injured by Hen Xian's attack. Hen Xian's power level was even higher than what he had shown. He was probably worried that Lu Yin would stop him from breaking through. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Would he stop Hen Xian? Once Hen Xian broke through to the progenitor realm, it would definitely not be a good thing for Lu Yin. The man was ambitious, and Lu Yin should stop him, but stopping him from breaking through would be the same as stopping the humans from gaining another progenitor. Just as he was thinking about this, a fluctuation came from the distance. Lu Yin looked up. There's a battle. Let's go. Far away from Lu Yin and Hen Xian, Xia Ziheng stared at the strangely laughing doll in front of him in fear. The witch spirit god. Kiki, from this moment on, I'm Xia Ziheng. The witch spirit god floated in the air and cackled. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed, and he turned to flee without hesitation. Although he was a half-ancestor, he had never thought of fighting against the 7 sky gods' bodies. These 7 old monsters were not people that he could fight against. Just as he turned around, Xia Ziheng felt a sense of danger envelop him. He released his inner world, and countless blades formed a birdcage around him. Outside his inner world, an invisible force permeated the area. Witch spirit god, this is the top realm. How dare you appear here? Just as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the front and grabbed at Xia Ziheng. Behind Xia Ziheng was the witch spirit god. Xia Ziheng slashed out with his blade from his inner world, but the figure in front of him waved his hand and caused Xia Ziheng's blade to mysteriously disappear. The witch spirit god wobbled into the birdcage and faced Xia Ziheng. At this moment, Xia Ziheng experienced a rare moment of fear. It was the same fear that he had felt when he had faced the undying god and the strange and sinister witch spirit god. He wanted to run as far away as possible, but his vision suddenly changed. His eyes appeared on his hands, and he saw his own legs. His nose appeared above his head, and his ears appeared below his feet. His 5 senses swapped places, causing his entire being to fall into chaos and his inner world to collapse. In the face of the witch spirit god, Xia Ziheng was as powerless as a child. The witch spirit god grabbed the back of Xia Ziheng's neck and exerted force. There was a cracking sound as all of Xia Ziheng's bones shattered. The birdcage that had been formed from blades shattered at the same time, and Xia Ziheng was held in the witch spirit god's hand like a marionette. The eyes in Xia Ziheng's palm turned, and they were filled with fear. I surrender. I'm willing to join the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2479. The sorcerer spirit god was shrouded in shadow, and the doll floated in front of him and laughed strangely. Are you willing to join the everlasting tribe? It's a pity that the everlasting tribe's power in this spacetime has been expelled. Otherwise, we could have accepted you. Your only value now is to become my skin, Kik. Xia Ziheng shouted in fear, wait. I have a secret. A secret. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. What secret could a branch elder like you possibly have? Obediently become my skin. The doll moved closer to Xia Ziheng until his eyes were almost touching Xia Ziheng's face. Xia Ziheng trembled, and his eyes flickered as his fear reached its peak. I know the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring. The doll stopped, and the sorcerer spirit god raised his head, revealing his pale chin under the sunlight. The secret of the Wang family's yellow spring. How do you know about it? Xia Ziheng gulped. Wang Yi left it for the Xia family, and it was intercepted by our branch. Wang Yi. The sorcerer spirit god was confused, but then he remembered. The woman who tried to assassinate Xia Shang is a half-ancestor, but was ultimately killed by the Lu family in the Daosor sect. Xia Ziheng replied, yes, that's her. Because of Lu Tianyi, she wasn't able to be with Lu Feng and was instead married to a senior from one of the Xia family's branches. Not only did she hate the Lu family, but she also hated the Wang family. Because the Wang family wanted another woman to marry Lu Feng, they never helped her and even forced her to marry into our Xia family. Because of this, her hatred for the Wang family was equal to her hatred for the Lu family. Before she died, she left the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring to our Xia family branch. This secret was originally meant for the main branch, but it was intercepted by our branch. Aside from the Wang family's direct descendants, only I know about this secret. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. Is it really the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring? Tell me. If I tell you, will you let me go? Xia Ziheng asked fearfully. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. I can let you join the everlasting tribe. Xia Ziheng sighed, as he knew that this was the sorcerer spirit god's bottom line. It was impossible for him to exchange a secret for freedom. In my opinion, this secret that Wang Yi left behind is the greatest secret in the cosmic tree. Even if the Lu family is still here, this secret will still be able to cover of everything. Wu Lingshan stared at Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng slowly said, the Wang family's yellow springs is here. Suddenly, the witch spirit god looked up. Who is it? The doll suddenly expanded infinitely, its eerie pupils replacing the sky as it scanned the ground. Lu Yin frowned as he grew impatient. In truth, he had arrived a long time ago, and he had assumed that Xia Ziheng was dead for sure. He had planned to attack the sorcerer god after Xia Ziheng's death and deal with this half-progenitor's body. However, Xia Ziheng had actually wanted to divulge a secret, and it was even related to the Wang family's yellow springs. As a result, Lu Yin had not been able to conceal his aura and had been discovered by the sorcerer god. Since it had been discovered, it was time to resolve it. Keep an eye on Xia Ziheng, Lu Yin said. He took a step forward and looked up at the gigantic shaman spirit doll. You're still as disgusting as ever. He raised his hand and dust flew up into the sky. It was bound to be the heaven-flipping palm. Shaman Lingshan was shocked to see Lu Yin appear. It's you. The overturning sky palm mercilessly pressed down on the shaman spirit doll. The doll wanted to resist, but it was only a half-progenitor. How could it resist the overturning sky palm? Lu Yin's overturning sky palm had suppressed the undying god's half-progenitor body. It was not something that a doll could resist. The shaman spirit god sighed. You've grown so much. What a pity. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, but the more you grow, the less likely the 4 cardinal scales will let you go. It's just a matter of time. There will be a great battle in this spacetime sooner or later. Lu Yin stared at the shaman spirit god. How many more rats do you Eternals have hiding here? Kiki, you want to know? Go find out for yourself. After speaking, the shaman spirit god's body suddenly vanished. Lu Yin was shocked. A sourcebox array. He raised his foot and reversed the flow of space-time. Traces of gray were almost invisible. This was the power of time. The shaman spirit god had clearly vanished, but a shadow still appeared where he had been standing. The time he had fled had been distorted. You really think you can escape from me? Lu Yin's domain cut through the void, and the empty god's realm severed the connection between the shaman spirit god and the sourcebox array. Numerous sourceboxes suddenly appeared in the sky. These sourceboxes should have been hidden within the void, which was why the shaman spirit god could leave at any time. It was also why he had caused Xia Ziheng's blade to disappear. Now that the empty god's realm had severed this connection, the shaman spirit god had no choice but to face Lu Yin directly. The shaman spirit god stretched out his hand and bent his fingers as he pointed them at Lu Yin. The surface of Lu Yin's body suddenly withered, and he similarly raised his hand and aimed it at the shaman spirit god. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the two of them simultaneously retreated. Lu Yin's withered body had almost completely recovered, and the shaman spirit god's 5 senses had almost reached the limit of what Lu Yin's body could withstand. Fortunately, Lu Yin had blocked the attack, and the shaman spirit god's body had been shattered by Lu Yin's emptiness palm. Lu Yin was shocked. He had thought that the 5 senses replacement would only cause his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose to move. He had not expected the damage to be so great. The shaman spirit god clutched the left side of his body. You can actually block the 5 senses replacement. Kid, you're really strong. Something even stronger is here. Lu Yin raised his hand again, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He had directly used Mastery Realm Battle Force. Right now, he was using his own strength to deal with the shaman spirit god's half-progenitor body, not the power of a progenitor. Every half-progenitor body in the 7 celestial skies could be considered a peak half-progenitor, so Lu Yin would not be careless. Underground, the shaman spirit god's eyes turned, and he floated up as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he took a step forward and moved his body. There was no change in his original position, but he knew that if he had been there just now, he would not have known what would have happened. The shaman spirit god and the corpse god were 2 completely different types of beings. The corpse god's battle style was traceable, and there was nothing he could not break through. He was incomparably tyrannical, while the shaman spirit god's battle style leaned towards the strange and difficult to track down. However, the shaman spirit god was also an origin array master. In Lu Yin's opinion, since he was an origin array master, he had to be an origin array heavenly master as well. From a certain perspective, the shaman spirit god's threat was far greater than the corpse god's. Kiki, kid, I'm not going to play with you anymore. The shaman spirit god then disappeared once more, and the shaman spirit god's doll expanded to cover the sky once more. Lu Yin frowned, as this old fellow was too strange. It was not impossible to keep him here, as long as he used the power of a progenitor. However, he had not brought the general platform or the hellworm with him, as he had come here to kill Xia Ziheng. It would be inconvenient to bring them along, as they would easily be watched by Wang Yuan and the others. As for the Divine Seal catalog, the moment he used it, it would attract the attention of the entire top realm. However, even if he used the Divine Seal catalog, he might not be able to keep the shaman spirit god here. The shaman spirit god was just like senior brother Qin Ping, who could rely on the strength of a half-progenitor or combat ancestor. It would not be strange for him to have any tricks up his sleeve. Above him, the giant shaman spirit god's doll looked down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly looked up and struck out with a palm. The shaman spirit god's doll shattered, as it was only used to cover the shaman spirit god's escape. When the shaman spirit god's doll shattered, the light scattered once more. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Xia Ziheng, who was being controlled by Han Axayan. Xia Ziheng had not expected Lu Yin to appear at such a crucial moment, but he was not happy. Instead, his heart sank. If he had faced the shaman spirit god, he would have had a sliver of hope to survive, and at worst, he would have betrayed the humans. However, Lu Yin had clearly not just arrived, so he must have heard what Xia Ziheng had said and knew that Xia Ziheng was willing to betray the humans. Lu Yin would not let him off. Xia Ziheng stared at Lu Yin, constantly thinking of ways to survive. Lu Yin walked over to Xia Ziheng. "You're really unlucky to have been targeted by the shaman spirit god." Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin replied, "I was just passing by." Xia Ziheng smiled bitterly. "Passing by? What a coincidence. Half-ancestor Ziheng, you look completely different from before. You used to curse at me every time you saw me. What's the matter now? Are you afraid?" Lu Yin asked casually. Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin. "You came here to kill me." Lu Yin didn't deny it. Xia Ziheng wasn't stupid. Lu Yin had purposely appeared here without attracting anyone's attention, so his goal was self-evident. "Because you were afraid of breaking the agreement, you let him attack and didn't attack yourself," Xia Ziheng said. Lu Yin smiled. "That was originally the case, but what you said to the shaman spirit god just now piqued my interest. A secret in exchange for your life." Xia Ziheng was bitter. "I can buy my life from the shaman spirit god, but I can't buy it from you." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Do you want to die?" "Of course not, but I know that you won't let me go," Xia Ziheng said. Lu Yin shook his head. "Not necessarily. It depends on whether this secret is worth it or not." Xia Ziheng solemnly replied, "It's definitely worth it. This is the greatest secret of the astral tree realm, and no more than 5 people know about it." "Just because few people know doesn't mean it's useful," Lu Yin said. The Frozen Immortal sect attacked the Lu family because they were confident that Bai Xianer could replace the Lu family and control this region of the universe. My Xia family attacked the Lu family because of our grudges and because of Xia Shang. The White Dragon tribe attacked because if they didn't, they would never be able to surpass the Lu family and the Lu family. What about the Wang family? Why did the Wang family attack? Xia Ziheng suddenly shouted. Lu Yin replied, "Because of Wang Xi. She's just a half-ancestor. So what if she's Wang Fan's daughter? Can Bai Qi become the leader of the Frozen Immortal sect? Wang Xi isn't even Wang Fan's daughter, so she's considered half an outsider to the Wang family. What right does she have to lead the attack against the Lu family? Why did ancestor Wang Fan agree? Lu Shaoxian, have you never thought about this?" Xia Ziheng questioned. When he had interrogated Wang Xi, the truth that he had learned was the same as what he had found out later on. The 4-way scales had acted against the Lu family because Wang Xi was the one who had acted as the middleman. Thus, he had naturally assumed that the Wang family was the mastermind, and the Wang family had acted because of Wang Xi. He had never seriously considered why the Wang family would listen to Wang Xi. No matter how powerful or smart Wang Xi was, she was still just a half-ancestor. Lu Yin and Xia Ziheng exchanged glances. "The secret you want to tell me is related to Wang Xi. It's related to why the Wang family attacked the Lu family. It's the Wang family's greatest secret, and it's also a secret that Wang Yi left behind to take revenge on the Wang family." Lu Yin nodded. "Tell me, and I'll let you go." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2480. Why should I believe you? Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth. At this point, he was ready to risk everything in order to survive. He was even willing to betray the humans, but because he had just decided to betray the humans, he did not think that Luin would let him go. Xia Ziheng's attitude towards the Eternals was the same as the rest of the Lu family. He would not show mercy to the Eternals or the Redbacks. Luin looked at him calmly. To me, you're just an ant. There's no need for me to lie to an ant. But I've bitten you before, Xia Ziheng said. You even said that you would kill me. You want me to swear it? Luin retorted. Xia Ziheng's eyes flickered, but he did not know what to do. He just wanted to survive, and he was willing to pay any price. I want to contact Patriarch Xia Zhen, Xia Ziheng said. Luin praised him. Smart. Tell Xia Zhen that I'm here. If you die, she'll naturally think that I did it, and I'll break the agreement between us. Not only that, but I also want you to swear that you will never attack me, Xia Ziheng said. Luin raised a brow. Han Axian looked at him. Xia Ziheng said, not just you, but also those who belong to you. You can't use any of your methods on me. Lu Shaoxian, I admit that I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you'll attack me, but I'm even more afraid that you'll frame me. Back then, you stole the sword steel, and I was punished by Patriarch Shinji. I can't compare to you, and I'm far from being your opponent. That's why I want to use this secret to ensure my safety in this life. Don't worry, this secret is definitely worth it. Luin slowly said, don't you think that your conditions are too great? I can spare your life and even protect you back to Shenwu Plain, but you want to use this secret to exchange for your life. I swear that if this secret isn't worth it, you'll kill me immediately, Xia Ziheng shouted. He was really going all out. As long as you don't think it's worth it, the oath doesn't count. Luin was shocked, you're really confident. Alright, I swear that as long as the secret you tell me is worth it, Luin will not act against you. Even my subordinates will not act against you, Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng added a few more sentences, and Luin told him everything. Just as he said, Xia Ziheng was like an ant. If he used his life in exchange for a valuable secret, it was worth it. You can speak now, Luin said. Xia Ziheng closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. He contacted Xia Zhen and informed her that he had met Luin. He then passed the cloud connection stone to Luin. Luin, are you trying to kill Xia Ziheng? Xia Zhen's voice sounded, and soon, her image appeared. Luin glanced at Xia Ziheng. He's just passing by. If I kill him, do you think he'll still contact you? Xia Zhen frowned. I don't want Xia Ziheng to use the same method to control Xia Xing, Luin replied. I'm no longer interested in your Xia family. We won't interfere with each other, and I won't do anything to Xia Ziheng. I hope that the Xia family won't join forces with the frigid immortal sect to deal with me. With that, he ended the call. Xia Ziheng's eyes were filled with bitterness. Contacting Xia Zhen this time would make things difficult for him in Shenwu Plain. If he could guess that Lu Shaoxian had specifically come to kill him, how could Xia Zhen not have guessed it? In the end, Lu Shaoxian had let him go. Everyone knew that something was wrong, but he had no other choice. This was the only way to ensure that Lu Shaoxian wouldn't kill him. Even if he swore, he wouldn't feel safe. Speak now, Luin said. Henshin looked at Xia Ziheng curiously. He also wanted to know such a big secret. Henshin, Luin called out and waved his hand. Henshin was stunned. Was Luin chasing him away? His face darkened, but he had no choice. Under Lu Yin's gaze, he could only leave. After making sure that Henshin couldn't hear or see him, Luin looked at Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng took a deep breath. The Wang family has been mining for water from the Yellow Springs for so many years, but regardless of whether it's the Wang family's mainland, Wang Fan's territory, or even the outer realms, there's no water from the Yellow Springs. All of the water from the Yellow Springs is in one place. These two words caused Lu Yin's expression to change. He was almost in disbelief. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The more you think of it, the more mysterious it is. This is a secret that Wang Yi left behind to take revenge on the Wang family. I swear, if even a single word is false, may the heavens strike me down, Xia Ziheng said solemnly. Lu Yin took a deep breath. How could the Yellow Springs water be there? That shouldn't be the case. It didn't make sense. Many things didn't make sense, but if that was the case, then Wang Fan had hidden it too deeply. It was no wonder why Xia Ziheng had said those words. If that was the case, then even if the Wang family exiled the Lu family, they would still have the confidence to control this universe. The frigid immortal sect was confident that Bai Xianer could do it, and Wang Fan was confident that the Wang family could do the same. The four sides of the scale had their own plans, and none of them were simple. This was especially true for Wang Fan, who was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. No one knew what methods he had. If Wang Fan was like this, then Bai Wang Yuan should be the same. Lu Yin realized that he had still underestimated them. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas alongside progenitor Qin and the symbol ancestor. Progenitor Qin and the others had left behind many incredible legends in history. Bai Wang Yuan and the others might be creating these legends, but Lu Yin had been deceived. Can I leave now? Xia Ziheng asked. Lu Yin looked at him. How are we going to explain this to Xia Zhen when we get back? Xia Ziheng was helpless. My inner world is on the verge of collapse. This is your doing. Lu Yin nodded. Xia Ziheng's inner world had been destroyed by the shaman spirit god, but it was more reasonable to say that Lu Yin had done it. Xia Ziheng left. Lu Yin hadn't expected to obtain an unexpected harvest while trying to kill him, but this harvest wasn't a good thing. Lu Yin also left. He had already been exposed, and there was nothing he could do in the astral tree realm. Before he left, he contacted Mu Xia. The shaman spirit god's half-step progenitor body escaped, and I couldn't capture him. There must be many redbacks and spies in this universe. I know. The corpse left behind by the undying god has been hidden by many people, and I can't find out exactly how many people have cultivated the corpse king transformation. I can only try my best to find out and capture as many as I can, Mu Xia replied. Lu Yin recalled what he had said to Qin. Senior, if there's a technique that can replace the corpse king transformation, then we can stop the corpse king transformation from spreading. It has to be comparable to the corpse king transformation. You want to bring the 5th pagoda here? Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin replied. The 5th pagoda is useless, and the battle techniques there need to be fought over. If we want to replace the corpse king transformation, we need to find an equivalent battle technique that has been completely passed down. I'll think about it. Mu Xia fell silent for a moment. Junior, I'm very happy that Master has accepted you as a disciple. Lu Yin smiled. I'm also very happy to have you and Senior Qingping. It's not just us, Mu Xia said before ending the call. Lu Yin was stunned. Not just them. What did that mean? Did Master have other disciples? He wanted to ask Mu Xia, but since Mu Xia had ended the call so decisively, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Who else was there? If Mu Xia didn't want to say, then he could ask Qingping. Senior brother, do we have other fellow disciples? Lu Yin asked directly. In the Neoverse of the 5th mainland, Qingping was astonished. Did Senior Mu Xia tell you? Yes. Who? I'm asking you. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior Mu Xie didn't say, so I don't know either, Qing Ping replied decisively. Lu Yin was helpless. Can you guys contact Master Jade, you have more? Qing Ping asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Neither do I, otherwise, I would have contacted Master when the Eternals invaded, Qing Ping replied. Lu Yin was helpless. His question was equivalent to no answer, so he left the astral trees and returned to the fifth mainland. Actually, he had a guess about Mr. Mu. Could Mr. Mu have come from a parallel universe? Otherwise, why had he never appeared when so many things had happened between the fifth mainland and the astral trees? Lu Yin was increasingly certain that Mr. Mu was in Immemorial City, which meant that Mr. Mu was in a parallel universe. Lu Yin returned to the fifth mainland and went to the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, where someone was already waiting for him. If someone from the Xia family was here, they would have been shocked to see Xiaoxinji, or more accurately, Xiaoxinji's clone. The one who had passed through Shenwu Continent's passage to the three sovereign spacetime continuum was naturally not the real Xiaoxinji's clone. The ones who had followed them had only been envoys, and they couldn't tell the difference. Xiaoxinji was too conceited and believed that no one in the fifth mainland could deal with him. He was right, as no one in the fifth mainland could deal with him. Even if Lu Yin borrowed progenitor Chen's strength, he would only be able to force Xiaoxinji back. They would only have a chance if they worked together with Elder Chan, but Elder Chan had yet to break through to the progenitor realm at that time. Xiaoxinji's self-confidence was fine, but he had underestimated Lu Yin's methods. He had never thought that Lu Yin would banish him to a parallel universe. When Lu Yin arrived, Xiaoxinji's clone sat down calmly. The Divine Martial Celestial General should no longer be a threat to you. Lu Yin sat down and fixed his gaze on Xiaoxinji's face. Every time I see you, I want to attack. Xiaoxinji's clone laughed. This face is easy for you to misunderstand. You were willing to banish my Lu family. At that time, you were Xiaoxinji's clone, and you wouldn't have disobeyed him. I'm curious, how did you gain your own consciousness? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoxinji's clone replied, how can a puppet without its own consciousness cultivate the primogenitor's secret technique? Lu Yin understood, as this clone had possessed its own consciousness from the very beginning. It's precisely because of this that he was willing to sacrifice me and let me perish together with the Lu family. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid, and he knew that if I died, he would have an opening against Bai Wang Yuan and the others. That's why he secretly imprisoned me, hoping that he could find a way to erase my consciousness and fuse with me again, Xiaoxinji's clone slowly explained. This was the first time they had spoken. When Xiaoxinji had been lured into the three sovereign spacetime continuum, Lu Yin had wanted to find this clone. However, this person was very cautious, and he was afraid that Lu Yin would violate the agreement and attack him. Thus, he had not appeared until now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2481. You didn't show up before, but now you're here. Are you confident? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoxinji's clone looked at Lu Yin. Yes, and I'm not afraid of you breaking the agreement. Lu Yin replied, I never break an agreement, but I'm curious. Where did you get your confidence from? Was it Lu Shaoge's idea? Him. He's smart, but he can't interfere with matters of this level. My confidence comes from you, Lu Shaoxian. Zhao Ran came with a poison-like flower tea. Xiaoxinji was stunned. What was the meaning of this? He looked at Lu Yin in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yin didn't see any nervousness in his eyes, he was truly confident. Come and try it. This is a specialty of our Above the Heavens sect. Every guest who comes here will have a sip. It's very comfortable. He picked up the tea and took a sip. It had to be said that the tea had evolved once again. He really did see a living creature inside. It should be a living creature. Xia Xinji's clone didn't move even after Lu Yin drank it. Zhao Ran watched expectantly. Your Lu family hasn't been exterminated, Xia Xinji said, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he continued drinking. I can find them, Xia Xinji's clone added. Lu Yin paused, and he put down his teacup. He met Xia Xinji's gaze. I hope you're not lying to me. And you still want me to drink tea? Xia Xinji's clone asked. Lu Yin smiled, please. Xia Xinji's clone nodded and took a sip of the tea. If Lu Yin still wanted him to drink tea under these circumstances, then it meant that there was nothing wrong with the tea. He didn't believe that Lu Yin didn't care about the Lu family's survival. A sweet fragrance filled his mouth, but there was also a hint of bitterness. It still tasted like tea, but it also tasted like a fruit-flavored drink. Not bad. Zhao Ran was delighted. There's more, I'll make some for you. She then left happily. Xia Xinji's clone was astonished. Your people here are very lively. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Where's my Lu family? Xia Xinji's clone shook his head. I didn't dare to meet you because even though I could sense the Lu clan's presence, I couldn't pinpoint their location. That's still the case, he said seriously. However, I'm sure that the Lu clan is fine because the prison lock technique hasn't been broken. Even though the Lu clan is imprisoned, it's still a protective layer. As long as the Lu clan doesn't break the prison lock, unless the Lu clan kills each other, nothing will happen, said Lin Feng. Lu Yin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with countless emotions. Overall, he was relieved. He kept saying that the Lu family would return and that the Lu family was not dead. But as long as there was no proof, his heart would not stop beating. The sorcerer spirit god also said that the Lu family was still alive, but how could he believe the Eternals? Now, it was basically confirmed. He took another sip of his flower tea. According to our agreement, I've exiled Xia Xinji. As long as you reach the ancestor realm, you can return to Shenwu Sky and regain control of it. At that time, I'll help you. Xia Xinji's clone sighed in admiration. No wonder you were able to reach where you are today. Lu Shaoxian, I really have to admire you. Not everyone has the confidence to oppose the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even Lu Shaoxian, who had the Lu clan as his backer, couldn't have fared better than you. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Xia Xinji's clone. The 9 mountains and 8 seas aren't simple. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan already know of your existence. The only thing I can help you with is to prevent them from interfering in the family matters of Shenwu Sky. You can handle Xia Zhen on your own. Xia Xinji's clone looked away. Xia Zhen's hatred for the direct descendants of the Xia family is unquenchable, but she still has the surname Xia. So what if I'm a clone? I'm Xia Xinji. Can clones hurt the main body? Lu Yin suddenly asked. A few years ago, when Lu Yu had died, the four-way scales had prepared a method to completely control the astral tree domain. Even if Lu Yin had ascended to godhood, no Yi would not have been able to easily destroy the four-way scales plan. It had been this clone that had managed to severely injure Xia Xinji, which had ruined the four-way scales plan. At that time, Lu Yin had wondered how a clone could injure the main body from a distance, but it did not make sense. If a clone could injure the main body, then why would Xia Zhuyo still dare to chase after Xia Luo? Xia Xinji should not have been able to kill this clone so easily, and the clone's death would have a huge impact on the main body. Xia Xinji's clone took a sip of his tea. This is the secret of the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin did not ask any further, as he was only cooperating with this clone. Tell Lu Xiaoge that he will receive the promised resources. From now on, he will be protected by the above heaven sect, provided that he does not betray humanity. Xiaoxinji's clone left. He had also received the above heaven sect's protection and had even obtained a power vessel from Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin would not let anything happen to him, as he was the coordinate that would lead the Lu family back. Lu Yin wanted to keep this clone and imprison him in the above heaven sect, but he did not want to violate the agreement they had made. With this clone's cautiousness, as long as he did not face a progenitor, he would be able to roam freely in this space-time. As for Lu Xiaoge, Lu Yin was looking forward to his future accomplishments. He had not even asked to remove the Death God's seal, even though he had clearly mentioned it during their first contact. If he didn't remove the Death God's seal, what was he planning to do? Lu Yin was curious. The fifth mainland's lockbreakers were lucky, as many had personally witnessed the Shenwu continent's luck path array. This was a source box array that surpassed the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin had also schemed against Xiaoxinji and opened up a gap in the luck path array, which had allowed several origin array masters to witness Gu Yan's accomplishments. Now, there was an endless stream of lockbreakers outside Shenwu continent who wished to become his disciple. Within the Tower of Resonating Light, Gu Yan's expression was solemn as he looked at the 7 giant source boxes above his head. He raised his hand and activated the wireless Gu. Hurry over, there's a problem. A few days later, Heavenly Master Xiaoming and Heavenly Master Shangxing arrived. The 3 origin array masters stared at the luck path array as if they were trying to deduce something. The location has shifted. There's an unpredictable force affecting the array, Heavenly Master Shangxing said solemnly. Heavenly Master Xiaoming replied, it should be from the other side. Gu Yan took a few steps forward, and the various strange items on his body began to ring. Heavenly Master Xiaoming and Heavenly Master Xiaoming glanced at each other. The 3 monarchs have made their move. According to the records of this continent's history, the 5 sealing planets experienced a strange change 1,000 years ago, which exposed this continent. Fortunately, the other side has yet to open up a path. There's also Xiaoxinji, Heavenly Master Shangxing added. Elder Chan walked out of the void. There's another change. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived and looked at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Xiaoxinji being thrown into the 3 monarch space was both good and bad. The good thing was that this spacetime didn't have to face Lu Yin's threat for the time being. With Xiaoxinji gone, the pressure would be greatly reduced. However, if Xiaoxinji was in the 3 monarch space, it was very likely that the 3 monarchs would be able to understand this spacetime. This would open up a path and become a threat to the 5th mainland. Senior, you said that the luck path array would be able to seal this place for 1,000 years. What about now? Lu Yin asked. The reason why he had decided to throw Xiaoxinji into the 3 monarch space was because Heavenly Master Gu Yan had confirmed that it could seal this place for 1,000 years. Lu Yin was certain that he would be able to reach the half-ancestor realm in 1,000 years, and the situation in this spacetime would change. Even if he had to face the 3 monarchs and Xiaoxinji at that time, it wouldn't be impossible. Gu Yan replied, if I say it'll be 1,000 years, then it'll be 1,000 years. Let alone Xiaoxinji, even by Wang Yuan wouldn't be a problem. It's not about cultivation. Opening up a path to a parallel spacetime is incomparably difficult. Guyu was able to use the 5 sealing planets to block the path, and I'll personally act with the luck path array. If we can't block it for 1,000 years, then I'll have lived for nothing. Lu Yin nodded. It would be fine as long as they could block it for 1,000 years. Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't in a hurry to rescue Xiaoxinji, as the 4-way Libra wasn't very friendly. What if I want to go over? Lu Yin asked. Gu Yan was astonished. You want to go to the other side? Lu Yin replied, I can't be too passive. I want to understand the situation in all of the parallel spacetime zones. Gu Yan thought about it. It's possible, but it's very dangerous. If you're discovered when you go to the other side, then they might open up a path for you. When that happens, it'll be hard to say what the outcome will be. It's best if you think about it carefully. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the tower of resonating light. The situation was clear, and this spacetime zone no longer had the Eternals. The only ones opposing each other were himself and the four-way Libra. At most, the Fog Ancestor, who was neutral, could barely maintain a balance. If the three monarch spacetime zones interfered, then it would definitely be disadvantageous for him. Unless Xiaoshenji became enemies with the three monarchs. It's shifted again. The other side is constantly trying to destroy the array, Heavenly Master Xiao Mingshi said. Lu Yin looked at the luck path array and stared at the enormous sourcebox array. Senior, what would such a large sourcebox array contain if it was unlocked? Gu Yan's expression immediately changed, as if he had just swallowed a fly. You don't want to try. It's a hopeless process. It would take at least 1,000 years to unlock such a large sourcebox, and even if you managed to unlock it, there might not be anything left inside. That feeling would be unforgettable. There have been people in history who have unlocked such a large sourcebox, but what happened? He didn't say anything else, but Lu Yin could guess that the results wouldn't have been good. Judging from Gu Yan's expression, perhaps he had already tried. Heavenly Master Xiao Mingshi said, the size of a sourcebox doesn't matter. If you were given 10 sourceboxes to unlock, at most, you would obtain something from one of them. It's the same for such a large sourcebox. Are you willing to spend millions of years unlocking it only to end up with nothing in the end? Even progenitors don't have that kind of time, Heavenly Master Shangxing replied. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had time, as long as he had enough money. After asking Heavenly Master Gu Yan and the others to keep an eye on Shenwu continent, Lu Yin returned to the above heavens sect. Next, he would proceed with his plan, which was to attempt to understand this region of space. Understanding this region of space meant learning about it, which was a very grand idea. Even progenitors wouldn't be able to understand this region of space, let alone Lu Yin. At most, they would only know about things that were related to them. What Lu Yin wanted to do was understand the majority of this region of space, and the only way to do so was to roll his die and fuse his 6 pips into another cultivator's body to search their memories. With his current strength, he could fuse with a half-ancestor's body, regardless of whether it was a cultivator or an eternal corpse king. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2482. After instructing the second Night King and the others not to disturb him, Lu Yin handed some matters over to Lu Bujing and the others before announcing that he was going into seclusion. This seclusion had been part of his plan, but Wu Junqi's appearance had forced him out. Fortunately, he had dealt with madman Lu midway and chased him out of this region of space. He had also learned of the Wang family's secrets. After delaying his seclusion for a while, he resumed. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and stared at it. 6 pips, he had plenty of time and resources to spend on this. 2 years later, there was a region in the flat world of the astral trees that was shrouded in darkness all year round. It was not as bleak and desolate as the Yin Mountain region, but it was so dark that it could cause one to fall into despair. The sky was dark, the ground was dark, and the rivers were dark. Even the air was dark. This was Ghost Abyss. Many people in the astral trees knew that this was Ghost Abyss, but very few dared to enter. Even those who wanted to join Ghost Abyss would find it difficult to come out, and not even their corpses would be left behind. A boundless aura of death enveloped Ghost Abyss, and the deeper one went, the greater the aura. The area was hundreds of times larger than Kuin's swamp. A group of people slowly walked through this deathly silent land. There were both men and women, and all of them had terrified expressions as they stared at their surroundings. It was very difficult for them to move forward. "Brother Juan, are we really going to enter Ghost Abyss? Isn't it too risky?" someone suddenly asked, sounding very abrupt in this deathly silent land. The leader of the group was a young man who looked valiant and sturdy. His skin was very dry, and it was obvious that he had been exposed to the wind and sun for a long time. Fine scars were hidden in his sparse beard, and he looked ahead with an uneasy look in his eyes. "The person who killed Big Brother Chien is hiding nearby. We have to find him." The people behind him exchanged glances. "That person isn't a cultivator from Ghost Abyss. He's probably dead if he comes in. Should we wait outside? Ghost Abyss is so big. If that person isn't dead by the time we leave, he'll be able to escape easily," Brother Juan said unwillingly. One of the women whispered, "It's not worth it if we all die." The man beside her quickly covered her mouth. "Quiet. Brother Juan is the disciple of the Adventurer King. If you offend him, you won't be able to stay in Root's organization in the future." Although the people around them didn't say anything, they all had the same thought. Brother Chien and Brother Juan had a good relationship, but they weren't that. Brother Juan was Juan Wu, the disciple of the King of Adventurers. He had entered Junior Progenitor Planet several decades ago and had almost accompanied Long Tian to the Sovereign Realm, but Luin had forced him out of the competition. If it was a few decades ago, the title of Adventurer King wouldn't have been so useful. He still managed to get on Lu Xiaoshuan's boat, someone at the back mumbled softly. Who would have thought that the Adventurer King was actually one of the surviving members of the Lu family? No wonder he was given the title of Adventurer King after going through so many life and death situations. Now that I think about it, the four-way scales must have wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaoxian would rise up and stop all of the surviving members of the Lu family from being targeted? Come to think of it, Lu Xiaoxian is quite vicious. "That's enough, stop talking. Be careful, don't die here," one of the people in front shouted. At the very front, Wan Wu's expression was unsightly. He stopped and said, "Let's turn back." He wanted revenge, but these people were right. They shouldn't risk their lives. When they heard Wan Wu tell them to turn around, everyone was delighted. They looked at each other and hurried back. Suddenly, there was a sound. It echoed in their ears. When they first heard the sound, everyone turned pale, thinking that they had been targeted by the people from Ghost Abyss. But as the sound grew louder, their expressions changed. Was this a technique? Everyone listened quietly, but the more they listened, the more they felt that something was wrong. Someone was horrified. "This is the four-way scale Xia family's blade intent." "Shut up!" Wan Wu barked, his face filled with shock. This was definitely the Xia family's blade intent. He tried to circulate the star energy in his body according to the sound and unleashed a terrifying blade. He was already a peak in lighter and was only a step away from breaking through to become an emissary. The Xia family's blade intent had enlightened him, and he couldn't wait to break through. He forcefully suppressed his desire and said, "Retreat. Brother Wan, this is the Xia family's blade intent." Someone was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue listening. Wan Wu said, "If you don't want to die, then retreat. The Xia family's blade intent has appeared in Ghost Abyss, so how can Shenwu Plain let it go? There's going to be a big battle here." When the others heard this, their faces turned even paler. Some people followed Wan Wu and retreated, while some stayed behind. Those who had been able to join the Root organization and venture into the mortal realm were all ferocious. They had followed Wan Wu in hopes of being taken care of by the Adventurer King and changing their futures. Thus, even if they were afraid of death, they had still followed Ghost Abyss. Normal people would not have been able to enter, so how could they be willing to give up after hearing about the Xia family's blade intent? When Wanmu walked out of Ghost Abyss, the Xia family's blade intent's voice still did not disappear. This voice not only spread throughout Ghost Abyss, but it also spread out in all directions. His expression kept changing. Something had happened. In the depths of Ghost Abyss, an ancestor opened his eyes and frowned. Why was the Adventurer King's disciple so cowardly? He had already heard the Xia family's blade intent, but he had still fled. Unfortunately, he was not that lucky. The old man was a half-progenitor in Ghost Abyss, and he was second only to the ancestor. However, he was no longer himself, he was Luin. Over the past 2 years, Luin had constantly merged with other people's bodies, and the weakest had been an emissary. He had merged with half-progenitors no less than 10 times, including those from the Fifth Mainland and the Cosmic Tree Realm. He had even merged with half-progenitors from the Four-Way Scales, such as Xia Yan, Wu Yao, and Bai Qi. These experiences had allowed him to learn many secrets of the Four-Way Scales, including cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and even secret techniques. It would be a pity if he did not use these secrets, which was why he had ended up like this. The ancestor of Ghost Abyss was now in the mortal realm, so Luin wanted to take this opportunity to make the Cosmic Tree Realm lively. Those who remained in Ghost Abyss heard about the Xia family's blade intent. Luin could not have merged for too long, so he imprinted the Xia family's blade intent, Xia family's divine martial qi, frigid immortal sect's wind god battle technique, Xian Fanyao, and a series of battle techniques onto a piece of jade before tossing it out. Ghost Abyss will open its doors and bless all living beings. From now on, humans will abandon their seclusion and progress together to resist future disasters. Many pieces of jade flew out of Ghost Abyss, heading towards the Middle Realm, the Mortal Realm, and the Top Realm. A few days later, the entire Cosmic Tree Realm was in an uproar as countless people fought over the jade. Shinwu Plain and the Frigid Immortal sect were even more excited. What? The Wind God battle technique was leaked. How is that possible? Even if an ordinary disciple learned the Wind God battle technique, they wouldn't be able to leak it. Only an emissary or a half-ancestor would be able to do so. Elder, it's true. It's not just the Frigid Immortal sect, there's also the Xia family's blade intent and divine martial qi from Shinwu Plain. Countless people are fighting over this jade. How dare you? Who leaked it? Who leaked it? It's Ghost Abyss. In Shinwu Plain, Xiao Luo stared blankly at the jade in his hand, which contained the Frigid Immortal sect's Xian Fanyao. What a powerful battle technique. It can directly absorb the opponent's life force. It said that it evolved from the Lu family's life form Palm. Xia Meng appeared. The divine martial qi has leaked, and the Xia family's blade intent has also leaked. Ancestor Xia Zhen will arrive soon. Xiao Luo looked outside. Who had leaked this information? These battle techniques could not be leaked just because someone wanted to, and so many battle techniques had been leaked at once. They all came from different sects, so who could do this? Ghost Abyss. What were they trying to do? In the Central Realm, when Qing Chen found out about this, the first person he thought of was Luin. He remembered that Luin had once said that if he wanted to stop the Corpse King transformation, he would need to find a battle technique that could replace it. The divine martial qi and wind god battle techniques were both ultimate techniques of the Four-Way Scales. What was Ghost Abyss trying to do? No one knew what Ghost Abyss's goal was, not even Ghost Abyss himself. In the Sovereign Realm, Bai Wang Yuan raised his hand and crushed a branch. Ghost Ancestor, get out here. However, there was nothing beneath the branch. Bai Xing walked out of Qingqiu and descended upon Ghost Abyss. With a single strike, he shattered Ghost Abyss. This was the first time a progenitor had truly attacked Ghost Abyss. Crown Prince Gui Qian was swept away by the shockwaves, and blood trickled out of his mouth. He looked up and saw Bai Xing walking over. "Where is Ghost Ancestor?" Gui Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. "I don't know." Bai Xing's staff swept out and shattered Ghost Abyss. At that moment, Xia Zhen arrived. Although she hated the Xia family's main bloodline, she was still a member of the family. The leak of the divine martial qi was a huge blow to the entire Xia family. From now on, could the divine martial qi still be called the divine martial qi? Her face sank. "Where is Ghost Ancestor?" The Ghost Abyss disciples were terrified, and they hid in the death energy, not daring to show themselves. Bai Xing looked at Xia Zhen. "He's not in the sovereign realm either. Find him. We must find him." Not only did they want to know why Ghost Abyss had leaked the battle techniques, but they also wanted to know how he had obtained them. This was all top-secret information. In the fifth mainlands above heaven, Lu Yin was leisurely drinking tea. "What's going on? Tell me." "I don't know what happened either. The divine martial astral qi and the wind god battle technique all leaked out from my Gui Abyss, but the problem is that I've never obtained any of these battle techniques," Gui Zhu said with an ugly expression. No one had expected him to appear in front of Lu Yin. When he had learned of this matter, he had immediately left the sovereign realm and come to the fifth mainland. Now, only the fifth mainland had a place to hide. Otherwise, if he was found in the starry sky of trees, no one would be able to save him. Even if the Lu family was still around, he would still die for leaking the battle techniques of other sections. This was a huge taboo in the cultivation world. Lu Yin looked back at him. "Gui Zhu, something happened to you, but you came to me. You're making things difficult for me." Gui Zhu was helpless. "As a member of the Death God bloodline, I ask for Tao Master Lu's help. If I have offended you in the past, I will definitely repay you after this matter is over." Lu Yin smiled. "You want me to protect you? I can't do that. My position is untenable." Gui Zhu obviously knew this. "Is there a place to hide on the fifth mainland? As long as I survive this, I'll definitely be able to find out the truth." "So what if you find out? Will the four-way scales forgive you?" Lu Yin mocked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2483. Gui Zhu clenched his fists, as he had no other choice. If he couldn't find out the truth, then he wouldn't be able to return. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin's back. Could this person have been the culprit? Based on the current situation, the four-way scales should have no problem attacking you. "Neither I nor anyone else is qualified to protect you," Lu Yin said. Gui Zhu frowned, as it shouldn't have been Lu Yin. Lu Yin still wanted to use him to maintain the balance of power with the four-way scales, which wouldn't benefit Gui Zhu at all. "There's no need to protect me. I just hope that Tao Master Lu can provide a place for me to hide." Lu Yin thought about it. "I do have a place. Let's go." "Many thanks, Tao Master Lu." Gui Zhu relaxed. Lu Yin looked back. "Senior, you should understand me. Since I helped you, I should be rewarded." Gui Zhu replied, "As long as we survive this, I'm willing to give Tao Master Lu 100 billion star essence." Lu Yin smiled. 100 billion was quite a lot, especially for a power like the Ghost Abyss that didn't cultivate star energy or astral sources. Star essence wasn't a necessary resource, but I want half of the Ghost Abyss. Gui Zhu was stunned and thought that he had misheard. "What did you say?" Lu Yin looked at him seriously. "I want half of the Ghost Abyss." "Lu Shaoxian, are you crazy? Even with Guizhu's current situation, he still wanted to curse. Half of the ghost abyss. Why don't you just say that I'll give you all of it? That's fine. Guizhu was speechless. Lu Shaoxian, you know that's impossible. How about this? I promise that as long as you help me survive this, I'll find you 500 billion star essence even if I have to steal or rob. That's enough sincerity. This amount is enough to hurt the four-way scales, and I'll definitely stand on your side against the four-way scales from now on. Don't forget that when your disguise as Long Seven was exposed, people from the Ghost Abyss risked their lives to protect you at the Summit Realm's cloud ladder. Lu Yin said, I'll repay this favor, but I haven't forgotten that you refused to let me use the Ghost Abyss's death energy during my battle with Madman Lu. You even scolded me. You're quite hostile towards me. That didn't stop you from using death energy. It's the foundation of the Ghost Abyss. If you use it, what will happen to the Ghost Abyss? Guizhu. Lu Yin asked, is there no room for discussion? There's absolutely no room for discussion. Guizhu said. Lu Yin asked, then what about the exchange? Guizhu was surprised, what exchange? The Eternals once left behind an eternal kingdom on the fifth mainland. The underground is filled with death energy, and I can use that to exchange for half of the Ghost Abyss, Lu Yin said. Guizhu was puzzled, where did the Eternals get their death chi from? Too many things have happened in this part of the universe. The Spectre clan has pledged allegiance to the Everlasting Tribe in order to preserve their inheritance. They've also cooperated with the Everlasting Tribe to use death energy to modify Corpse Kings. They want to create stronger Corpse Kings that possess the power of the Death God, Lu Yin explained. Guizhu was furious when he heard this. They actually colluded with the Eternals. The Spectre race in this part of the starry sky is a traitor. Lu Yin replied, they're already under my supervision, and even the Spectre clan's leader has been appointed by me. The death chi left behind by the Eternal Kingdom is real, and I used that death chi to threaten by Wang Yuan back then. So, do you want to trade? Guizhu refused, no, the Ghost Abyss is the Ghost Abyss, it's impossible to exchange with you. But the current Ghost Abyss might have already been destroyed by the four-way scales, Lu Yin reminded. Guizhu's face changed. He had already escaped, so there was no need to even think about what had happened to the Ghost Abyss. If the Ghost Abyss had really been destroyed by the four-way scales, then Lu Yin's proposed exchange would be a different form of shelter. Thinking of this, Guizhu's expression relaxed. Take me to the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin led Guizhu towards the Neoverse on the caged WIRM. With the caged WIRM speed, they quickly arrived at the Neoverse. Lu Yin sensed the coordinate seal, which had been left at the foundation of the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin had left behind some death chi on it, which allowed him to determine the Eternal Kingdom's position in the vast parallel universe. He opened the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom and said, please. Guizhu stared at the spatial entrance. This is a parallel universe, not a hidden space. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, the Eternals left behind a parallel universe. Guizhu frowned as he thought of Xiaoxinji. He looked at Lu Yin in confusion. What was this kid thinking? What was he planning to do? Lu Yin was puzzled. Why aren't you going in? Senior, are you suspecting that I'm going to exile you like I did Xiaoxinji? That wouldn't do me any good. After all, you're the key to maintaining the balance of power. If I exile you, how am I going to control the four-way scales? Guizhu stared at the spatial entrance, still hesitating, unwilling to enter. No one would place their life in someone else's hands, especially after Xiaoxinji's example. Guizhu was even more unwilling. Lu Yin said, since Senior is unwilling, please do as you wish. Is there anywhere else? No, there is. Lu Yin paused. The astral wilderness. Guizhu's eyes darkened. The astral wilderness was not a good place. To ordinary cultivators, the astral wilderness was the astral wilderness that they could explore, escape, or even take risks. It was an astral wilderness, but to experts, the astral wilderness was not so simple. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more unwilling they were to go to the astral wilderness. It was like a pebble falling into a pond. At most, it would cause ripples, but if a boulder fell into the pond, it would cause huge waves. If a progenitor entered the astral wilderness, it would be like a boulder falling into a pond, and no one would know what would happen. It was not that the more powerful a person was, the safer they would be. On the contrary, the more powerful a person was, the less safe they would be in the astral wilderness. There was an astral wilderness outside the cosmic tree, but humans rarely set foot there. Suddenly, Luin and Guizhu looked towards the west at the same time. They're coming so quickly. They must be in a hurry. Guizhu's expression turned ugly. Tao Master Lu, if I die, you won't have any advantage against the 4 cardinal scales. There's Elder Chan and Senior Brother. Right, I forgot to tell you that I have a few half-ancestors from the above heavens sect who are preparing to break through. I believe that 1 or 2 of them will succeed, and they won't be too weak against the 4 cardinal scales, Luin said. Guizhu wanted to say something else, but a sharp blade streaked across the sky from the technocracy and slashed towards him. Xia Zhen had made a move, which gave Luin a fright. How dare you leak my Shenwu Heaven's techniques? Die! Xia Zhen's voice rang out. Her grudge with the Xia family had been settled, and she was now considered a celestial progenitor. Bai Wangyuan was even faster than her, and he streaked across the heavens. White clouds replaced the starry sky as he extended towards the Neoverse. Luin frowned. To be honest, he had never fought with Bai Wangyuan before, so he did not know much about this person. However, he was still from 9 mountains and 8 seas, and Luin guessed that he should be stronger than Xiaoshenji. The white clouds were about to completely envelop the Neoverse. Elder Chan appeared. Ancestor Bai, this is the 5th mainland. 3 ancestral qi revolved around him, and a strand of ancestral qi transformed into Shui Wuqing. The caged Wirm roared and stared to the west. Bai Wangyuan walked down from the clouds and looked down like a god. He stared at Luin and Guizhu. This has nothing to do with the 5th mainland. Lu Shaoxian, do you want to interfere? Before Luin could reply, Guizhu spoke up first. I did not leak your frozen immortal sect or Shenwu Heaven's techniques. This has nothing to do with my ghost abyss. The techniques were leaked by your ghost abyss, and the person who leaked them was a half-ancestor. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? Bai Ran barked as layers of white clouds descended, bringing with them a sense of dread and oppression. This sort of oppression was incomparably sacred, to the point that it could cause fear and also cause others to kneel. Bai Wangyuan was truly furious, as he had not acted even when Luin had claimed to be a Tao master. I won't interfere. Do as you please, but don't involve the 5th mainland. Luin was about to retreat. Elder Chan added, we will not interfere with the internal affairs of your cosmic tree sect, but the 5th mainland must not be destroyed. Bai Wangyuan had not expected Luin to retreat so easily. Xia Qin had also arrived, but she had not expected Luin to retreat just like that. Guizhu grew anxious. With Luin and Elder Chan retreating, he would have to face Bai Wangyuan and Xia Qin alone. He might not even be able to escape. Ancestor Bai, what do I have to say to make you believe me? Leaking your techniques won't benefit me in any way. Bai Ran replied, that's what we find strange. You're not stupid, but you've done something stupid. Perhaps you didn't willingly leak the techniques, but you definitely stole them. Death energy surged around Guizhu, and he knew that there was no point in trying to explain, so he opened his mouth and said something. Lu Yin opened the eternal kingdom space. Guizhou entered without hesitation, as there was nothing to consider at this point. Even being banished to a parallel spacetime was better than waiting for death here. They watched as Guizhou suddenly disappeared. Bai Wangyuan and Xia Qin stared at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, what did you do? Lu Yin shrugged. Guizhou said that he's about to start a war, but this is the fifth mainland, and it's impossible for a war between progenitors to not affect the fifth mainland. Since that's the case, I've found another battlefield for you. It's the kingdom of eternity that was left behind by the Eternals. Progenitor Bai, you've been there before, and that's where we reached an agreement. Bai Wang Yuan's face sank. That's a parallel spacetime. Xia Qin raised a brow. A parallel spacetime. They were very sensitive to these words. Xia Xinji had been banished to a parallel spacetime, so how could they dare to casually step into it? Guizhou had only entered because he had been forced to his limits. Otherwise, he would have entered long ago. That's right. It's precisely because it's a parallel spacetime that you can act so recklessly. How can I let you fight here? Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. You want us to enter a parallel spacetime? Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Banish us like you banished Xia Xinji. Lu Yin raised a brow. Don't spout nonsense. I'm just looking for a battlefield suitable for a progenitor battle. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. You can enter, but you have to give us the coordinates and leave behind traces of us so that we can travel through the parallel spacetime. Lu Yin thought to himself that he really did understand. Only the Eternals had the coordinate seal, and the Hexagon Society's ability to travel through parallel spacetime had been stolen from the Eternals. They definitely had the coordinates to travel through the Hexagon Society, or at the very least, to travel through that reincarnation space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2484. How can I do that? I'm the only one. If I give it to you, what should I do? Lu Yin replied. Without the coordinates, how are we supposed to return? I won't seal it. Just come back. These words made Elder Chan embarrassed. If Bai Wangyuan and the others dared to enter, Elder Chan was certain that Lu Yin would not hesitate to seal off the passage and throw them into a parallel spacetime. Lu Yin's expression was serious and sincere, but in the eyes of Bai Wangyuan and the others, it was shameless. Wang Fan arrived. Where's Guizhou? Let's go in, Bai Yan said. Wang Fan was puzzled. He glanced at Lu Yin and then at the spatial tear. Is that a parallel spacetime? Guizhou went in, the coordinates are in Lu Xiaoxuan's hands. He told us to go in and find Guizhou, Xia Zhen said. Wang Fan stared blankly at Lu Yin. You're letting us in. Lu Yin pursed his lips, it's up to you whether you want to enter or not. In any case, Guizhou is inside. Lu Shaoxian, this matter has nothing to do with you. Guizhou leaked my cold immortal sex and divine martial heavens techniques, so he must be dealt with, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin replied, it has nothing to do with me, so I won't interfere. Do as you please. Give us the coordinates, we'll go and find Guizhou, Xia Qin said. There's death qi in there, and that's the power that I cultivate. How could I possibly leave any traces of you behind? What if you sneak in and attack me while I'm cultivating? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? Xia Zhen and Wang Fan looked at Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan nodded. There's a deathly aura beneath the eternal kingdom. There's even death qi here, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage if we went in to look for Guizhou? Xia Zhen raised an eyebrow. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan looked at each other. What loss could he possibly suffer? No matter how much death qi there was, how much could Guizhu increase his strength? 9 mountains 8 seas was different from ordinary ancestor realm experts. Even though Guizhu cultivated the power of the death god, he was not the death god's successor, so the characteristics of his death qi were not enough to make up for the gap between him and 9 mountains 8 seas. The aura of death originated from the death god, while the 9 mountains and 8 seas originated from the primogenitor. They're not looking for me, so they won't do anything to me. He then pointed at the nearby commander appointment stage. Besides, I'm capable of protecting myself. On the 5th mainland, not only could he use various progenitor realm techniques, but he could also borrow progenitor Chen's strength. It would not be easy to deal with him. Moreover, Elder Chan was always there. Elder Chan nodded. Then, be careful. He also needed to oversee Shenwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Soon, Elder Chan left. Lu Yin faced off against Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Zhen by himself. However, just as he said, Bai Wangyuan and the others were not looking for trouble with him, nor did they intend to violate the agreement. They would not attack him, even if it was because of the matter with Guizhu. If there was no other choice, he would hand over the coordinates. The starry space was silent, only the sounds from the constellations could be heard. No flying ships dared to approach this area. Even from afar, they were intimidated by the power of the progenitor realm. Lu Yin propped up his chin with one hand and sat on the prison Wirm's head as he watched Bai Wangyuan and the others discuss. Soon after, Bai Wangyuan said, "Tell Guizhu to come out. We won't do anything to him, and we also believe that he wasn't the one who leaked the secret art. However, the truth of this matter must be investigated." Lu Yin pointed at Eternal Kingdom, "Go talk to him." Lu Shaoxian, this matter originally had nothing to do with you, but you provided this spacetime for Guizhu to hide. No matter how you look at it, you can't stand it. Even if Mu Xia comes, he has no reason to help you. You can't do whatever you want in this universe. Since you've already interfered, there are some things that need to be done by you. Lu Yin retorted, "Are you trying to reason with me?" "You can say that," Bai Yan replied. Lu Yin thought about it. "Alright, I'll help you talk to Guizhu." He then entered Eternal Kingdom. Bai Wangyuan and the others were stunned. Was it that easy? Within the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin greeted Guizhu after entering and then turned around to leave, leaving Guizhu at a loss. "He's not coming out," Lu Yin said directly. Xia Zhen frowned. "He's not coming out because he's guilty." "I think so too. Why don't you guys go in and fight?" Lu Yin asked. Xia Zhen felt that Lu Yin was rather hateful. The last time they had met, due to past grievances and because it involved the Xia family, they had completed a deal. Their standpoints were similar, and she felt that Lu Yin was just as Elder Chan had said, ruthless and scheming. This time, however, their standpoints were different. She felt that Lu Yin was not only shameless and liked to lie through his teeth, but he also had the initiative at every turn. Wang Fan said, "Lu Shaoxian, let Guizhu come out. We definitely won't do anything to him." Lu Yin replied, "He's not coming out." "Ask again," Wang Fan said. Lu Yin sighed. "I really shouldn't have come. Your matters have nothing to do with me." He then entered Eternal Kingdom again and left under Guizhu's confused gaze. "He's not coming out." Wang Fan's eyes narrowed. "What if we swear that we won't do anything to him?" Bai Wangyuan and Xia Zhen looked at Wang Fan in surprise. Lu Yin was shocked. "You're really taking care of Guizhu. You can even swear something like that?" Regardless of whether he leaked the cultivation method or not, at the very least, he must have stolen the cultivation method. How could you forgive him for that? No, he leaked the techniques of the frozen immortal sect and the Shinwu plane, so it has nothing to do with your Wang family. Wang Fan, why are you being so proactive? Wang Fan said. The cultivation techniques of the frigid immortal sect and divine martial plane have already been leaked. If there's another leak, it'll definitely be from my Wang clan. Since he stole the cultivation techniques of the frigid immortal sect and divine martial plane, how could he not steal the cultivation techniques of my Wang clan? Lu Yin praised, as expected of ancestor Wang Fan, you're very thoughtful. Alright, I'll ask again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something. Since ancestor Wang Fan is so sure that Gue Zhu stole your Wang family's techniques, can you really not do anything to him? Xia Zhen replied, Senior Wang Fan, my Shinwu plane's techniques have already been leaked, and Gue Zhu cannot escape responsibility. If we don't pursue him, will anyone else be able to steal our techniques in the future? Although Bai Wang Yuan did not say anything, his meaning was the same. They hoped that Gue Zhu would come out and investigate the matter, but it was impossible for them to swear that they would not attack him. Wang Fan replied, what I mean is that we shouldn't attack him now and wait until we investigate the matter. Lu Yin agreed, that's true. Once we investigate the matter, it won't be too late to act if Gue Yuan really did steal the techniques. At that moment, Wang Fan's wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. Ancestor, we've discovered a Gue Yuan disciple hiding in our Wang family's continent. The wireless goo was transmitted through movement, and Wang Fan saw it. Bai Wang Yuan, Xia Zhen, and the rest also saw it. Wang Fan's expression sank, and he replied, are you sure it's Gue Yuan's people? Definitely. They use death energy and the meditative forgetting technique. Bai Wang Yuan sneered, you're Wang family's people. Even our family was not spared. What a Gue Yuan. Wang Fan's expression turned ugly, where is he? He escaped. Wang Fan was furious, the great Wang family actually allowed someone to come and go as they please. The other side was terrified, not just one person. There are others in the family and outside the continent. Wang Fan angrily crushed the wireless goo and stared at the parallel spacetime. Lu Yin laughed, ancestor Wang Fan is truly worthy of being called 9 mountains and 8 seas. You can even predict things. You guessed correctly, and the next technique to be leaked will be your Wang family's techniques. Wang Fan stared at Lu Yin, have Gue Zhu come out. Lu Yin shrugged, if he doesn't come out, you can go in and find him yourself. I remember that there are specters in your abandoned land, Wang Fan suddenly said as he stared at Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen also looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly replied, yes. Do you suspect that it was done by the specters in our region? Wang Fan replied, we'll know once we investigate. Lu Yin replied, sure. Back then, the specters sought refuge with the Eternals to protect themselves. After the Eternals were blocked outside the Starfall Sea, they sought refuge with the Absolute Ones and rebelled against me. I captured all of them and put them under surveillance. There are records of how many of them there are and what their cultivation levels are. Bai Wang Yuan did not believe that the specters had the ability to steal their techniques. It should be Gue Yuan. Stealing techniques isn't something that can be done overnight. How long has it been since our two spacetimes came into contact? Wang Fan muttered to himself, his thoughts unknown. The truth is obvious. Only Gue Yuan can cultivate death energy and waste time to steal our techniques. Lu Yin, what will it take for you to hand over Gue Zhu? Xia Zhen asked. Lu Yin was troubled, it's not that I don't want to, but what will it take for you to hand over the coordinates? Just say it, Bai Min said. They no longer wanted to negotiate with Gue Zhu. Wang Fan looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was also troubled, since that's the case. He was about to say that he would accompany by Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen. As for the coordinates, he would not hand them over. Of course, he had already thought of the conditions, but before he could say anything, an even more shocking piece of news arrived that suppressed the matter of Guizhou. Bai Xian'er was about to break through. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the wireless Gu and was stunned for a moment before becoming overjoyed. He sent a message over, Xian'er is about to break through to half-ancestor? Yes. It was Bai Xing. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Bai Xian'er really wasn't a half-ancestor? He had always been guessing Bai Xian'er's strength. Several decades ago, the fifth mainland's 3 gates had been broken through, and Bai Xian'er had crushed a sixth mainland's half-ancestor to death with a single finger. With such a cultivation, she should have been a half-ancestor. However, many people had said that she had not broken through to half-ancestor, while others had said that she had broken through long ago. In short, there were all sorts of rumors, and Lu Yin couldn't differentiate between the truth and lies. He had also asked Senior Mu Xia about it, but Senior Mu Xia's answer was that she had not broken through to half-ancestor yet. This was because he had not sensed the inner world of a half-ancestor from her body. Now, she was finally about to break through. Bai Xian'er's breakthrough was not good news for anyone other than the frozen immortal sect, including the Xia and Wang families. Wang Fan's expression immediately changed. Lu Yin's expression also turned ugly. He was already apprehensive that Bai Xian'er had not broken through to half-ancestor yet. Once she did, she would only be a step away from the progenitor realm. With Bai Xian'er's foundation, she should have broken through to half-ancestor long ago, but she had only broken through now. Lu Yin could not imagine how deep her foundation was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2485. The first time they had clashed in the Red Flower Garden, the power in his heart had been completely useless against her. But after that, especially the bet between the culinary god and Sir Feather, he'd had the misconception that he could kill her or at least steal her book of destiny. If not for Bai Xing's appearance, he would have done just that. He had been growing stronger, but Bai Xian'er had remained the same. This was abnormal in itself. Even a 3-year-old child in the astral tree knew about Bai Xian'er's talent, but she hadn't improved after so many years. How far would her breakthrough take her, and what would it bring to him? Lu Yin wasn't sure. Of all the humans, the one he feared the most was still Bai Xian'er. Ha ha ha, is she finally breaking through? After waiting for so long, she's finally breaking through. Even Bai Wang Yuan, a powerful being from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, was overjoyed by Bai Xian'er's breakthrough. Xia Zhen's expression was solemn. Although Bai Xian'er was a junior, she was a topic that no one could avoid. The shock she had caused when she had broken through to become an emissary was still fresh in their minds. That had caused the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. What would happen now that she was a half-step ancestor? Ancestor Bai, there's no need to worry about Xian'er's breakthrough, but things will be different if someone causes trouble, Bai Xing transmitted. Bai Wang Yuan's smile faded as he looked up at Lu Yin. Xia Zhen and Wang Fan also looked at Lu Yin. The fifth mainland and the astral tree were able to coexist peacefully because Lu Yin had threatened Bai Xian'er. If there was anyone who could cause trouble during her breakthrough, it would be Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, please don't leave my sight for the time being, Bai Wang Yuan said bluntly. His entire demeanor had changed, and it was like the calm before the storm. He wouldn't allow Lu Yin to do anything. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He really wanted to use fate to disrupt Bai Xian'er's breakthrough, but he hadn't expected Bai Wang Yuan to target him. Was it a coincidence? Lu Yin looked at the Eternal Kingdom. If he hadn't set things up and forced Guizhou into a corner, he wouldn't have come. Gue Zu's arrival had attracted Bai Wang Yuan's attention, and Bai Xian'er had broken through at this time. Was it a coincidence, or was there a pair of eyes watching him? Does Bai Xian'er have the ability to spy on me? He recalled the time when he had disguised himself as Yu Hao and met Bai Xian'er in the Red Flower Garden. Bai Xian'er had also exposed his plans in the Shenhui sky. How much could Bai Xian'er know? The Book of Destiny had been burned. He had other motives for forcing Gue Zu this time, but Bai Xian'er's breakthrough had disrupted his plans. He couldn't avoid Bai Wang Yuan, and doing so would only make him go crazy. Congratulations, Ancestor Bai. Bai Xian'er has broken through, and the Cold Immortal sect has reached a new height. As a congratulatory gift, I'll help you bring Gue Zu out. Bai Wang Yuan rode the prison flood dragon into the Eternal Kingdom. Don't go. Bai Wang Yuan barked, suddenly attacking. No matter where Lu Yin went, he would not allow it. However, Lu Yin was just beside Eternal Kingdom. With the caged WIRM speed, Bai Wang Yuan wouldn't be able to stop him. When Bai Wang Yuan saw the Hellworm charge into Eternal Kingdom space, he stepped in as well. As long as Lu Yin entered, he would dare to enter as well. He had followed Lu Yin into Eternal Kingdom before. Wang Fan's speed wasn't slower than Bai Wang Yuan's. He wanted to enter Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin is advancing. The moment he entered Eternal Kingdom, he looked back and closed it without hesitation. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan appeared in front of Eternal Kingdom spatial crack and looked at planet Anshui. The spatial crack had already disappeared. Bai Wang Yuan's expression was uncertain. Lu Yin had left his line of sight, and no matter where he went, he would feel uneasy. He hurriedly contacted Bai Xing. Lu Shaoxian is hiding in a parallel space. I don't know what he's doing. Tell Xian to leave. All right. For this breakthrough, both Bai Wang Yuan and Bai Xian'er had prepared for a long time. Even if Lu Yin suddenly appeared, they still had a plan to deal with him. They couldn't be led by the nose by Lu Yin. When she learned that Lu Yin had hidden in a parallel space, Bai Xian'er tore through the void without hesitation. I don't believe that Lu Shaoxian has a way to affect me, but just in case, I'll take the final step. She looked at Bai Xing. Ancestor Xing, no matter how prepared you are, no one can say for sure that you'll succeed. If I fail. She paused, and her gaze became unprecedentedly serious. Kill Lu Shaoxian immediately. With that, she left. Aside from Bai Wang Yuan, even Bai Xing didn't know where she went. On the fifth mainland, Bai Wang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Beside him, Wang Fan's expression was just as gloomy. Xia Zhen stared at Wang Fan. He hadn't seen wrongly. Lu Yin had immediately closed the door after entering the parallel space. The last person he had looked at was Wang Fan. Why wasn't he looking at Bai Wang Yuan? Why was he looking at Wang Fan instead? Furthermore, many of Wang Fan's actions didn't seem right. Bai Wang Yuan was rushing in for Bai Xian'er, but what about him? Why was he rushing in? Was it just because he wanted to find Gue Zu and find out the source of the technique's leak? It wasn't Wang Fan's style to enter an unpredictable place for a technique. Lu Yin didn't care about the outside world anymore. With Elder Chan around, Bai Wang Yuan and the others wouldn't do anything. Gue Zu saw Lu Yin enter for the third time, and he quickly went forward. Dao Master Lu, what's going on outside? Lu Yin's face was pale. Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen acted against me because of you. They'll definitely look for you to find out the source of the technique's leak. Gue Zu became serious. They're really desperate. Right, is it just Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen? Lu Yin nodded. Something seems to have happened in the cosmic tree realm. Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor didn't come. Gue Zu wanted to ask more questions, but Lu Yin waved his hand and summoned Lu Jian's general appointment platform. He cautiously said to Guizhou, "There are two coordinates in this spacetime, and they've already taken one of them. Once they enter, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. Prepare yourself, Guizhou. I've sacrificed too much for you. Once this matter is over, you must give me a satisfactory reward." Guizhou replied, "I will. With my blood, I summon a general," Luin growled, and a progenitor's aura gushed out from the general appointment platform as Qi appeared. At the same time, a golden light appeared above Lu Yin's head that illuminated the entire Ionian kingdom, illuminating every corner. The God Seal catalog appeared as Nong Yi's figure walked out. Guizhou gasped. "With your own strength, you have the power of several progenitors. Every time I see this scene, I'm amazed. You can be considered the strongest envoy since the above heaven sect." Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder. Rune lines covered the surroundings. When the rune lines appeared, Guizhou looked around. "The rune progenitor's power is truly mysterious." Lu Yin said, "There's a large amount of death energy below. Fighting here should be of great help to you, Guizhou." Guizhou shook his head. "Not much help. Before I reached the progenitor realm, the large amount of death energy here was equivalent to an endless supply of power. But after breaking through, I gained my own power system. In fact, I'm no longer the same as the death god." He looked at Lu Yin. "You've always thought that I coveted your death god's power, but after breaking through, it's useless even if you give me the death god's power. I can't change anymore." Lu Yin was surprised. "You can't cultivate the death god's power anymore?" Guizhou sighed. "I can't cultivate it anymore. That's a pity. Now that I think about it, the Xia family's 9 clones technique is really useful. It allows one to cultivate 9 different powers," Lu Yin said. Guizhou smiled bitterly. "The 5th mainland is led by the Lu family, and below them are a group of families with primeval surnames. These families have unparalleled power. The Xia family's 9 clones, the Bai family's secret techniques and battle skills, the Wang family's meditative forgetting art, and so on. Although they can't compare to the Lu family, they're still incomparable to ordinary cultivators. It's almost impossible for us to surpass them. But you've also cultivated the death god's power, and it's not inferior to my Lu family's." Guizhou replied, "Besides you, no one else has cultivated the complete death god's power. Not only do you have the Lu families and the death god's power systems, but you also have the rune progenitor, Ku progenitor, and Qin progenitor's powers. Lu Shaoxian, you'll definitely be the strongest human master in the future." "Not enough," Lu Yin said. Guizhou was surprised. "What's not enough?" Lu Yin was about to speak when the void rippled in the distance. His expression changed. "It's here." Guizhou stared into the distance. Suddenly, a chill surged up his head, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. The danger did not come from where he was looking, but from behind him. Guizhou did not even look back and was just about to leave when he discovered that a green light had enveloped him. Nong Yi. No, it was Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin made his move, and a green leaf enveloped Guizhou's body while Qi viciously swatted down with his slipper. With a thump, Guizhou's back was viciously struck by the slipper, and he fell to the ground. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he made his move. His rune lines directly weakened Guizhou's strength, and he raised a hand to press down on Guizhou. His palm realm battle force covered his arm as he unleashed a clear void palm. Qi swatted down with his slipper again. Nong Yi pressed down with his palm, and his progenitor's power transformed into a green pillar that shot into the sky. Within the green leaf, Guizhou coughed up blood as his deathly aura transformed into a sharp blade that tore through the void. He looked up and saw Chi's slipper and the green pillar of light. He shouted, "Lu Shaoxian!" With a loud boom, Guizhu's body was smashed into the kingdom of eternity, and the ground completely shattered. Deathly aura surged out from the ground and spread out in all directions, as if a boulder had been smashed into a lake. Lu Yin did not want to give Guizhu any chance to react, so Chi chased after him and swatted down with his slipper again. Underground, a strange long weapon pierced out from the ground and collided with the slipper. The weapon was composed of black beads that took the shape of a halberd or spear. With a thump, the black bead at the top of the weapon shattered, followed by the rest of the black beads. They were unable to stop the slipper at all. Guizhu stood underground and gripped the weapon in his right hand while waving his left. Death pass. As soon as he spoke, endless deathly aura covered the void and blocked Nong Yi's attack. It was as if space itself had been split in two, and then the deathly aura formed a guillotine that slashed down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly rode the prison drake to avoid it. The sky is a guillotine, and the deathly aura is a blade. Lu Shaoxian, you're courting death. Guizhu roared as his guillotine viciously slashed down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2486. The caged Wirm raised its claws to block the blade and roared as it retreated. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the sky was bound to overturn the heavens. Overturning heaven palm. The guillotine trembled, and the blades suddenly reversed. Lu Yin had wanted to make the blade slash downwards, but he was powerless to do so. His overturning heaven palm could affect progenitors, which was already quite terrifying. It was impossible for him to control a progenitor's battle technique. At the same time, Nong Yi raised his hand as if he was holding a hoe and slammed it down. The world shook, and Guizhu was forcefully pressed into the ground once more. The guillotine formed by death energy vanished. Lu Yin stared down and summoned another half-ancestor from Lu Jian's platform, who then charged into the ground. Under the golden light of the God Seal catalog, Nong Yi raised his hand again. At that moment, a snow-white skeleton shot out from the ground, causing Lu Yin's eyes to narrow. Nong Yi's hand slammed down, and he attacked again. Beneath the ground, snow-white skeletons covered in dark death energy crawled out like giant beasts that had awoken. They took Nong Yi's attack head-on. Guizhu stood among the skeletons and glared at Lu Yin. "Why did you sneak attack me?" Lu Yin looked at Guizhu deeply. Guizhu was injured, but he did not know how serious his injuries were. "I wanted to test Senior Guizhu's strength." Guizhu stared at Lu Yin. Only an idiot would believe this kid's words, but why had he attacked? "Did you make a deal with Bai Wangyuan and the others?" Lu Yin asked. "I told them that I just wanted to test Senior's strength. After all, we're both from the Death God bloodline, and Junior is curious about what it's like to reach progenitor with death energy." Was that guillotine just now Senior's battle technique? "Lu Shaoxian, I don't want to be your enemy." "Let's stop here," Guizhu said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But Junior still hasn't seen what's so special about reaching progenitor with death energy. Chi then slammed down with a slipper from the side. "Lu Shaoxian, you're courting death." Guizhu roared as one of the bones was smashed to pieces by the slipper. He then controlled the giant skeleton to leap through the void and grab at Lu Yin. The Helldrake roared at the sky and raised its claws to grab at the skeleton. Although the skeleton was not as large as the Helldrake's main body, it had not yet revealed its true form, so the two were about the same. Guizhu suddenly rushed out of the skeleton and raised his weapon to stab at Lu Yin. Under the power of a progenitor, Lu Yin was no match for Guizhu at all. Even if he wanted to use the strategy secret art to dodge, he would not be able to do so. Secret techniques were too weak in front of progenitors. However, young Kai was able to use reverse step and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Guizhou. Yi Qi raised his slipper from behind and smashed it down. The slipper had been upgraded several times, and even the undying god had been beaten half to death, let alone Guizhou. In the current starry sky, there was almost no object that could resist the slap of a slipper. Lu Shaoxian, are you really going to fight to the death? Guizhou roared. Lu Yin's expression was cold. Senior, let this junior see how the death energy of progenitor is like. Fine, if you want to die, then this old master will fulfill your wish. At worst, you'll just have to flee to the astral wilderness. The sky darkened as the entire space darkened. Thorns shot out from the void and formed trees. This was a forest formed from death energy. This was the ancestral world, and it was called the Black Forest. Once you enter the Black Forest, don't even think about leaving. Do you really think that you can deal with this old master by yourself? If not for Mu Xie, you would not have been able to deal with Madman Lu. Guizhou's cold voice filled the void, and Lu Yin could not even pinpoint his location. Lu Yin did not underestimate Guizhou. In fact, he was even more apprehensive of Guizhou than Xiaoxinji was. He could see through Guizhou's methods, but Guizhou was different. After all, he cultivated death energy. To be able to cultivate to progenitor using death energy, even if it was not the true power of the death god, it was still no small matter. This was also why Gui Yuan had been able to exist peacefully in the astral tree domain for so many years. Even the Lu family had thought highly of Guizhou back then, let alone the four-way scales. Guizhou had a power system that was feared by everyone. Trapped in the Black Forest, Jaildrake, Qi, and Lu Yin felt as if they were stuck in a swamp. They could not see or touch anything, and the endless darkness swallowed them up. Lu Yin did not dare to hesitate, as the sense of crisis almost made his scalp explode. Even with the god's sealing catalog wrapped around him, he did not feel safe. He had no choice but to take out the death god's left arm. The moment the Grim Reaper's left arm appeared, the Black Forest began to twist and distort before being absorbed. Guizhou was shocked. They were both progenitors of death energy, but the difference between him and the death god was so exaggerated. The death god's left arm had directly broken through his ancestral world. Lu Yin had not expected the Black Forest to be so easily destroyed by the death god's left arm. It was not that Guizhou was weak, but rather that the death god was too strong. They both cultivated the same power, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Lu Yin held the death god's left arm and took out Go Lian. Senior, feel for yourself the difference between you and the true death god. Guizhou barked, Lu Shaoxian, why are you attacking this old master? The Black Forest continued to distort as the death energy was absorbed by the death god's left arm like smoke. It seemed as if the death god's left arm was on the verge of being destroyed. Lu Yin stared at Guizhou without saying a word, while the left arm and Go Lian continued to absorb the death energy. It was not just the Black Forest's death energy anymore, but also the underground death energy. Guizhou was not unfamiliar with this scene, as Lu Yin had used this move to deal with Madman Lu. Madman Lu had not died from this move, but that did not mean that Guizhou would not die. Guizhou knew that he was no match for Madman Lu. Lu Shaoxian, what are you trying to do? Guizhou barked again. Lu Yin still did not speak, and he simply stared at Guizhou. The left arm and Go Lian's power was increasing, and with Jaildrake, Qi, and the god's sealing catalogs knowingly protecting them, even if Guizhou wanted to attack now, it would be difficult to injure Lu Yin, at least not in a short period of time. As long as Lu Yin had a little more time, Guizhou would be able to attack. This attack had severely injured Xiaoxinji and Bai Wangyuan, and it had also injured Madman Lu. This attack was enough to make any progenitor feel apprehensive. Madman! Guizhou was furious, as he could not understand why Lu Yin would do such a thing. Lu Yin had not said a single word, and he had launched a sneak attack with all his might. He could not even communicate with Lu Yin. Helpless, Guizhou tore through the void and left. Under normal circumstances, going from one parallel spacetime to another was a matter of luck, unless one had coordinates. Xiaoxinji had been exiled in such a manner. However, Guizhou had appeared directly on the fifth mainland after tearing through the void, and he had then fled without hesitation. Bai Wangyuan, Xia Zhen, and the others were all stunned. The next moment, Lu Yin opened up a spatial rift with the coordinates, aimed at the fleeing Guizhou, and slashed down from afar. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin's attack would not have been able to hit them. After all, there was a time difference, and even a split second was enough for a progenitor. However, this was Guizhou, and he cultivated death energy. Lu Yin's attack not only contained the death energy from the Eternal Kingdom, but also the death energy from Guizhou's ancestral world. This death energy was like a parallel spacetime. The coordinates were extremely eye-catching in the vast expanse of space, so eye-catching that Lu Yin could hit them even with his eyes closed. Bai Wangyuan's reaction was not slow either, and he acted at the same time as Lu Yin's death god/descended. The white clouds had already covered the Neoverse, so it was impossible for Guizhou to escape in an instant. The death energy turned into a rainbow that darkened space, instantly connecting Guizhou and Lu Yin. Lu Yin suppressed Go Lian and slashed at Guizhou. Guizhou roared, and his ancestral world appeared once more. However, this time, the black forest kept closing in on Guizhou, and it actually swallowed Guizhou. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was that? The next moment, a lotus-like object bloomed in space. From a distance, it looked like a lotus flower that was filled with a dark demonic aura. However, up close, it was actually petals that were filled with strange black thorns. It looked like a man-eating flower that could devour anything. The death god/descended, and the terrifying man-eating flower split apart before finally shattering. It reformed into Guizhou, who continuously retreated and coughed up blood. His body was covered in wounds, and he suddenly raised his head. In the distance, Xia Zhen's eyes narrowed. Was this Wang Fan? Not only Xia Zhen, but Bai Wangyuan also saw him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So it was actually like this. How? Could it be one of the 9 clones? He had set up this trap to expose the relationship between the Ghost Abyss and the Wang family. Xia Ziheng had previously told him that the Wang family's Yellow Spring was not in the Wang family mainland, nor was it in Wang Fan's sovereign realm. Instead, it was in the Ghost Abyss. The Wang family and the Ghost Abyss had an inexplicable relationship. At that moment, Lu Yin's fear of Wang Fan increased by several levels. All this time, Bai Wangyuan had been the one to negotiate with the 4-way scales, and Xiaoxinji had been the one to fight with him. Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor's presence was not strong, but who would have thought that Wang Fan was the one who had concealed himself the most? Lu Yin had originally thought that Guizhou was working with Wang Fan, which was why he had set up this trap to force Guizhou into a desperate situation and cut off one of Wang Fan's arms. However, he had not expected Guizhou to be Wang Fan. Lu Yin did not know what method Wang Fan had used to create an existence similar to the Xia clan's 9 clones, allowing him to cultivate into Guizhou. He was the 9 mountains and 8 seas Wang Fan, but he was also the Ghost Abyss Guizhou. Lu Yin had originally wanted Bai Wangyuan and the others to force the truth out, but Bai Xian'er's breakthrough had left him with no choice. Fortunately, he had managed to force out the truth about Guizhou. Unfortunately, he had not been able to kill Guizhou. Guizhou's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations, and he was not much weaker than Xiaoxinji. He had been able to withstand the death god's slash, and his final form had allowed Lu Yin to see how terrifying Guizu's death chi was. That was Guizu's appearance when he used death chi to become an ancestor. On the other side, Bai Wang Yuan's expression was gloomy. He had also made a move, but the one who had blocked him at the crucial moment had been Wang Fan. Wang Fan's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. No wonder you wanted us to swear that we wouldn't attack Guizu. No wonder you were in such a hurry to enter. No wonder you blocked me, Bai Wang Yuan said in a low voice as he looked at Wang Fan with a strange gaze. He had known this person for many years, and they were both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but at this moment, he felt like a stranger. Xia Zhen also looked at Wang Fan with incomparable fear. Wang Fan stared at Lu Yin. If not for that attack, he would have been able to explain why he had blocked Bai Wang Yuan. However, Lu Yin's attack had revealed everything, and Wang Fan could not hide anything. Why did this little brat attack Guizu so heavily? This was not only Wang Fan's question, but also by Wang Yuan and the others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2487. In the current situation, Lu Yin had joined forces with Mu Xia and Old Chan to resist the four-way scales. The Fog Ancestor, Gui Yuan, and Nongyi were basically neutral, but they were still biased towards Lu Yin, which was why the situation had reached a stalemate. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin shouldn't have attacked Guizu, so what would Nongyi think? However, Lu Yin had still acted, and he had been quite ruthless at that, vowing to kill Guizu. Lu Yin rode the caged Wirm out of the Eternal Kingdom. Xia Zhen was in front of him, and Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were in a standoff in the distance. The furthest away was Guizu, who was another Wang Fan. His body was flickering, and he seemed to be in a very strange state. After a moment of silence, Bai Wang Yuan said again, Wang Fan, you have to give us an explanation. If you're Guizu, then you're the one who leaked information about the Cold Immortal Sect and the Divine Martial Heavens techniques. Wang Fan denied it. I didn't leak any of your techniques. How do you explain Guizu? What's your relationship with him? Bai Wang Yuan asked. Xia Zhen was curious. You've cultivated 9 clones. Wang Fan looked at Xia Zhen. Not all clones are called 9 clones. This has nothing to do with the Xia clan's 9 clones. That's not a clone, but a shadow, Bai Wang Yuan interrupted and stared at Wang Fan. I understand now. The 9 mountains and 8 seas battle technique you obtained is called the Shadow of Life. Wang Fan said, so you do know about it. Does that mean you were the one who investigated this combat technique back then? Bai Wang Yuan shook his head. It's not just me. The Lu family, the Xia family, and even the Lu family have all investigated this. This battle technique can allow a person to split into 2, allowing the shadow to become another person. It's similar to the 9 clones technique, so how could people not pay attention to it? Throughout the history of mankind, many battle techniques can be traced back to their origins. Perhaps the origin of the 9 clones technique came from this battle technique. In other words, the inheritance of the mountains and seas you obtain belong to the Xia clan. Wang Fan explained, Xia Chan might have been the earliest inheritor of the mountains and seas, but he did not belong to the Xia family. The mountains and seas belong to the entire human race, and they belong to the 6 mainlands, not just our 5th mainland. The 5th mainland's Daosor sect era was the most glorious era because all of the 9 mountains and 8 seas had appeared. There has never been a single mainland in history that could gather all of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. That was a glory comparable to the Above Heaven sect era, and it even surpassed the Above Heaven sect era. Xia Qin shouted, I don't care about your so-called battle technique. I just want to know why you leaked my divine martial world's battle technique. Wang Fan frowned. I've already said that I didn't leak your battle skills. What good would it do me if I did? That would only expose Guizhu's identity. Lu Yin sneered, wrong. Your goal is to put Guizhu in a desperate situation. What did you say? Wang Fan stared at Lu Yin with a scrutinizing gaze. Bai Wang Yuan, Xia Zhen, and even Guizhu all looked over. Lu Yin slowly said, Wang Fan, you really are the one with the deepest concealment and the greatest ambition. You deliberately used Gui Yuan to leak the cold immortal sects and divine martial world's battle techniques to put on a show and force Guizhu into a desperate situation. Your goal was to get Guizhu to approach me and obtain the true death god's inheritance from me. The only reason you were willing to join forces with the cold immortal sect and banish the Lu family was because you wanted to take control of the fifth mainland. You had Guizhu's shadow clone, and Guizhu cultivated the death god's power. That was your confidence. The cold immortal sect's confidence came from Bai Xiener, the Xia family because of their grudges, and the White Dragon clan because they wanted to take control of the fifth mainland. You wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate the Lu family, which was the biggest obstacle to you taking control of the fifth mainland. In the end, you joined forces with Guizhu and used the Wang family and the death god's power to suppress the fifth mainland. Lu Shaoxian, you're spouting nonsense. Wang Fan was furious. He had been calm in the face of all this, and so what if Guizhu had been exposed? As for revealing his cultivation technique, he hadn't done it, so he wasn't afraid of being wrongly accused. However, Lu Yin's words had given him a perfect excuse to reveal his cultivation technique. In all honesty, even Wang Fan felt that Lu Yin's words were true. He was tempted. It wasn't impossible for Guizhu to snatch Lu Xiaoxuan's death god's inheritance and use the death god's power to take control of the fifth mainland. Since Wang Fan was tempted, it meant that this method wasn't necessarily false. If even Wang Fan thought so, then what about Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen? The way they looked at Wang Fan completely changed. As long as you can seize my death god's inheritance, Guizhu's clone will disappear. It's just a shadow anyway, so you can recreate it. At that time, the Wang family, the death god's inheritance, and even the powers of Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Symbol, and Ancestor Qin will all be yours. What can't you do? Lu Yin continued. Guizhu shouted angrily, Lu Shaoxian, you're slandering me. How can I seize your power? You attacked me just now in the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin retorted. Guizhu was furious, you were the one who attacked me. That was because I sensed that you were going to attack, so I acted first. You're spouting nonsense. Now that you've been exposed, you're angry. Wang Fan shouted, Lu Shaoxian, all of this is just your guess. I even suspect that you're the one who leaked the cultivation technique. The fifth mainland has the Spectre clan, and you're the death god's successor. With that scum Kue Luo, it's not impossible. Lu Yin laughed, you're saying that I've only been to the starry sky of trees a few times, yet I can steal the cultivation techniques of the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven and leak them? Wang Fan, are you looking down on them, or are you overestimating me? Bai Wang Yuan's gaze shifted between Wang Fan and Lu Yin. At this point, he was at a loss. Under normal circumstances, Wang Fan was the most suspicious, and Lu Xiaoxuan's words made sense. However, that was Lu Shaoxian. The impersonation of Long Qi had turned the White Dragon clan upside down, and the impersonation of Yu Hao had caused even more trouble. Many of the things that Lu Yin had done in the past were inconceivable, but he was still able to do them. This time, it might not be impossible for him to be the culprit. If I'm the one who did it, what good will it do me? Lu Yin shouted. That one sentence enlightened by Wang Yuan and the others. Right, if Lu Shaoxian was the one who did it, what good would it do him? What could he gain by leaking the cultivation techniques of the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven? Fame. Fortune. Lu Yin wouldn't be able to get anything either. The only thing that could make him do this was that he knew about the relationship between Gui Zhu and Wang Fan, so he could use this opportunity to get rid of Gui Zhu. But did he know? Wang Fan also thought of this, and he stared at Lu Yin. You already knew about the relationship between Gui Zhu and me. Lu Yin sneered, of course not. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others didn't know, so how would I know? Wang Fan couldn't refute this. No matter how powerful Lu Shaoxian was, he couldn't possibly know about this secret. This was a secret that only Wang Fan knew. Even the Wang family didn't know, let alone outsiders. Lu Yin really didn't know. He only knew that the Wang family was related to Gui Yuan, but how could he know the specifics? Lu Yin wasn't lying. It seems like we'll have to investigate this matter seriously. Don't let anyone leave, Xia Qin said. Wang Fan's expression turned ugly. No one knew about his relationship with Gui Zhu, so there was no reason to target him. But what if they didn't target him because of this? Why did they frame Gui Zhu? This was what he couldn't figure out. There were only a few humans who could frame Gui Zhu, and they were all progenitors. Who could it be? Who had the reason? Wang Fan's gaze swept past by Wang Yuan, Xia Qin, and Lu Yin. Who had the reason? Lu Shaoxian. Impossible. If Lu Yin didn't know about Gui Zhu's relationship with Lu Yin, then Gui Zhu should be able to help him control the four sides. The people from Tianping shouldn't be targeting Gui Zhu, but if it wasn't him, then who could it be? There were only a few people in total. If Lu Yin wanted to investigate the truth behind the leak technique, then he naturally had to go to Gui Yuan. After all, that was where the technique had been leaked. Bai Wang Yuan would rather have Lu Yin go to the astral trees than stay on the fifth mainland. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the astral trees to take a look. Bai Xian'er was undergoing her half-progenitor origin tribulation, but nothing had happened. Wang Fan naturally couldn't leave. Now that Gui Zhu's true body had been exposed, it was impossible for Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan to restore their previous relationship. Although they had been suspicious of each other and schemed against each other, Bai Wang Yuan's fear of Wang Fan would increase infinitely, which wasn't a good thing for Wang Fan. On the way to Ghost Abyss, Lu Yin was thinking about how to deal with it in the future. Perhaps the Wang family would be targeted by everyone. With such thoughts in mind, the group arrived at Ghost Abyss. It was Lu Yin's first time here. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. When he had merged with the Ghost Abyss half-progenitor's body, he had already gained a clear understanding of Ghost Abyss. However, his impression of Ghost Abyss was completely different. Ghost Abyss had been torn apart by Bai Xing. Although the death aura still existed, it was much more dispersed. Many corpses of Ghost Abyss disciples were lying on the ground. In the deepest part, Prince Gui Qian, Ghost Abyss half-progenitor, and many other cultivators were kneeling in a row. Bai Xing was standing not far away. Wang Fan's gaze turned even colder when he saw this scene. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xing. That's not right. Bai Xian'er is undergoing her tribulation. Why is he here instead of guarding her? Why isn't he with Bai Xian'er? Lu Yin looked up at the top realm. Bai Xian'er's half-progenitor origin tribulation should have caused a huge commotion, so why is it so peaceful? At that moment, Bai Wang Yuan said coldly, Bai Xing was a little too heavy-handed. Brother Wang, you shouldn't have hidden this from us. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Wang Fan replied, this has nothing to do with you. It was the person who leaked the technique that framed Ghost Abyss. I will get revenge for this. Xia Zhen was indifferent. Don't be in such a hurry to remove yourself from the picture. Lu Yin continued, "That's right. Even if Ghost Abyss is destroyed, it's your own fault." Wang Fan's gaze turned even colder. His hatred for the person who had leaked the technique had long since reached the heavens. Ghost Abyss half-progenitor was an elder called Guijian, and he was the one who had leaked the technique to Lu Yin. When the technique had been leaked, Bai Xing had immediately charged into Ghost Abyss and taken control of Guijian and the others. He hadn't interrogated them and had only asked them a few questions. No one in Ghost Abyss knew who had leaked the technique, and they hadn't even heard anything. When Lu Yin had fused with Guijian's body, no one in Ghost Abyss had heard him leak the technique. Otherwise, Guijian would have been identified long ago. The person who leaked the technique must have been one of these people, and no one in Ghost Abyss heard the moment the technique was leaked. This level of cultivation. Bai Xing's gaze swept across the group of Ghost Abyss disciples. Only an emissary at the very least can accomplish this. Master. Crown Prince Guiqian saw Guizhu and instinctively wanted to ask for help. Guizhu had already returned to his original appearance, so he couldn't run around with Wang Fan's face. Shut up. Who was it that leaked the cultivation technique? Guizhu barked. Crown Prince Guiqian replied, "It definitely wasn't this disciple. This disciple doesn't know the techniques of the frozen immortal sect or the divine martial heaven." Thank you. Moving freely must depend on the wind reincarnations back Schrodinger's paper suitcase Demasha and not bad fatty Zamisen CC Twilight AA. Just say what you want. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2488. Xia Zhen immediately looked at Guijian. There was only one half-ancestor here, so he was the most suspicious. Even if Prince Guiqian and the others had learned the frozen immortal sects and Shen Wuskai's techniques, it would not have been so easy to spread them. Only a half-ancestor could have done so. Guijian lowered his head, as he was the only half-ancestor here. If Xia Zhen could think of this, then everyone else could as well. He was the most suspicious. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others all looked at Guijian. "Speak," Xia Zhen said. Guijian slowly raised his head, his aged face filled with fear. As a half-ancestor, being stared at by so many progenitors made him feel despair. This subordinate definitely did not leak the technique. Bai Xing walked over. "I've caught the person who heard about the technique. Bring him over." Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Lu Yin stealthily approached Guijian and then fused with him. After fusing with Guijian's body, he glanced at Bai Wang Yuan. He only glanced at him once before dissolving the fusion. Xia Zhen did not notice this glance, and Bai Wang Yuan was looking at the people who had been brought over. They were the two cultivators from the Ghost Abyss's organizations who had been with Wan Wui, so he did not notice. Only one person had noticed, and that was Guizhu, or Wang Fan. He saw Ghost Realm glance at Bai Wang Yuan, and this glance caused his pupils to contract. The two cultivators were brought over, and they easily recognized Guijian's voice. Guijian was shocked and hurriedly tried to explain himself, but the truth was right before his eyes, and his excuses were useless. "Why did you leak my frozen immortal sex technique? Where did you get it from?" "Wang Fan, what else is there to explain? This person is a half-ancestor from the Ghost Abyss." Bai Wang Yuan barked as he stared at Wang Fan. Wang Fan coldly glared at Bai Wang Yuan. "Good move." Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. "What did you say?" Wang Fan narrowed his eyes and glared at Bai Wang Yuan. "Did you already know about my relationship with Guizhu?" Bai Wang Yuan was so angry that he laughed. "What a joke. How would I know?" Lu Yin said, "It seems like Ancestor Wang Fan is anxious." First, you said that I knew about it, and now you're saying that ancestor Bai knew about it. What? Will you say that Senior Xiaojin knows about it next? Bai Sheng, who was listening from the side, was confused. What nonsense was this? It was clearly someone from the abyss who had leaked the technique. Wang Fan stared at Gui Jian. Who told you to leak the cultivation technique? Speak, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Gui Jian looked at Gui Zhu, old ancestor. Subordinate definitely did not reveal this secret art. Subordinate is innocent. Someone must have controlled subordinate to reveal this secret art. Please investigate this matter, old ancestor. Control. When he said this, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest all looked at Lu Yin. They guessed that Lu Yin definitely had a way to control others. Back then, when he was disguised as Yu Hao, he had controlled Long Ke to attack Wang Jing and knocked him out with a slipper. In the Lu family, the undying god had said that Lu Shaoxian had the power to control others. Many things could be analyzed from the clues. Thus, when the word control was uttered, everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin spread out his hands. I've always been in the above heaven. Who can prove it? Wang Fan shouted. Lu Yin sneered, just one sentence from this person, and I'm suspected. What a joke. Since when have I been wronged by a half-ancestor? When had he ever wrongly accused Lu Yin? All he did was say a few words. On a different level, the words spoken and the words heard made sense. Even the explanations were different. Even Bai Xing could not understand why everyone was staring at Wang Fan. Xia Jin spoke up. This person is the one who leaked the technique, and we can definitely find the source from him. Now that he's under control, the person who leaked the technique will not be able to escape. She then looked at Wang Fan. Senior, please don't randomly accuse him. Wang Fan's expression changed, but he did not randomly accuse anyone. He had just confirmed that Gui Jian was looking at Bai Wang Yuan, and there were only a few people in the universe who could wrongly accuse him. Right now, Wang Fan was most suspicious of Bai Wang Yuan. I, Gui Yuan, have many methods. Anyone who dares to wrongly accuse me will not have an easy time. He then stared at Gui Jian. I will definitely pry open his mouth and find the true culprit. Gui Jian was completely at a loss. He looked at Wang Fan and then at Gui Zhu. Gui Zhu had not said a single word, but Wang Fan had said that he was Gui Yuan's, and Gui Yuan was his. What had happened? Had the patriarch been suppressed? Bai Xing was puzzled. What's going on? Since when did Gui Yuan become Patriarch Wang Fan's? Bai Wang Yuan snorted. This person cannot be handed over to you. You are the greatest suspect. Xia Jin agreed. That's right. This person must be interrogated by us. Wang Fan said, we'll interrogate him together. I won't hand him over to anyone else. Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin. Aren't you going to fight for it? Lu Yin shrugged. It has nothing to do with me, but I have to clarify that I own half of Gui Yuan. Everyone looked at him, and Wang Fan frowned. Nonsense. Lu Yin pointed at Gui Zhu. He said that as long as I helped him, he would give me half of Gui Yuan. Gui Zhu then spoke up. Although he was a shadow, he had an independent personality just like his 9 clones. Lu Shaoxian, not only did you not help me, but you even attacked me. I will not rest until you are dead. Lu Yin sneered. You're going to go back on your word just like that? Wang Fan said, any region in the cosmic tree has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin replied, you should take care of yourself first. Your scheme will be exposed soon. You want to steal my death god's inheritance and join forces with the Wang family and Gui Yuan to control the 5th mainland. Dream on. Wang Fan clenched his fists. Lu Yin's reasoning made it difficult for him to defend himself. If not for this reasoning, he would not have been so passive. At that moment, the void rippled. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, where a white-robed figure walked out. It was Bai Xianer. However, compared to the Bai Xianer of the past, she now seemed even more sacred. There was also an indescribable feeling about her that was oppressive and imposing. It was as if there was a pair of eyes behind her that were looking down on her. There was clearly no one behind her. How about you leave this matter to me? Bai Xianer's appearance illuminated Gui Yuan. Wang Fan looked at the current Bai Xianer with a strange expression. Where did you go? Bai Xianer smiled. I was lucky. I broke through to half-ancestor there. Lu Yin sized her up. She had broken through to half-ancestor so quickly. Where was that place? The current Bai Xianer was indeed different from before. Seniors, Xianer guarantees that I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, Bai Xianer said. Her gaze swept across everyone, including Lu Yin. She smiled at him. What do you think, Brother Shaoxian? Lu Yin replied, it has nothing to do with me. That's your problem, but I definitely want half of Gui Yuan. Bai Xianer laughed. Do you want this land or the death energy? Lu Yin asked. Yin replied, I want both. Bai Xianer looked at Wang Fan. Senior, this is between you and him. Wang Fan coldly replied, he's dreaming if he wants Gui Yuan. Then let Xianer investigate this matter. Xianer believes that this matter was not done by Senior, Bai Xianer said. Wang Fan wasn't thinking about himself right now, and he wasn't afraid of being wrongly accused. With his strength, so what if others wrongly accused him? He was thinking about Bai Wang Yuan, as the gaze from the ghost realm had left a deep impression on him. If Bai Wang Yuan was behind this, what was he planning to do? He was willing to expose his family's techniques just to accuse Lu Yin. Was it just to expose his relationship with Gui Zhu? If Bai Wang Yuan didn't know about his relationship with Gui Zhu, then his actions would be even stranger. Wang Fan fell into deep thought. Bai Xianer said, this matter is very complicated, and it might involve the everlasting race. Don't forget that the everlasting race still exists in this region. They've been developing here for many years, and no one knows how many redbacks and spies they have. The everlasting race might have grasped the techniques of our frigid immortal sect in Shenwu Plain. You suspect that the everlasting race is behind this? Xia Qin asked. Bai Xianer nodded. Yes. Wang Fan coldly glanced at Bai Wang Yuan and Bai Xianer. He still suspected that Bai Wang Yuan was behind this. Lu Yin didn't say anything. The goal of this matter was to expose the relationship between Gui Zhu and the Wang family, and it would be best to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Wang Fan. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to do anything else. Bai Xianer said, it will take time to investigate this matter. Before that, some guests have arrived. Bai Wang Yuan was shocked. Guests from the main space. Bai Xianer smiled. They should be here soon. What are they here for? Wang Fan asked. Bai Xianer replied, to discuss the war against the everlasting race. In the fifth mainland's blazing mist flow zone, a spacecraft was heading towards the astral river. This was a very ordinary spacecraft that could carry more than 1,000 people. Its journey was between the outerverse and the innerverse. While the spacecraft was traveling, a spatial tear suddenly appeared in front of it. The spacecraft's alarm sounded, and the captain was shocked. Quick, turn around. Turn around. Unfortunately, the spatial tear had appeared too close to the spacecraft. Even though the bow of the ship turned around, the hull and stern of the ship were still torn apart by the spatial tear. Everyone inside disappeared without a trace, and only the bow of the ship was left floating in outer space. Three figures walked out of the spatial tear. The one in the lead was an old man who Lu Yin had met once before. He was the Yuan sage from the main space who had taken Madman Lu away. Behind him were two youths. One of them was wearing a blue and white coat that wasn't made of cloth. Instead, it was made of a strange metal that reflected light. There was a crystal ball in his chest, and he wore a spectacle frame on his right eye that was the same as the one used to measure his power level. It was dark green in color, and his entire body seemed to be encased in metal. He was handsome, and his hair was long and draped over his shoulders. His gaze was frivolous, and he looked around with an air of superiority. The other person was wearing a light golden robe and had his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face, and he exuded an air of nobility. There was nothing special about this person, but he stood tall in outer space like an illusion. Although he wasn't as handsome as the other person, he was more ethereal and difficult to see through. It seems like a spacecraft was torn apart. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing is very common. Is this the Genesis space? The legendary space where the above heaven sect once existed? It's very ordinary. The Genesis space no longer exists. This is just a ruin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2489. The Yuan sage's gaze swept across the area and finally settled on the north. Let's go. He then brought the two of them across the astral river and into the outerverse. They then arrived outside the heavenly sect, at the border with Frostwave Weave, North Castle Weave. Here, the three of them saw the heavenly sect and the ancestral tortoise beside it. Is that the mount you were talking about, senior? One of the youths asked. The Yuan sage replied, no, how can a tortoise be given to a grand empyrean? That's true. Is this the heavenly sect in the Genesis space? There doesn't even seem to be a decent powerhouse. It's very weak. The entire universe is weak. The Yuan sage looked at the heavenly sect in the distance. Let's choose this place. Since the Lu family has shown up, they should bear the consequences. He then took out a set of coordinates and continued, at the same time, this is a punishment for our disrespect. He then used the coordinates to tear through the void. On the other side of the void were pairs of scarlet vertical eyes. At that moment, Lu Yin, who was far away in the astral tree realm, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He didn't know where this stifling feeling was coming from, but there was definitely a problem. Brother Xiaoxian, I hope you can be more polite when the people from the main space arrive. After all, they helped us a lot in the war against the Eternals. We have to share their burden as well. Bai Xianer's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin didn't care about her. His expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered as the palpitating feeling grew stronger. Something wasn't right. What was wrong? Lu Xiaoxian, this is related to the bigger picture. Bai Wang Yuan was speaking when Lu Yin's wireless goose suddenly vibrated. He hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was Lu Bujing. The Eternals have appeared. It's a progenitor corpse king. Lu Bujing sent a message before hanging up. Lu Yin was shocked and immediately returned to the fifth mainland. He didn't even have time to say a word. Something had happened in the heavenly sect. Why had the Eternals appeared in the heavenly sect? Were they targeting him? He had always thought that the Eternals would appear in the Starfall Sea or on the other side of the battlefield. Why had they appeared in the fifth mainland? After the Eternals had been defeated, he had communicated with Mu Xia. Mu Xia was puzzled as to why the Eternals' undead kings had not appeared directly on the fifth mainland. Instead, they had attacked from behind. Mu Xia could not provide an answer. Lu Yin had always been cautious, and the reason why he had kept rolling his die was because he hoped that he would be able to fuse into the body of an eternal ancestor and learn the truth. However, before he could learn the truth, the celestial sect was already in trouble. Quick, 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 on the fifth continent, the above heaven sect was shaken. Blood dyed the starry skies. Lu Bujing crashed to the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds. Above his head, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes stared over. What followed was a vertical tear in the void, almost piercing through the entire above heaven sect. Behind the ancestor realm corpse king were endless scarlet vertical eyes. The cultivators in heaven sky sect were all shocked. Why are there so many monsters? Enemy attack, enemy attack. At the critical moment, the blood ancestor attacked the ancestor realm corpse king. Contact the path master. The ancestor realm corpse king's hair was disheveled, and it looked like an evil spirit. Its eyes were scarlet, and its body suddenly vanished as it pierced through the world and punched at the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor raised a hand and used his remaining progenitor power to block, but the punch pierced through his chest, and he coughed up blood. A majestic spiritual force swept out. Let this old man leap through the dragon's gate. The ancestor realm corpse king looked up. At some point in time, it had appeared around him. Fish swam against the waterfall, and the ancestor realm corpse king seemed to have transformed into a fish that needed to leap through the dragon's gate according to the rules. At the top of the waterfall, Kuei Luo gritted his teeth. Where did this ancestor realm corpse king come from? Damn it! The ancestor realm corpse king raised its hand and opened its palm. With a casual wave, it cut the void in two, not only including the Dragon's Gate realm, but also the above heaven sky sect and the entire Frostwave weave. The outerverse outer space was like a blank sheet of paper to this ancestor realm corpse king. Kuei Luo retreated. I can't stop it. 3 yang ancestral chi from Lu Bujing's body surged out. He wanted to use fate to probe for life. The second Night King and the others stood in place, unable to move. They could only watch as the ancestor realm corpse king wreaked havoc in the above heaven sky sect. In a corner, Wu Junche was shocked. The Eternals were eternal sovereigns. How could such a monster have suddenly appeared? In outer space, the ancestral turtle had completely retracted its head, not daring to show its face. On the ancestral turtle's back, the Mavis god tree swayed as one corpse king after another emerged from the void. They charged towards the ancestral turtle, the above heaven sky sect, and earth. The ancestor realm corpse king crushed the above heaven sky sect's mountain gate with 1 foot. It suddenly turned around and saw Elder Chan walking out of the void with a serious expression. Your opponent is me. Everything had happened too quickly. When Lu Yin returned to the 5th mainland and saw the above heaven sky sect, he saw Elder Chan standing tall in outer space. He also saw the shattered mountain gate and the Eternals' corpses floating in the void. Senior. Lu Yin hurried forward. Elder Chan looked to the east. Those Eternals came from there. There used to be a void crack there, but it's gone now. Lu Yin scanned the above heaven sky sect with his domain and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there hadn't been many casualties. It had only been a short time since he had learned of the Eternals' appearance, and since Elder Chan had arrived, he should be able to control the situation. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he descended to the mountain gate. Elder Chan lowered his head and sighed. Beside the above heaven sky sect's mountain gate, the blood ancestor coughed as his body had been pierced through. The ancestor realm corpse king's power had destroyed his vitality, making it difficult for him to move. He had already lost his progenitor's power, and his entire body had turned gray. Lu Bujing, Kai, the second Night King, and the others were all around him. Lu Yin landed in front of the blood ancestor. Senior, how are you? The blood ancestor waved a hand. I'm finally free. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with sorrow. The blood ancestor laughed. Don't look at me like that. I'm not dead, I've just become an ordinary person. I'll retire here. Don't chase me away, Path Master. Master, Ziyi called out softly, her eyes red. Lu Yin asked, was it the Ancestor Realm Corpse King? Lu Bujing spoke up from the side. If Senior Blood Ancestor hadn't rushed forward, would have died. Senior blocked the attack for me. The Blood Ancestor coughed a few times. Don't make me sound so noble. I just happened to be here, and I had to act when I encountered the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Senior, rest assured and recuperate here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you recover. There's no need. One doesn't have to become an ancestor in one's lifetime. The responsibility is too great. Of course, you're different. You already have a great responsibility to bear. Lu Yin didn't say much to the blood ancestor, as he had to deal with the aftermath. Furthermore, the appearance of the Eternals was too strange. Since they had appeared, why had they retreated so quickly? The appearance of the Eternals this time is very unusual. He had come to North Castle Weave with Lu Yin to investigate the spatial tear. He spoke in a heavy tone. I didn't even exchange blows with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. When he discovered that I was here, he immediately retreated. It seems like he doesn't want to get involved with us. Lu Yin was puzzled. Since they appeared and then retreated, there's nothing strange about the surroundings. Actually, it feels more like they were released by someone, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he activated the Sirius art and stepped onto the stars. In an instant, the entire fifth mainland seemed to revolve around him. He saw many planets and territories, and his gaze suddenly fixed in one direction. He had found it, Starburst. In the distance, Yuanxing looked up and led the two youths away from the spot where they had been standing. The star exploded, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to boil. What a radical method. Yuanxing raised his head. The Lu family is still so rude to attack a guest like this. With that, he walked towards the Above the Sky sect. Lu Yin deactivated the Sirius art and headed towards the Above the Sky sect with Elder Chan. Finally, they met in outer space outside the Above the Sky sect. Yuanxing. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Bai Xiener had said that someone from the main space would come, but he hadn't expected that person to appear here. Yuanxing looked at Lu Yin calmly. Child of the Lu family, you're too rude. Why are you here? Is the appearance of the Eternals related to you? Lu Yin asked. Yuanxing replied indifferently. Since you've established the Above the Sky sect, why do you care about a mere progenitor of the Eternals? If they can't even stop a progenitor corpse king, then the Above the Sky sect should be demolished. Golden light bloomed above Lu Yin's head as the God Sealing Catalog appeared. Behind him, the caged WIRM returned to his original form and roared, since you admit it, then die. He was about to attack. Elder Chan didn't hesitate either. 3 ancestral qi revolved around him as he transformed into Shua Wuqing and attacked Yuanxing. Yuanxing didn't move. In front of him, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan walked out, followed by Bai Xiener, Xia Zhen, and Gue Zhu. Lu Shaoxian, are you trying to bring disaster upon yourself by attacking? Lu Yin frowned. If it was just Yuanxing alone, then he could join forces with Elder Chan. This person wouldn't even be able to tear through space and escape. However, now that Bai Wang Yuan and the others were here, things would become troublesome. Senior, are you alright? Bai Xiener asked Yuanxing. Yuanxing waved his hand. I'm fine, but... He looked past Bai Xian'er and the others and met Lu Yin's eyes. The Lu family is too rude. Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, why did you attack Senior Yuanxing? Elder Chan replied, he opened a path to the Eternals beside our above heaven sect and caused us to suffer heavy losses. Didn't you see that? Bai Wang Yuan looked at Yuanxing in surprise. Even Bai Xian'er, Xia Zhen, and Wang Fan were surprised. They hadn't expected Yuanxing to do such a thing. Lu Yin had seen it too. He had thought that the four-way scales had cooperated with Yuanxing, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Yuanxing looked indifferent. The above heaven sect represents the past glory of the origin space. It's not easy to bear the weight of these three words. Lu Shaoxian, if you want to bear the weight, then do you think it's so easy to bear the weight of the above heaven sect? Do you think it's so easy to call yourself a path master? This is a matter of our space-time. What does it have to do with you? It's not your place to talk nonsense, Lu Yin retorted coldly. Yuanxing laughed and said arrogantly, I can't stand it. 3 words. Only 3 words. This was the only reason why he had almost destroyed the above heaven sect when he had just connected to the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2490. These 3 words had caused the above heaven sect to collapse, the blood ancestor to become an ordinary person, and many people to die. When these 3 words were spoken, Yuanxing's expression remained calm and proud. The 2 youths behind him were the same, looking at Lu Yin with teasing gazes. They weren't progenitors, but they weren't afraid of a progenitor at all. They looked at this spacetime with a sense of superiority. Lu Yin suddenly calmed down. These 3 words were the best explanation he could come up with. There was no need for any more nonsense, and there was no need for so many pompous words. There were only 3 words, and that was it. Senior, you must be here to discuss how to deal with the Eternals. Please come to my frigid immortal sect. We will gather everyone to discuss this, Bai Xian'er said as she stood between Yuanxing and Lu Yin, blocking his line of sight. Yuanxing looked at Bai Xian'er. There's no need. Those who are qualified to discuss the war are all here. Only progenitors are qualified to listen. He glanced at Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others and asked curiously, where's Xia Xinji? Xia Qin replied, he's missing. Yuanxing looked at Xia Qin. Why is he missing? Xia Qin looked at Lu Yin. Yuanxing followed her gaze and saw Lu Yin again. Lu Yin said, I banished him to a parallel spacetime. Yuanxing looked at him deeply. Then you'll be responsible for finding him. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to do something? If it weren't for your dogs, you wouldn't have been able to return today. Lu Shaoxian, how dare you? Bai Wang Yuan rebuked. This was the first time they had been scolded like this. Bai Xian'er's face also darkened. Brother Lu, there's no point in arguing. Lu Yin replied, then get out of my way. Let's see if I'm arguing. Yuanxing shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. You can kill me, but not here. Son of the Lu family, since you don't want to waste your breath, come with me to the main space. I will give you a chance to have a fair fight there. Senior, let me fight him first. There's no need for you to do anything, the young man in golden robes behind Yuanxing spoke up for the first time. Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed at the youth in the pale golden robes. I'll kill you in 1 move. The young man's expression changed. His gaze turned cold as he sneered. How long has it been since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of me? The people of the Lu family are indeed arrogant. Very well, today. Yuan Xing raised his hand and waved. The young man in the faint golden robe was unwilling to give up. Senior, let me go. I'll teach this son of the Lu clan a lesson for you. Yuan Xing looked at Lu Yin and said, this space-time is not suitable for us to take action. Child of the Lu family, Xiaxinji, you must find him. Otherwise, what awaits you will be even more miserable than when the Lu family was exiled. The great heavenly venerate had already shown mercy by exiling the Lu family and giving them a chance to survive. However, you have repeatedly spoken rudely, so your fate will be even worse than the entire Lu families. The Grand Empyrean is the ruler of your spacetime. Elder Chan asked. Yuan Sage replied. He is the master of all of us. If you are fated to meet the great heavenly venerate one day, you must remember to kneel before him. Otherwise, the great heavenly venerate's anger is not something you can bear. These words were not only meant for Elder Chan's ears, but also for everyone present. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan looked at each other calmly. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had heard such words. Xia Qin raised her brows. Kneel before him. Yuan Xing looked at her. As a progenitor, it is indeed unacceptable for you to kneel before him. However, the moment you see the great heavenly venerate, you will be able to sense that he is a ruler who can make all living beings kneel before him. Regardless of whether it is his realm or his merit, the great heavenly venerate is able to withstand the worship of everyone. If not for the great heavenly venerate, the human race would have been transformed by the Eternals and turned into monsters. Progenitors could not do it and died at the hands of the Eternals. The great heavenly venerate shouldered the burden of everything. Is that not enough to make you kneel before him? Xia Qin was about to retort when Bai Xiener spoke up. Senior, are you also here on the orders of the great heavenly venerate? Yuan Xing nodded. Back then, when you accidentally trapped the undying deity, the 7 sky gods came to your rescue. Even the sole true God took action. That was not a power that you could resist. The great heavenly venerate held back the sole true God while the 6 direction guild's battlefield dragged the 7 sky gods away. That was why your spacetime was able to expel the Eternals. Now that the pressure on the 6 direction guild's battlefield has increased, the forces that the Eternals originally placed in your spacetime have appeared in other battlefields. Lu Yin listened calmly. There was no point in saying anything now. He just wanted to understand the 6 direction guild, the main space, and the great heavenly venerate. Yuan Xing had said a lot, but his ultimate goal was to open up a path through the Eternals' battlefield in this spacetime and share some of the pressure on the 6 direction guild. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were naturally unwilling. After all, they had finally managed to expel the Eternals, so why should they take the initiative to start a war? However, Yuan Xing had brought the great heavenly venerate's will, so they could not refuse. You guys won't refuse, right? Yuan Xing looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Bai Wang Yuan was put in a difficult position. Madman Liu went to the main space, Liu was killed because he was suspected of colluding with the Eternals, and Xiaxinji was exiled. The strength of our spacetime has decreased greatly. Moreover, the sole true God attacked the mother tree and caused the infinite power array to collapse. If we face the Eternals now, we might not be able to hold on. Yuan Xing was dissatisfied. Although your spacetime has weakened greatly, there are still many progenitors. Otherwise, the great heavenly venerate would not have thought of you guys. Since I've brought this up, I'm not asking you guys to die. Most of the Eternals' forces are restrained by the 6 direction guild. You guys only need to deal with a small portion of their forces. Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. This situation reminded them of the time when they were dealing with the undying deity. Yuan Xing had taken the initiative to open up the Starfall Sea to share the burden of the Eternals' forces. If that was the case, it would not be wrong to consider the overall situation of the human race. But was this really what the Six Direction Guild was thinking? Lu Yin stared at Yuan Xing. He saw the arrogance in Yuan Xing's eyes as he spoke, and the hostility in the eyes of the two youths behind him. It was not as simple as it seemed. With the strength of their space-time, how could they not be qualified to join the Six Direction Guild? The three monarch spacetimes were all part of the Six Direction Guild, and their spacetime definitely surpassed the three monarch spacetimes. Even so, they were still not part of the Six Direction Guild and were excluded. This meant that the Six Direction Guild, led by the main space, had other ideas about the origin space. If they did as the main space wanted, they would be easily passive. Once the Six Direction Guild threw most of the Eternal's forces here, they would have no way to ask for help. If Lu Yin could think of this, Bai Wang Yuan and the others could naturally think of it as well. No one wanted to court death. Senior Yuan Xing, there are many ways to share the burden of the Six Direction Guild. Can you give us some time to think about it? Don't worry, we will definitely take action. No one can stay out of the fight against the Eternals, Bai Xiener said respectfully. Yuan Xing's expression softened when he heard her words. It's good that you know. No one can stay out of the fight. We helped you share the burden in the past and did not ask for any resources. As humans, we must be grateful. He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu family's son, find Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji greets the Grand Heavenly Venerate, and the Grand Heavenly Venerate appreciates him. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate finds out that you banished Xia Xinji, he can easily kill you. Don't anger the Grand Heavenly Venerate. He then tore through the void and looked back before leaving. The Grand Heavenly Venerate's tea party is approaching. If you can offer up that mount, it might make up for the Lu family's sins. Lu Yin remained calm, as if he had not heard anything that Yuan Xing had said. Even the last sentence remained calm, so calm that it was frightening. Only those who understood him knew that the more Lu Yin was like this, the more he was like this. The more terrifying he was. Seeing that Yuan Xing was about to leave, Lu Yin said, "Let's play a game." Everyone was at a loss. A game? Yuan Xing was amused. What game? Lu Yin replied, "The game's name is Cat and Mouse." His eyes flashed with endless coldness. You don't dare to fight me to the death here. These fellows will protect you. You can hide, but no matter where you hide, I will catch you. Then. He then pointed at the above heaven sect in the direction of the blood ancestor. When I catch you, you will kneel there. Yuan Xing looked at Lu Yin and suddenly burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The two youths behind him also laughed and looked at Lu Yin mockingly. All right, I'll play this game with you and show you who's the cat and who's the mouse. He then turned around and left. The others did not interrupt and did not say anything about this matter even after Yuan Xing had left. The fate of the above heaven sect and the purpose of Yuan Xing's visit had made them feel uneasy. As for the game that Lu Yin had mentioned, none of them felt that it was a joke. Yuan Xing did not understand this person at all, and they had no obligation to remind him. This was their own business. Bai Wang Yuan retracted his gaze from Lu Yin. The six parties will let us lead the Eternals into the war. If they plot against us and throw most of the Eternals into our space-time, the situation will not be any better than before. Xia Qin asked, why should we listen to them? Bai Wang Yuan frowned. There were not many people in this space-time who truly understood the main space, including the progenitors. Only those who understood the main space would know how terrifying it was. So what if they were from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? The main space had power comparable to the above heaven sect, and the great heavenly venerate was an existence comparable to a progenitor. A single finger from the great heavenly venerate was enough to destroy all of them. It was fine if they did not come into contact with the main space, but once they came into contact with it, they would no longer be able to control themselves. Furthermore, they had not only come into contact with the main space, but they had also used the main space to deal with the Lu family. They could no longer be separated from the main space. This might not be the great heavenly venerate's intention, Wang Fan suddenly said. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. Are you saying that this is Yuan Xing's own intention? Wang Fan replied, the great heavenly venerate is detached from worldly matters. Aside from dealing with the only true God, his other hobbies are tea tasting. He rarely interferes with the overall war situation. Furthermore, if this is the great heavenly venerate's intention, why would Yuan Xing test the above heaven sect? He then looked at Lu Yin. You guys don't really believe Yuan Xing's words, do you? He's testing the above heaven sect just because he doesn't like it. Lu Yin looked at him. Then why? Wang Fan shook his head. I don't know, but my guess is that he might be testing the power of our spacetime and plotting something. Elder Chan said, there's one thing that I find strange. If Yuan Xing can open a path to the Eternals from the above heaven sect, why would the Eternals attack the battlefield on the other side? Why not just open a path in the starry sky? Bai Qi asked, Lu Shaoxian can open a passage to the Eternal Kingdom's parallel spacetime and exist for a long time. Lu Yin understood. Opening a passage to a parallel spacetime was very short and could not allow an endless stream of Eternals to come over. The Eternals have their own way of making corpse kings appear endlessly, but those things are very fragile. Progenitors can destroy them, but once they enter, they will be easily destroyed. Those things are not infinite, or else the corpse god would not have left the battlefield of the sovereign realm to protect them. Also, spacetime coordinates are not that easy to determine, especially the coordinates of our spacetime, Bai Qi explained. Wang Fan continued, although we haven't confirmed it, our guess is that the larger the spacetime, the more difficult it is to determine the coordinates. It's easy to determine the coordinates of a small spacetime like the Eternal Kingdom, but it's not that easy to determine the coordinates of our spacetime, even for the Eternals. Otherwise, our spacetime would have been riddled with holes by the coordinates. The Hexagon Society cannot remain a secret forever. Even the Hexagon Society might not have the coordinates of our spacetime. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.